10 years ago. 16 years old. "Look, it's the fat fuck that likes to play like she can race cars," I heard from my side. I didn't bother to look up. In fact, I would have driven right back out onto the track had my fuel not been low and my father not been standing in the pit road, giving me a look from hell. Now his back was turned and he was talking to a few of his pit crew, and I was wondering how in the hell I was going to get out of this car without hearing it double time from the asshole twins. I swallowed hard, wondering if I could just sit here until they left. But then my dad's voice barked out, "Get out now, Turner Hooch, we've got places to be." I took the steering wheel off, placed it next to me, then started the painstaking process of getting out of the car, through the window, while others watched. I didn't miss the boy snickering at my side. I also didn't miss the, "Look at that fat-ass slide out of the car," or the, "Do you think she needs to be greased?" I felt a tear hit my eye as I swung my first leg out. Then, before I could control it, I lost my footing on an oil slick next to the car window and fell the rest of the way out of the car. I hit the ground with a bone-jarring thud and then stared up at the quickly dimming night sky as I tried to catch my breath. My hair was laying in the oil next to me, and I was having a hard time deciding what I should do next. Should I roll to my side and get up on my hands and knees before using the car to push up, or should I use the car to pull myself up from the position I was currently in? My father saved me, however, by walking over and offering me his hand. "You okay, baby girl?" he asked. I took his hand and felt my 6'4", 220-pound father haul me onto my feet. But did he have to add the grunt of exertion at the end? Yes, he probably did, which set the asshole twins off even more. It was at this point that there was no denying that they were laughing at me. Yet my father, being his clueless self, ignored them and kept his gaze on me. "You okay?" he repeated. "Sometimes I don't think she can get any fatter, and then she does," I heard someone else say. My head dropped. "Let's go, baby," my father urged, guiding me away by placing his large arm around my shoulder and pulling me into his body. We made it all the way out to the truck before he said, "Don't listen to them, sweetheart." I scoffed. Yeah, like it's that easy to do, I muttered almost to myself. He didn't reply, only kept his arm around me until we were at his vehicle, the one that was given to him by his sponsor, Chevrolet, and guided me inside the vehicle before closing the door behind me. I automatically reached for the seatbelt and latched it into the lock, repositioning myself until the belt wasn't digging so uncomfortably into my chest and belly. We made it all the way home in silence, and by the time I arrived inside the house, I was about to break down all over again. My dad had heard. I was embarrassed, so embarrassed. Usually I kept all the problems I was having to myself. If he'd known that there was a problem, he would have kicked the asshole twins out, and then I would have heard it even more while we were at school. But this time there was no hiding the problems, nor the tears. "Baby, wait," my father said before I could head in the direction of my room. I stopped in the mouth of the kitchen, then turned and stared at the man that knew how to mend my heart. The only man that had ever been good to me. "What?" I asked. "What they said. Don't take it to heart," he tried. I heard the distinctive shuffle of my mother entering the room and turned to find her staring at us with wariness on her face. I turned back to my dad. "You don't understand," I whispered, eyes filling with tears. "You're not fat. You don't know what it's like." My mother made a sound in her throat, and I looked over at her to see that she was staring at the ground. My mother, Patty, did know what it was like. She'd always been a big-boned woman and had gained a lot of weight over the last 10 years. Hell, she and I sometimes even shared clothes at this point. I was not happy with my body. I was not happy with the way that I couldn't seem to control it, even with diet and exercise. Where some people accused me of not trying, I had to point out that I did try. A lot. But unfortunately, my mother passed down her thyroid to me. A thyroid that hadn't functioned correctly since I was 9 years old. From that point on, I'd put on weight. A lot of it. So much, in fact, that I was now known as Turner to the people at school. Turner, meaning I was as big as two people. That way they called me Turner twice, or sometimes Turner squared. I don't know what you want me to do about it, baby, my father whispered brokenly. If I could stop them, I'd do it. I'd tear every one of those fuckers' hearts out and feed it to them. But you've forbidden me to say a word or step in. I'm running out of options. Not one option, I pointed out. My father's face went stormy. You're not getting surgery. You're 16. People die from surgery. I raised my hands up in a praying position and gave my father everything I had. Please. He looked sick to his stomach. I don't want to lose you, baby, he whispered. I smiled sadly. Daddy, I'm just telling you now, if this keeps on, you might. I can't live like this. Being in your shadow makes my heart literally break. I'm the racer's fat kid. I know you read the media reports lately. Dad closed his eyes, unable to deny that one. Please, Daddy, please, I begged. Let her, Garrett Lee, just let her. I looked over at my mom, who had her back straight and her eyes wide open. For once, she was being firm with my father. He realized it just as well as I did. Fine, he grumbled. But if anything happens to you, I'm gonna be pissed. I smiled. The first genuine smile that graced my face in a very long time. Thank you, Daddy, I whispered. Thank you. Chapter 1. I always see all these before coffee posts and wonder what kind of magical coffee y'all are drinking that turns you into a decent human being. Me? I'm an asshole, all the time. Text from Turner to Jubilee. Turner. What are you doing? I hissed at my best friend, Jubilee. She looked at me with strained patience. I'm gonna go say hi to Castile because that's what nice people do, Turner, she hissed. I sneered at her. He's not nice, I told her. He's very nice. To everyone but you, apparently. She shook her head. That was true. He really was nice. To everyone but me. Granted, our relationship hadn't started out on the best foot. It all started when he'd pulled me over and given me a ticket for reckless endangerment. Apparently, trying to get around a slow-moving vehicle with a Chipotle burrito in one hand and my mascara wand in the other wasn't acceptable behavior. I'd only been going 16 miles over the speed limit, but since it was raining, he'd said I wouldn't be able to control my speed. I mean, Jesus, I tried to slow down and get back behind him when he sped up, but there was another man right behind me who was wanting to pass too, so I sped up even faster. Sue me. Which was a bunch of bullshit. I could drive better than he could only dream of. Water, speed, snowstorm, nothing affected me. If I could handle a stock car at 130-plus miles an hour in the rain, I could handle my vehicle, which had excellent safety features and handled like a goddamn dream, at 72 miles an hour. Not that Castile thought so, or knew that I could handle my own. Come on, Jubilee sighed. It won't be that bad. But it was that bad. Castile hated me, and I hated him. Hey, Cast, Jubilee chirped. I hated the chirpin'. It was too early in the morning for all that. I absently twirled a ringlet of hair that escaped my bun around my finger and tried to decide what I was getting for breakfast. Waffles sounded good, but I didn't want only waffles. I wanted a hot dog, too. I could also go for a couple of onion rings. I could order breakfast and lunch, couldn't I? I mean, sure. I wouldn't be able to eat but a bite of each, but it'd be worth it. Right? Turner. I blinked, looking over at Jubilee, who was staring at me expectantly. What? I mumbled. Castile invited us to eat lunch with him, she repeated. My eyes finally met the man's that was staring at us, me, as if he had a bad taste in his mouth. I narrowed my eyes at him. Did he just ask me to sit with him because he was being polite? Or did he not think I'd do it, that I didn't have the guts? Honestly, the man sitting in front of me, feet kicked out in front of him, arms crossed tightly across the broad chest of his, while he watched me with a challenge on his face, needed to come to Jesus. He needed to stop acting like he was better than me. Sure, I shrugged carelessly, as if I didn't have a care in the world. But I only have like 30 minutes, so we can't dilly-dally.
Dilly-dally? Castile asked. What are you, 12?
I narrowed my eyes at the asshole, but chose to keep my mouth shut. I didn't know what it was about the man that got under my skin so badly, but there was seriously something about him that rubbed me the wrong way. My father says it, and he's in his 50s, I told him. Do you think he's 12? Jubilee pushed me slightly, indicating that I should take the inside spot in the booth across from the man. I reluctantly took my seat and tried not to kick the man that hadn't bothered to move his stretched-out legs. As it was, when I finally finagled myself into the seat, he was still touching me. Did he move? No. No, he did not. Jubilee followed me down, and I scooted over even more, my entire right side touching the wall.
Tight fit?
My eyes went from the wood-grain table to the smug man's face, and I froze.
What? I asked. I said tight fit, he repeated.
I'd honestly expected him not to repeat it due to the look of anger on my face, but he did. I frowned fiercely at the man, then wondered why I even bothered seeing as his attention was snagged by the waitress moments later. A skinny, beautiful waitress that had pert boobs, a nice, firm ass, and legs that went on for miles.
Ma'am?
Castile smiled pleasantly at the woman.
Would you mind taking their order? They don't have long before they have to return to work.
The woman's eyes reluctantly tore from Castile's sweet-talking mouth to me, and this time her smile was forced. "What can I get you?" she asked. I bit my lip, wondering if I should bother ordering a kid's meal, then decided to hell with it. "I'll have a grilled chicken salad," I said. "Sure." She paused. "What kind of dressing?" I shook my head. "No dressing." She frowned. "You don't want any dressing?" I nodded once. "Okay," she drawled. "And you?" Jubilee ordered her usual heart attack meal of a burger and pancakes. I could do nothing but shake my head. If I'd eat those, I'd gain 10 pounds. Hell, I might gain 2 just by smelling it. "I'll get those orders right in," the waitress smiled. "What about drinks?" I pointed at the water. "This is fine, thank you." When I looked up from my water, it was to find Castile studying me like a bug. I looked away and hoped that he wouldn't ask about my eating habits. Hell, he'd already insinuated that I was fat. I didn't want to give him more ammunition than he already had against me. Jubilee and Castile spoke in quiet tones while I studied the large hands of the man I was trying not to find attractive, but did anyway. I had no clue how long I'd been doing it. 10 minutes, maybe, when our food finally came out. The salad was placed in front of me, and I immediately winced at the white dressing that was saturating almost every part of it. Shit. I hesitated. "This has dressing on it. I ordered it with no dressing." The woman looked down at the salad and frowned. "Oh, well, shoot," she said. "Let me take that back and I'll get you another one ordered." I just shook my head, glancing at my watch. "I don't have time to wait for another one," I sighed. "Scooch out, best friend. I have to go." If I left now, I'd be able to grab a salad from Nanny Goat's before I had to be at my meeting. Castile still didn't move his foot, causing me to bend into a pretzel-like configuration to get out of the seat. Only after I had my foot almost over the table did he move it. I caught the grimace of pain that was on his face as he did, and I almost had a fleeting thought to ask him if he was all right, but I didn't. What would be the point? I didn't want him to think that I cared. Once both of my feet were once again firmly planted on the ground, I scooted the rest of the way out of the crappy wooden bench-like seat and stood up. "Wish me luck," I said to Jubilee. Jubilee grinned. "Good luck. I'll see you at work later this evening." I thought about that for a few long seconds. "I'll probably be in late, more like 6-ish. I have to finish up some work with the website before I come help you," I explained. Jubilee nodded in understanding. She was one of 4 people that knew what I did, and 3 of those people were people that I worked with on this other job. Another job that allowed me to get paid quite a bit for barely anything. "I'll be leaving right around then," she said. If we don't see each other, I'll see you tomorrow at the Donut Palace. I grinned and shook my head, smiling as I did. Be good. I patted her shoulder. Then I was gone. But before I left all the way out of the building, I made sure to stop and look over my shoulder at the table I'd just been at. What I didn't find was anybody watching me. Not one single face was turned toward me. There was only one person I wanted to talk to as I left my meeting. A meeting from hell that preceded a lunch from hell, even if I didn't get to eat said lunch. You got pulled over eating a burrito, my mother laughed. I thought you couldn't handle bread. I found a new carb-balanced tortilla that's like 5 grams of carbs, I told her, and it only had lettuce and grilled chicken on it, so not fattening at all, though granted I was only able to eat a quarter of it. I'm not sure why I bothered making one that big. Because you don't pay attention, she snickered. At least we'll be able to share a plate of food at Thanksgiving in 2 weeks. That was very true. I'd convinced my mother to go through with a gastric bypass just a little over 3 weeks ago, and already she was down over 70 pounds. I was so proud of her I could burst. Are you sure you want to come down here for Thanksgiving? I asked then. I can come home. I could practically hear my mother's refusal before she'd even voiced it. No, baby, she sighed. We need a break from the hustle and bustle. Daddy wants to go to the lake and just chill. He's excited about fishing, too. We're going to bring the camper. The camper wasn't actually a camper. It was a motorhome like the one I was currently living in, only larger. My current home away from home was their hand-me-down 2-year-old motor coach that my father's sponsors had given him to use during the 2016 season. My brother had gotten their 2017, and I was sure I'd be getting their 2018 when they were finished with it. Not that I really needed it, seeing as I liked the one I had, though it was way more than I would ever need. It was big enough for a family of 9 and currently the envy of the RV park. Everyone and their brother would make their way around the lake just to glimpse the beast. Okay, I sighed. I'll go talk to the park specialist and make sure that they don't mind both RVs taking up their prime camping spot. I'll get back with you tonight, okay? My mother hummed in agreement. Sounds good, baby. I love you. I love you too, Mama. I hung up, then tossed the phone to the bed. My eyes lit on my laptop, and I sighed. I really needed to get some work done. Yesterday. Well, let's get started, I said, pulling up the first porn video. Oh, yes, right there. Do you like my clit? I typed.
Chapter 2. Mom, I'm sorry about all the dumb stuff I did when I was younger. If it helps, you only know about half of it. Text from Castile to his mother. Castile. I watched her go with a small smile on my face, unaware that it was there. Why do you torture her so? Jubilee asked, breaking me out of my study of Turner's ass. I turned my gaze to Jubilee and shrugged. It's just easy to do. I like the way the fire lights up her eyes. Jubilee shook her head. Well, she said, I think you might have actually caused her to never speak to you again. I frowned. Why do you say that? Because you insulted her, she answered. I frowned. No, I didn't. Yes, you did, she nodded her head. You said, tight fit. I immediately started to go back through the words that I'd said about 5 minutes before and frowned. I meant tight fit because my legs being extended out made her scoot closer to the wall. I was going to move them. I have a stab wound in my leg. I immediately began to explain, trying not to sound defensive. Why do you have a stab wound in your leg? She asked curiously. I sighed, stomach nodding, not at the wound's cause, but at the fear that I'd actually offended someone in some way, especially Turner. Honestly, I wasn't sure why I gave a shit, but there was something about that woman that set my teeth on edge. Some asshole thought it'd be easier to try to stab me than allow me to take him in for his warrants. I shrugged. Why would me saying that bother her so badly? Turner wasn't a fat person. She was a little chunky, in an adorable, sexy, full-figured woman kind of way. But she wasn't fat by any means. In fact, her figure was what had drawn my attention to her in the first place. I'd dated women of all sizes, but I always found myself gravitating to the ones that had just a little more meat on their bones than others. Though, with how Turner ate, I highly doubted that she'd be able to maintain her curves.
Turner is very self-conscious,
Jubilee admitted, jolting me out of my thoughts.
When she was younger, she was quite heavy. She's tried hard over the years to get the extra pounds off, but she still has issues. Not to mention she's sensitive due to the way she was treated by a few boys when she was growing up.
And she thought that I'd been talking about her weight when I'd been talking about how much room I'd given her with my legs. How awesome of me. Shit, I muttered, scrubbing my hands over my face. Where does she live? I'll go talk to her. Jubilee smiled. She used to live near me, but when all that went down with my attic friend, she moved at the same time that I did. Jubilee's attic friend was actually a stalker that had been living in her attic. For months, her stalker had used a collapsible ladder to get in and out of the attic, making it nearly impossible for Jubilee to realize it was even going on. The man had been good at hiding his whereabouts, as well as his movements. If it hadn't been for her father finding the collapsible ladder that he used to reach the attic of her house underneath the deck they'd torn down, as well as the pole he used to attach and then unattach the ladder, they might not have ever known that he was there. Well, where did she move to? I questioned.
Last I heard, she was glamping at the lake.
Jubilee interrupted my thoughts. Which lake? I asked. And what the hell is glamping?
Glamping is glamour camping, and she's in her daddy's RV at Lake Purtle.
She paused. You'll have to go to the big campground, though. The RV won't fit at their normal sites. I frowned. How big is this camper? Her eyes went wide. Big. I found out just how big 2 hours later when my shift ended and I arrived at the lake. I was standing in front of what had to be the biggest, most beautiful camper I'd ever seen. And there was no way in hell any normal chick could afford something like this. She had to be rich off her ass. Or her daddy was. Either way, I already kind of hated her. My ex-wife was a rich girl, and ever since then, I'd had an aversion to that lifestyle. They just thought they were better than the rest of the world, and honestly, it was kind of disappointing that Turner turned out to be one of them. I thought she was different, but I knocked on her door anyway. I may not feel the same way I did before I'd arrived at her humble abode, but I did owe her an apology. I didn't want her thinking that I meant those words in a derogatory way. She opened the door and stared at me with a blank expression on her face. When I said tight fit earlier, I didn't want you to think I was saying it to you to make fun of you, I said. I was curious if you needed me to move my leg or not, I explained. Turner seemed to deflate. Okay. So that was exactly what she had thought. Good God, did this woman not see herself? Did she not know that she was beautiful? Jesus Christ, just seeing her here, dressed so casually in a pair of black yoga pants and a large t-shirt, yeah, that did it for me. My ex-wife Cher hadn't even left the confines of our bedroom before she was dressed so immaculately that nobody would dare say that she was slacking. Even when we weren't leaving the house, she'd be wearing something that resembled a church outfit or fine dining wear to anybody else. Thank you, she said quietly. I appreciate you coming over here to clarify your words. She paused. And I did take them personally. I felt like I'd been stabbed in the gut. I'm sorry, I apologized. I never meant for that to happen. She smiled, then shrugged her shoulder like she hadn't just admitted that she thought I'd called her fat. Just like that, she let it go. Cher would have held a grudge to end all grudges. But this doesn't make us friends, she added, almost as an afterthought. I snorted. No, it doesn't. I glanced around to add emphasis. We're definitely from two different classes of people. My eyes stopped on her computer screen as I glanced around the interior of the camper, and I frowned at what I saw. What's that supposed to mean? Turner asked, sounding confused. It just means that we don't mesh. I shrugged. What are you doing here? I gestured toward her computer screen where a woman with her t-shirt in her hands, barely exposing her breasts, stood. Her eyes were pouty, and she looked like she'd been interrupted having sex. What the hell was the woman doing with porn on her screen?
Turner looked over her shoulder. Oh, that's my job. Instead of asking any more about her job, or her for that matter, I decided to leave. Anyway, have a good one. Then I was gone, closing the door not just on her, but also her overly large, beautiful, I'm never going to get something like that trailer. And I didn't look back. Chapter 3. If it doesn't bring you income, inspiration, happiness, or orgasms, leave it in 2018. Note to self. Castillo. What do you mean you're letting some guy use my office? I asked, sounding just as pissed off as I felt. The chief, Waldrop, shook his head. You don't use it, he said. And it's only for a couple of weeks while he investigates this area. Once he's done, you can have your office back. That was true. I store my uniform shirts in there, as well as my lunch, I told him. And he's not going to stop you from coming in there, and he won't eat your lunch, he said. Hell, he's not even going to use your desk. He brought a folding table and a computer chair with him. Your office is the biggest besides mine. I sighed. Fine. What case is he working on? The firewall case, he said, instantly making my gut clench. The firewall case was one of the ones I'd started to investigate and had hit a dead end on. It had been a murder of a young woman that had been about 23 years old. She was a feisty young woman that decided that her best way to make money was to sell her body on the internet. What started out as a way to make quick cash by a young woman had turned into her own nightmare. 4 months after she'd started to undress for money on a porn site, she started getting threatening letters through her computer. After the 4th instance, she'd taken her computer and her worry to me. However, as I'd started to look into it, the fucking shit had disappeared as if it had never been there in the first place. I'd gotten only a glimpse of it, then nothing. The next day the girl had been dead, and I had zero evidence to go on. Luckily, or unluckily, depending on how you looked at it, there were similar cases to the girl's, and I'd been able to turn in what little information I had to help with just a small piece of the puzzle that was forming. Son of a bitch, I mumbled. FBI? Yes, he answered. He'll be here around noon. He asked to hear your findings before you left for the day. I thought about what I had to do the rest of the day and nodded once. I have some paperwork to do that I usually do in the cruiser, I said. I can hang out here until then. Chief Waldrop nodded once. Sounds good. Thank you for cooperating. I grinned. Chief, did you expect me not to? He flipped me off. Go fuck yourself. 3 hours later, I had a man standing in my office that I never would have pegged as an FBI agent, let alone a computer/cyber crimes specialist. Nice to meet you, I said, holding out my hand to the man. My name is Castile Hendricks. FBI Special Agent Easton McKinnick. He took my hand and shook it once before letting it go. Nice to meet you, too. I hope I'm not intruding. Polite, as well as very well dressed. Noted. No, you're not. I shook my head. I very rarely have time to use this office, which is why the chief suggested you take over mine. I'm here really early and really late, for about an hour or two a day, if that. Most of my work is done out of the cruiser and at my home, so don't worry about intruding at all. Easton nodded once. His hair, which was perfectly styled, moved with him. Thank you, he said. Is there a particular part of the office you'd like me to occupy? I'll try my best to stay out of your way. I gestured to the large space in the corner of the room that was closest to the door, but still allotted him enough space to set up a table and a computer chair with plenty of room to spare. That has the most space, I indicated to the spot. But honestly, if you want to move my desk over, I'm more than happy to do that. It's a big office. The special agent was already shaking his head in the negative. No, that's not necessary, he said. Tell me about this case that you worked while I set my computer up. So I did, telling him about each and every detail that I could remember. By the time I was finished, the table was set up, his computer was humming on top of it, and he was staring at me as if he'd seen an apparition. You got more than anybody else. He shook his head. You actually saw the notes. I can see the notes too. Well, forensic whispers of them, as if I know something was once there that isn't any longer. He sighed. Means he slipped up, I guessed. Easton nodded. It does. Easton crossed his arms over his perfectly pressed dress shirt, then stared down at his boots. He was dressed as you'd expect an FBI agent to dress, but you could tell that he actually took pride in what he was wearing. The shirt he had on didn't come from Target. No, the way it fit him screamed custom made. The only reason I knew that was that I had a few of those same shirts myself for when I used to go have dinner with my ex-wife's family. The governor would have had a conniption if I'd shown up in anything less than perfectly tailored, pressed dress shirts. What else do you need from me? I asked, trying my hardest not to think about my ex. Because when I thought about my ex, I thought about my... Do you want to grab a bite to eat? He asked. I can go over what I have. It's nice to have someone to pick your brain with. Plus, I don't know any of the places here. I nodded once at his suggestion, thankful that he'd gotten my mind off that particular one-way track to hell. Yes, I confirmed. We can go to the donut shop on Main. They're not only donuts there, though. There's a lot of food selections, even healthy ones. Easton nodded. Sounds perfect. Let's go. So we did. And it also didn't slip my mind that I heard Jubilee mention the place to Turner yesterday at lunch. It also didn't slip my mind that I was likely doing myself an injustice. I didn't do well with rich bitches. In fact, I had half a heart to prove it.
Chapter 4. I'd be a terrible superhero. I'd see the signal in the sky and think I literally just sat down. Text from Turner to Jubilee. Turner. Who's the hottie in the suit next to Castile? My head snapped up to stare at said hottie, but I couldn't take my eyes off of Castile long enough to see the hottie. Where? I asked, almost on autopilot. Over there. Jubilee gestured with her chin in Castile's direction. Right next to him. I finally tore my eyes away from Castile for them to land on the man, and she was right. He was hot. Tall, dark, and handsome, with an air of refined menace about him. He was definitely hot as hell. But my eyes drifted back to the man that'd been dominating my dreams lately. The man that pissed me off to no end, and I still couldn't stop myself from staring at and dreaming about. Holy shit, they're coming this way, Jubilee whispered. Castile's looking at you like he doesn't like you again. I snorted. He came over and apologized for insinuating that I was fat, I explained. Then he left, pissed off all over again at something only he knows about. I didn't even say a word to him. Jubilee sniffed. I don't know much about that man. I mean, he's good friends with Z, but he doesn't share all that much. I mean, I know a lot about the other members, but Castile, it's like he's a closed book. I shrugged. Well, he can be a closed book all he wants as long as he stays on his shelf and I stay on mine. Because there wasn't any way in hell I was going to let him see inside my book, so to speak. But instead of stopping at our table to even offer a hello, he only nodded at Jubilee and kept going. Which was just fine, wasn't it? I wasn't offended that he didn't stop to make eye contact with me. Right? I'm getting a refill, I said. Do you want any? She looked at my glass that just so happened to be full. What are you going to do, put a small little dollop in it? She teased. I grimaced. I need more ice, thank you very much. And I did. Kind of. When I got up to the drink fountain, I poured out half of my unsweet tea and filled it all the way back up with ice. Once I had that accomplished, I added a splash more tea and then put a lid on it for good measure. It was when I was carefully peeling back a straw that Castile's smooth, deep voice said with amusement, Are you going to dilly-dally all day, darling? My hand tightened on the drink I was carrying, and the lid popped off, while half of my newly refilled tea spilled out onto the metal counter. I gritted my teeth and then unclenched my hand, automatically reaching for the paper napkins that were in a dispenser just past where the straws were residing. All the while I took my time. Not rushing because I didn't want the man behind me to know that he affected me in any way. I felt him move behind me, and then another empty cup was held out in front of my face. I reached up and took it, thankful that I hadn't had to turn around and go get one. "Thank you," I muttered. He snorted. "I guess it was kind of my fault that you broke yours." Then he was squeezing in between the wall and me, reaching halfway across my body to get to the ice machine. I took a step back, causing him to lift his brows up at me with laughter. "I'm not contagious." I shrugged. "I don't like being touched." Lied. I didn't like being crowded by a man that was so beautiful and sexy that it hurt. I also didn't like the way he made me feel. Needy with a chance of, I'm going to be wet all day now. Hell, I didn't even get this level of wetness when I worked. So I waited patiently for him to get his drink, sweet tea, and then move out of the way. Once he was gone, I finished cleaning up my mess, then took my time walking back to the table where Jubilee was happily eating the rest of her food. I sat down, glanced longingly at the burger that would have made me happy once upon a time, and then took a few more bites of my salad. "Did you hear that they recalled romaine lettuce?" Jubilee asked as she took a bite of her burger. "Yes," I said. "I also only have regular lettuce in here, as well as spinach. Did you not notice how they had that huge sign on the salad bar that said that there was no contaminated romaine lettuce?" She shook her head. "No," she admitted, "but I also didn't go near the salad bar." "Why do they have a salad bar at the donut place?" I asked curiously. "And why call it a donut place at all?" She shrugged. "There's donuts here, plus there are really good breakfast sandwiches." That was true, but still I thought it was weird. Not that it had stopped me from coming here. I loved this place. Not only was there a plethora of good food for the healthy to eat, but there was also a massive spread of unhealthy food, too. So a person at any stage, dieting or eating like normal, could come in here and eat happily any way that they wanted to. The name of the restaurant was actually called The Donut Place and had been called that for as long as I could remember. Jubilee said. "Are you okay?" I looked up to find her not staring at me, but at the woman across the aisle from me. She was staring at me like she knew me. "I swear to God," she squinted, "you look like someone I know." I looked at her Bobby LeBon t-shirt and her Dale Earnhardt Jr. ball cap and grinned. "I get that a lot," I told her honestly, "but I'm nobody special." I hadn't raced in quite a few years, but the die-hard NASCAR fans still knew me, thanks to my father and who he happened to be. They followed my very short career in racing, which hadn't been a thing in quite a long time. Castile's mandate made a scoffing sound, and I looked up and over 2 rows back to see him staring at me. "Huh," the woman said. "Well, then I'm sorry, but I swear you're the spitting image of someone I know. I just can't place them." I smiled and turned away, my eyes once again going to the man that was rolling his eyes. I narrowed my eyes at him and gave him a look. His eyebrows rose. "I can see that you're liked by everybody," Castile drawled, his legs stretched out in front of him, encroaching on the aisle. "Glad it's not just me." I turned away, embarrassed now. "I need to get to work," I sighed. "I have to get Mrs. Glasgow finished and Mr. Edinburgh started." Jubilee shoved what was left of her burger into her mouth and started nodding. "I need to go with you," she said. "I'm leaving my car here for Z to pick up later. He said that it's easier for him to get into this parking lot to get it, though, since it's on one of his colleagues' way home. If you don't mind, I'm going to catch a ride with you." I shrugged and stood up, too, very aware of the men at our back. I was also aware that I was in leggings and a t-shirt that barely covered my ass, and I was wearing granny panties because I was on my period. A period that made my life a living hell for 6 days out of every month, and I like to be comfortable if I had to be cramping. "I need to grab a donut to go," she said. "Can I meet you at the car?" I nodded and walked to the door, my cup of tea in one hand, and my palm going to the glass of the door. My body hit the door, though, and then the glass of tea exploded everywhere, causing me to jump back and curse. That was when I saw the door said pull and not push. Son of a bitch. I looked down at my soaking wet gray t-shirt, then at the black leggings that had almost become transparent. I then closed my eyes and counted to 10, trying to decide if I had enough time to get home, change, then get back to work and get those 2 jobs done before heading back home for my appointment at 2. I heard from my back. Do you need help? I turned over my shoulder to see a hesitant teenage girl staring at me with sympathy all over her face. My eyes went over her shoulder to see that I had the attention of every single occupant of the donut place. My face flamed and I shook my head. Nope. Sorry for the mess. She shrugged. It happens more than you'd think. I just bet it did. Taking one last look over the girl's shoulder at one occupant in particular, I saw that he was grinning, which only served to piss me off even more. He could just kiss my ass. Shit! Have a good one, I muttered as I walked out the door, this time paying attention to the sign and pulling instead of pushing. By the time Jubilee joined me at my car, she was staring at me warily. I have a pair of sweats in my car I can get for you, she offered. I scoffed. I'd be able to fit an arm into your sweatpants. My legs ain't happening. She rolled her eyes. So you're just gonna stay wet? She asked. I shrugged. It'll be okay. It wasn't okay. A few hours later, I was frozen solid from being in the cooler room with the dead bodies. I was also sticky, pissed off, and not wanting to deal with my agent who I knew was going to call me at any moment. Yet I did it anyway because that was what happened when you were an adult. You did things you didn't want to do. However, I did have time after arriving home to change out of my still wet clothes and into a pair of sweatpants before he called. And by the time that he finally got around to getting a hold of me 20 minutes late, I was kicked back in my living room chair, computer in hand, and waiting not so patiently. My phone finally rang, and I picked it up on the first ring. Hello, I answered. Turner, baby, how are you? Jeb drawled. I gritted my teeth. I'm well. How about you, Jeb? Good, good, he said. How are you doing on the most recent movie? Anything you need from me? Suggestions? He started to laugh at his inappropriate joke, and I rolled my eyes. No, thank you, I told him honestly. I'm doing just fine, but thank you for thinking of me. Lies. I wasn't thankful for him at all. Unfortunately, he'd come with my job. I was a porn caption writer for BrazenTube, the #1 porn site in the world. I wasn't really sure how I ended up with the job, but I loved it. It paid well, let me work my own hours, and let me pick up what work that I wanted. Oh, darling, Jeb said teasingly. Thinking of you is never a problem on my end. I made a gagging sound that I quickly covered up disguised as a cough. You sound sick, he said. I wrinkled my nose. Just a little tickle in my throat, I lied. Was there anything else that you wanted to talk about today? Yes, there was a new series that asked for you on their job specifically, he said without preamble. I'm forwarding over the details to you directly, though I have no doubt that you'll take the job. I didn't know about that. I was quite particular about what jobs I did and didn't take. Such as the animal porn ones, those I didn't do, even if the man was dressed up like a horse and not an actual horse. There was only so much that I could do and stomach. I waited on pins and needles as the email arrived. And when I saw that it was just a normal porn with a man and a woman, and no, they weren't brother and sister or anything because I fucking checked, I agreed to do it. Why did they specifically request me? I questioned, confused as to why anyone would request me over any of the other subtitle writers in this business. No idea, he said. I asked that too. He said that you made an impression on the last video that you did for him. I shrugged. Okay. When does this one need to be done by? I have about 4 ahead of him. He has a 2-week timetable before he'd like it to go live, he answered. He also offered a bonus if you'd record yourself live while writing the subtitles. I told him you wouldn't do it, but he wanted me to offer you the opportunity just in case you decided to say yes. I immediately shook my head. The reason that I was okay with doing this job was because it paid well and I could maintain my anonymity. But I was a curious person by nature. How much is the bonus? I questioned. $5,000, he answered. I nearly choked. The entire movie will be $1,000. Why would he offer me $5,000? 5 times the original payment to get me to record myself while I did the subtitles. I don't even talk when I do the subtitles, I cried out. That's what I said and asked, he admitted. I told him that you wore sweats and a sweatshirt too, so it wouldn't even give him a good blooper at the end. He paused. That's what he wants it for, though. He's known for his bloopers. They play at the end of the video and everyone gets a good laugh out of it. His following has blown up because of them. I was purely amazed, though I wouldn't be doing the recording. Well, tell him thank you for the generous offer, but no thank you, I said. I already told him you'd say that. I told him you were a rich bitch that didn't need that money, but he didn't care. He wanted me to ask you. I had a feeling he would have doubled that price if he'd have thought he'd get you. That made me shiver a little bit. Why would it be that important to him, and why must Jeb always call me a rich bitch? I wasn't a rich bitch. Technically. Yet. I was 25, and my fortune, as Jeb liked to call it, was in the form of a trust fund that wouldn't be mine until I was 28. If I got married and had a child before then, which most definitely wouldn't be happening because people had to be attracted to you to actually want to sleep with you to produce said child, then it'd be mine the day that I gave birth. Mostly I paid my own bills and paved my own way through life. Every once in a while, my father would give me something like my RV that he no longer needed or wanted. Another example was my Chevrolet truck. It was pretty, shiny, and brand freaking new. I'm talking so new that even the dealerships didn't even have these bad boys out yet. Yet here I was, sporting a truck that everybody oohed and awed over, though admittedly it was pretty. I'd gotten it the week of the incident, a day after Castile had commented on my brand new car and how I was driving it too fast. Then he'd seen me in the brand new truck a few days later, and his face had taken on a look of what one would say sucking on lemons. And why the hell was I thinking about Castile again? Anyway, Jeb said, get this job done. I'd suggest moving it up first on your list. Maybe he'll still give you a bonus. I rolled my eyes. The only reason Jeb wanted a bonus was because he wanted a cut of said bonus. He got 5% of every cent I made since he was the one that found me the jobs. Whatever, I said. I'm almost done with one. I'll work on that one next. Good, he said. And if you do decide to record yourself, let me know. I'd be happy to record it for you. I just bet he would. The creeper. All right. Have a good day, Jeb. I nearly choked on the nice words as they came out of my mouth. Oh, I will, he said silkily. I almost gagged. Bye. I hung up, then stared at the walls of my living room, wondering if I could get out of the thing I had to do next. Contest my ticket. Sighing, I grabbed my purse and headed for the courthouse. I'd originally planned on just paying the damn thing, but then I'd seen the fine for the ticket and had then talked to my insurance company, who had decided that since it would be my 4th ticket in a year, they'd be upping my insurance considerably. And since I didn't want to pay anything more on my insurance than I was already paying, I chose to contest the ticket. I'd been in the middle of my old chick's hair, an old chick that happened to be dead since that was what I did for a living, dead people's hair, when I'd gotten the call that my court date was today and not to be late. Which had then moved my phone meeting with Jeb up, meaning I hadn't finished my client for Jubilee, which also meant that I was now in a bad damn mood because I had to go back and do it tonight instead of working on my other job, which pissed me off because that wasn't how this worked. They didn't get to call me and tell me that today was my court date and expect me to show up. Sighing in frustration, I got out of my truck and slammed the door closed, beeping the locks with the keyless entry before practically stomping inside. And wouldn't it just be perfect if the first person I saw was none other than the reason I was there in the first place?
Chapter 5. She believed she could, but she was tired, lazy, and would also rather stay at home with her iPad, so she didn't. Text from Turner to Castile. Castile. She looked pissed. Her curly auburn hair was bouncing around her face with each stomp that she took in my direction. Then again, I'd be pissed too if I'd gotten the call that the court date to contest my ticket was moved up to an hour from now. Why had that happened? Because I'd been assigned to work on the case of the sex website serial killer with Easton by my chief, and to not work on anything else until I was no longer needed, meaning all my court cases were either rescheduled or dropped. However, instead of this one being dropped, this one was rescheduled for today, and woo boy did she look pissed. "Hello, Turner," I said carefully, wary of her angry mood. She turned her pale green eyes in my direction, then narrowed them. "Hendricks," she practically spat. Her cheeks colored, and I wasn't sure if that was because she was angry or because she was embarrassed. Whatever the reason, it was adorable. She was dressed in a black Sabbath t-shirt, black sweats, and black socks. Her hair was also falling out of her bun in all directions, making me want to tuck the strays behind her ears and back up into her ponytail. And there was one lone ringlet right in front of her eye that was bobbing back and forth with the wind. I couldn't help myself. I tucked it behind her ear. Then we both jumped as the alarm on the truck that I'd seen her get out of in the parking lot started to go off. "Shoot," she said, whipping around and fumbling with the keys that were still in her hand. "Turn off!" I took the keys from her hand and pressed the unlock button, effectively shutting off the panic mode she'd managed to enable when I'd touched her hair. "Here." I handed her back the keys. She snatched them from me. "Nice truck," I said, trying not to sound bitter. She'd had a brand new car when I'd pulled her over and given her a ticket, though. And now she had that? What the fuck? "Thanks," she said. "My dad gave it to me." I felt my stomach lurch at that announcement. The fact that it was something that my ex-wife Cher had gotten from her own father while we'd been together wasn't lost on me. That had been a rather large bone of contention when we were married. I'd wanted to give my wife stuff that I'd provided for her. I didn't want to compete with what Daddy could give her, which made me frown ferociously. "Why are you looking at me like that?" she asked curiously. I felt my face go devoid of emotion as I shrugged. "No reason. Do you want to follow me, since we're going to the same place?" She shrugged and stayed 2 steps behind me the entire way. I was laughing internally the whole time. I wasn't laughing at all an hour later when the judge, a die-hard NASCAR fan, was reminiscing with Turner about her father's skills on the track. I was fairly sure that the entire courtroom didn't know what to think when the normally unflappable Judge Hideaway lit up from the inside out at the mention of the man who was Turner's father. And it wasn't because Turner had brought it up. It was because Turner, who was apparently a skilled driver herself when she chose to drive, was recognized by the judge the moment she entered the courtroom. The ticket had been tossed out over 10 minutes ago, and now the two of them were talking about a race that had taken place a few weeks back where the truck I'd seen Turner arrive in had been given to her father as a congratulatory present on his big win. His 18th of the season, and his 200th of his career. "I just can't believe it," Judge Hideaway said again. "Hendricks, did you know that you were giving a NASCAR legend a ticket?" I shook my head. "No, sir. I just knew that she was driving fast in a part of town that normally had kids in it at that time of day." Granted, it had been a holiday the day I'd given a ticket, but it was unlikely that Turner had known that at the time. "It was a school holiday," Turner turned her glare on me, "which you damn well know." I waited for Judge Hideaway, who usually hated coarse language, to rip her a new one, but the old fucker laughed instead. Son of a bitch. I gathered my things to go, seeing as there was no reason I was still here, and waited for him to dismiss me. It took him another 10 minutes of reminiscing to realize he was holding up the court. "Well, I guess I better let you go," the judge said. "I hope you have a good holiday, and tell your dad good luck at the next race." Then his gavel banged, and I was up and on my feet. I didn't waste time marching straight out of the courtroom into my police cruiser. I'd just gotten to the door and had my hand on the door handle to unlock it when I saw Turner out of my peripheral vision, hightailing it to her truck as well. I didn't wait to make sure that she made it, though. Instead, I got inside my own vehicle and started it up before I could give Miss Fancy Pants a talking to. Chapter 6. What inspires me to get out of bed in the morning? My bladder, mostly. Castile's Secret Thoughts. Castile. Needless to say, my mood that day wasn't the greatest. So when I got to The Gates, a club recently acquired by the Bare-Bottom Guardians, I wasn't in the partying mood. However, since it was a celebration for Z and Jubilee's upcoming marriage, I was going. They were getting married the next day, and tonight was the night we were celebrating their upcoming nuptials. They would all be gathered in the back room. I was likely the last to arrive, and that was due to me spending the entire day trying to clear my schedule of everything but what I was about to start working on with Easton. Easton, who, despite his pretty boy looks, was a slave driver and knew his craft well. I'd been doing this detective business for going on 8 years now, but Easton had been doing it for going on 15, and you could tell. He knew his shit. Even more, he was a fucking whiz at the computer and could do things I hadn't even heard of. If I had to share my office with someone, at least it was him. I would have fucking hated having to share it with someone that didn't work. "Yo, fucker," I heard from behind me. I turned to find Liner there, leaning against the side of the building I'd yet to go in. "Hey, what's up, man?" I asked, walking over to him and offering him my hand. He took it and shook it once before letting it go. "Nothing much," he grumbled. "Thinking about how bad next week is going to suck?" I frowned. "Why?" "There's a storm coming, and they expect it to be pretty fucking bad," he groaned. "Tornadoes in goddamn November. Who the fuck knew?" I thought about that. They did say in the Farmer's Almanac that this year would be colder and wetter. I guess that could be the truth. I shrugged. But even if it wasn't ice, it'd still be a storm. He grunted out an agreeing sound. "You got that right," he said. "I'd be out in that storm no matter which way it went." "True enough," I said as I gestured to the door. "Why aren't you inside?" "There was a lot of squealing going on when Jubilee got some presents, and I got a bitch of a headache," he said, eyes scanning the parking lot behind me. "And I thought I saw someone in there that I knew. Came out here when she did, and didn't find her." "Who was it?" I asked, curious. He shrugged. "No one." "Uh-huh. No one. Sure. But I wouldn't pry. If he didn't want to tell me, who was I to say that he had to?" "Coming inside?" I asked curiously. "Nope." He paused. I was going to give it a few more minutes. Maybe I did see her, maybe I didn't. I just want to know for sure. I gave him a thumbs up. "I'll see you inside then," I said. He nodded once. "Sounds good." But when I got inside, the first thing I saw was her. She wasn't in anything I'd ever seen her in before either. She was wearing a dress. A skin-tight dress that showed off some of the best assets I'd ever seen on a woman before. I'd seen her in tight clothes, of course. I'd seen her in tight pants. Then I'd seen her in tight tops and sweats. Hell, I'd seen her in a dress before, but god damn, I hadn't seen her in one like that. She took my breath away, and, I was ashamed to say, made my dick so hard that I found it increasingly hard to think. I practically forced myself to look away from where she was standing next to Z and Jubilee, and found the first waitress I could catch and ordered a beer. I would have gone for something a little bit stronger had I not been needed back at work the next morning, bright and goddamn early. "What's that look for?" Bayou asked as I came to a stop next to him. He was holding another member's daughter, Astrid. Astrid belonged to Rome and Izzy. At a quick glance, I didn't see a single one in sight. "Where are her overprotective parents?" I asked, reaching for the rare gift. It was very rare indeed to find a little girl without one or both of them hovering close. "Bathroom," he said, sounding amused as he gave up the treasure. "I highly fucking doubt they're both using the bathroom for its intended purposes," I said as I curled the baby up against my chest. She was much bigger than the first time I held her, but she still felt tiny in my arms. A pang of longing went through me as I wished for the impossible, but I quickly shoved those thoughts aside. They wouldn't get me anywhere, and since I couldn't fix the past, I'd have to stay in the future. Especially since the past needed lots and lots of alcohol to maneuver the minefield that was my memories. "Hey, let me hold her," I heard a whine to my right. I looked over to see Wade holding out his hands as if I would give her right up. "You can fuck right the hell off," I said as I snuggled the sleeping girl closer. She wrapped one of her tiny arms partially around my neck and flipped her head so that she was drooling down my neck, melting my heart. "I just got her. But I never get to hold her," he said. I grinned and offered him my free hand. "How's the leg?" I hadn't seen him in quite a few weeks. He and his wife and newly adopted children had gone home to visit with their parents early before the holiday, celebrating because Wade's parents had decided to go on a month-long cruise around the world for the majority of the next 3 weeks. It was weird because I usually saw Wade more often, but lately, with all he had going on, I hadn't had the opportunity. He wasn't only my friend, but a good buddy that I counted on to be one of the go-betweens for interdepartment cooperation. He worked for the Bare Bottom Police Department, and he and I shared information that connected with multiple cases. "It's doing great, actually," he admitted. I studied his face and realized that he was, in fact, doing great. A while ago, if I'd been doing the same thing I was doing now, I would have realized he was lying. Yet, neither one of us would have called him out on his lie. Because I was hurting just as badly as him, but in a completely different way. Who was I to call him on his shit when I wasn't even acknowledging my own? "That's good to know, man," I said, eyes going around Wade to look for his wife. "Where's that woman of yours?" He gestured with his chin in the direction of the bathrooms. "One of the kids needed cleaned up after having some cake." I snorted, which caused the little girl in my arms to shift and start to stir. She sat up sleepily and blinked, unsurprised to find herself in arms that weren't either of her parents. She wasn't picky about the club brothers or their wives, but that was where the line was drawn. If they weren't her tribe, then they weren't allowed to hold her. Lucky for me, I was part of the select few that she allowed the privilege. Her smile was heartwarming when she saw who was holding her. After taking a few long blinks, she threw her arms back around my neck and stayed there, causing me to nearly weep. I missed this. God, did I miss this. "She being good?" Rome's voice came from behind me. I turned slightly to see Izzy darting away to the food table and Rome walking closer and closer to us, his eyes on his daughter and nothing else. "Yep," I said. "I've had her for all of 2 seconds, though. You can't have her back yet." Rome grinned as he arrived and ran one finger down the line of his daughter's spine, causing her to giggle. She didn't let me go, though, only tightened her hold around my neck. She didn't realize it, but she was giving me something that I wanted badly. I closed my eyes and relished the way it felt to have tiny arms around my neck again, laughing in my ear, and when I opened them once more, it was to have 3 men looking at me like they knew my secret. They did know it, of course. That was one of the deciding factors as to why I was allowed into the MC at all. I wasn't sure what brought me to Bare Bottom. Hell, I'd just driven away and hadn't looked back that horrible day. I wasn't sure why I stopped in Bare Bottom. Hell, I wasn't even sure why the hell I'd done what I'd done in leaving in the first place. I should have fought. Should have made it to where Cher had a fight on her hands. But I didn't want that for my nephew. I didn't want him to have to fight between 2 people, one that really did only want the best for him and one that only felt an obligation. The day I'd left had been the hardest day of my life. Literally, walking out that door and getting on my bike had been seriously wrong and foreign. I felt like I should turn around every single mile that had spread, which had partially been why I'd landed in Bare Bottom. At the time I'd arrived and pulled up a chair in a diner in a town that I hadn't even looked at the name of as I'd entered the city limits, now I felt the town's name was fitting. I really was at the bottom. Seriously, there was nowhere else that I could go but up from that point. At least, that was what I'd thought. And that had been where I'd found the motorcycle club, the Bare Bottom Guardians MC. They'd been sitting at the table across from me, talking and laughing. I'd spent 10 years in the military, 5 years as a police officer for Kilgore, Texas, and I'd left it all behind because she had asked me to. Cher, the homewrecker. The men of the club, they looked like they had all their shit together. They looked like they enjoyed life. And I hadn't realized that I'd even garnered their attention until I'd been sitting on my bike after lunch, wondering where to go from there. "Oh, shit," I heard a voice curse, interrupting my inward musing. Dude, he almost decked her. I turned in time to see Turner on her knees, staring up at some man that was rearing back for another punch. Only before he could finish the downward arc of his fist, Turner reared back herself and arrowed a line drive, ramming her fist straight into the man's balls. The man fell over like a tree that had been cut, hitting the ground with a loud thump as he cried out in pain. Turner stood up then, glared at the man, and then reared back her foot and kicked him again, this time in the face. Dirty. I like it, Wade mumbled. Shouldn't one of y'all be doing something? Rome asked with amusement. I would have, I admitted, but she seemed like she was handling it just fine. I would have too, but I'm off duty until Monday, Wade laughed. I sighed and handed the baby over reluctantly to Wade, who took her with a grin on his face. I'll handle it, I mumbled. Moments later, I was pushing through the crowd that had gathered around the downed man and Turner, who was giving the downed man a talking to. And if some woman says no, she likely means fucking no, unless she's previously stated otherwise. Do you understand me? Turner hissed, her hands on her knees as she bent over to give the man a piece of her mind. I felt something inside of me clench. And when she says no and tells you no repeatedly that she doesn't want to dance and you try to dance with her anyway, then you get pissed when she punches you in the throat, that's on you too. I closed my eyes as I envisioned what had just happened. The man had gotten pissed that she'd defended herself, had pushed her to the ground or something similar, and then she'd retaliated. Do you need any help? I heard asked from the other side of the huddle. My eyes went that way to see a man in the crowd around her who was about my size, 6'3" or so, with dark brown hair and hazel eyes, staring at Turner as if he wanted to eat her alive. Turner looked up and said, No. The man grinned. It looks like you could use it. I stepped in then, clearly realizing that Turner was about to lose her shit on a second man that night. She's got help, buddy, I said stiffly. All of you, take a hike. And since I was who I was and was wearing my bare-bottom Guardian's MC cut, all of them left. All of them but the brown-headed, helpful man that hadn't taken his eyes off of Turner long enough to see the threat standing directly in front of him. I said, I repeated, pulling Turner back by her hand, that she has help. You may leave. Turner came back willingly, not shaking off my hand or even trying to. She must have realized that there was something more going on here, and I really didn't like the look of the guy that had yet to look at me. His eyes were practically boring holes into Turner. The more he stared, the more Turner started to get wigged out. How about you go back and stay with the boys, I suggested to Turner. Realizing that she didn't want to stay any more than I wanted her there, she turned on her heel and hurried away. It was only when she disappeared into the throngs of bare-bottom guardians that the man finally looked at me. His lips twitched as he said, I'm leaving. The man on the ground groaned, but I realized who the real threat was here. And it wasn't the dumbass who had the audacity to punch, or try to punch, a woman in the middle of a bar that was brimming with cops. It was this dude, with his unnerving, unflinching gaze as he stared at me like he knew something I didn't. You do that, I said, eyes never leaving him. The man smiled, and he was gone a moment later, weaving into a crowd of people and being swallowed up as if by design. I gestured to the prospect that was by the front door that had been watching the entire thing and gestured to the man headed his way. The prospect, Jarrett Bales, nodded once and clocked the man, then followed him outside moments later. I trusted the prospect. He was one of mine. I'd met him while in the Navy. He'd been a newbie when I'd been 2 years in, and we'd passed quite a few times in our time in the service. When I'd gotten out the last time, we'd become friends through gaming, and had stayed that way since. When he'd told me he was getting out during a game of Call of Duty one night, I'd suggested he come here, and the rest was history. Once I was sure the little prick was taken care of, I called another prospect over to deal with the trash. Make sure he knows that this one is banned from the club, I said, and any other bare-bottom Guardians establishment from now on. With that, I went back to the group of men. Who was that prick? Rum asked, eyeing the door that the asshole had walked out of.
No idea, but I put Jared on him, I said. We'll see what he can find out. Time to patch him in, Bayou mumbled. Been meaning to talk to you about him and Slate. Slate was actually Rome's brother-in-law and an ex-cop that was serving the last few years of a 10-year sentence for killing his fiance's murderer. Though if everything went well, he'd be getting out on parole in 2 months for his good behavior at his next hearing. Saying that, however, someone in the prison system had a hard-on out for Slate and was doing his damnedest to make sure that he never made it that far. There'd been 18 attempts on his life in the last 6 months, and each of those was getting even closer to making sure that he never reached parole. Luckily, the prison system that Slate was currently occupying belonged to Bayou, who was able to put Slate in solitary confinement. And when Slate was out of solitary confinement, he was able to put Slate into places where he knew he was less likely to be attacked. I agree, I concurred. It's been a long time coming for each of them. Slate had been sponsored by Rome, who happened to be married to Izzy, Slate's sister. Who's Slate? I stiffened at the feminine words and turned slightly to my right and looked down to see her. Where'd you come from? I asked carefully. I've been standing here the whole time, she answered. It's not my fault you're exceptionally unobservant. I swallowed hard, trying to control not just my impulse to walk away, but also my impulse to pull her roughly into my arms and kiss the living shit out of her. There were a few chuckles that came from the men that were watching the play-by-play, and I felt my hand twitch in reaction to her words. Not because I wanted to beat her, but because I wanted to spank her ass while I fucked it. Jesus, what the hell was wrong with me? Okay, I said, shrugging and trying to act like she didn't affect me. You okay? I knew she was okay. I just didn't know what to say to her. I'm fine, she narrowed her eyes. Why do you ask? I chuckled under my breath and brought one hand up to rub at my neck. I can't ask you if you're okay after being struck down by a man twice your size? No, she said. Not when you know I'm okay. Okay, then. Well, then, I finally said, unsure what to say. Okay, she countered. Fine. Then she walked away, and I swear to God, I almost cried a little bit seeing her ass that up close and personal in that tight dress that left nothing to the imagination. There was no way in hell she was wearing underwear. None. Why don't y'all just fuck already? I turned to find Z standing behind me, watching me watch her walk away. Because unlike you, who likes the feistiness and enjoys the attitude, I don't, I told him. Why are you looking at me like that? Wade snorted, and Liner, who'd also appeared at some point with Z while I was checking out Turner's ass, said, I give it another 2 weeks max. I rolled my eyes. I'd take that bet, I told him. And you'd lose. Liner shrugged. We'll see. I wasn't sure how it happened. 1 second the entire club was there milling about in the parking lot talking, and the next everyone was gone. While I'd been on the phone with Easton talking him through a case that I'd had that might have been related to the ones he was working, everybody left. The only ones left were me and one other person. One other person that had royally ticked me off that day and had continued to do it all night as I watched her dance with man after man that wasn't me. Why that pissed me off, I didn't know. But it did. And I wasn't too sure I wanted to dig into the why of it just yet. Because at this point I wasn't sure I was willing to agree with what I found when I did. I sighed and walked up to the woman that was staring at her brand-new truck with consternation written all over her face. Why are you still here?
Chapter 7. Have a threesome? No thanks. If I wanted to disappoint 2 people at once, I'd go out to dinner with my parents. Turner to a random man. Turner. I sighed at hearing the man's voice that had been doing his best to annoy the crap out of me all night. Not a second had gone by that I hadn't felt his gaze on me, judging me for every little thing that I did. I can't find my keys, I said softly. I'm gonna have to call my dad tomorrow. For now, can you drop me off at Jubilee's? And for some reason, that set him off. He started laughing, and it wasn't a nice laughter either. It was laughter at me, which pissed me off. Oh, that's rich, he wheezed, wiping his eyes as the hilarity of whatever he was laughing at hit him. Do you know how to do anything without calling your father? And all of a sudden, I was pissed too. But before I could stop myself, I blurted it all out. Why? What does it matter if I call my father? I just couldn't help it. I had to know why it mattered. You could have called a locksmith, he said, or you could have called the dealership, yet you chose to call your father. I narrowed my eyes at the annoying man. Because he has the extra set of keys in case this happens, I growled, wanting to explain to the damn man that I was notorious for losing my keys, and my parents had not only an extra set of my truck keys, but also my car keys, my house keys, the keys to the funeral home, as well as a set of keys to my storage unit. What is your problem with me? I asked, fuming. I don't know what I've done to you all of a sudden to warrant this kind of nastiness, but I'm telling you, it's not fair. I've worked hard to get what I have. So I have a new truck my dad gave me. You want to know what would have happened to it had I not driven it? It would have sat in his garage at home gathering dust. I paused, gauging his reaction to my words. You worked hard, he scoffed. Did working hard get you your RV? Did working hard get you that truck? I'll bet you're spoiled fucking rotten. I shrugged. I may be, but I'm not dumb. I don't act like a spoiled little rich kid. I don't spend my daddy's money like I could. Castile rolled his eyes at that comment. I swear he did it so hard that he had a real possibility of actually hurting himself. You wouldn't know hard work if it kicked you in the teeth, Castile countered. Daddy's money has probably always been there for you. You don't know what it's like to struggle to make ends meet. You don't know what it's like to wonder when your next meal will be. Hell, I bet that you've never worried about money at all because in the back of your mind, even if you run out of your own, you have him as backup. You know he'll always be there to bail you out. He had me there. I'd never wanted for anything in my life. Not a damn thing. Yet, I had been doing it almost on my own since I left the house at 18. He had no right to judge me. He didn't even know me. I had no clue what to say. By the way, he said, suddenly gesturing to his bike. I can't take you to Z's. Tomorrow's the day they get married. I'm not taking away his last day with her by dropping you off with them. They wouldn't care, I replied angrily. They probably wouldn't, but I would, he snarled. I know what it's like to have someone else always choose the best friend over the husband, and I'm not putting them into the position to do that. I didn't know what to say to that. I knew there was a story there, that there was something more going on here than even I knew. Something more than the eye could see, which was kind of comical. Here was a person that I had quite a bit in common with, and he hated my guts due to something I'd probably never be privy to. So where am I going to go? I asked, deflated. My place, he answered. I scoffed. I'm not going to your place. He turned his back on me and started to walk to his bike. Then you can stay here. I growled in frustration. Then, just to piss him off and show him that I wasn't scared of him, I stomped my way toward him and gestured to his bike. I'm not sure what I'm doing here. Do you get on first, or do I? In answer, Castile got on first, then held out his hand. I held up a finger and handed him my purse. He frowned as I started digging around in it, but his eyes cleared when I pulled a pair of bike shorts out of the depths of my purse. So sue me, I like to be prepared, and proceeded to slip them on under my dress without a second thought. I then mounted the bike like I'd done it every day. In reality, it had been my very first time to ever do something like that, and it was incredibly awkward. I was honestly surprised that I didn't end up falling on my face or kicking the tailpipe with my shin. Once I was settled behind him, I tried to decide what to do next. But he took that choice out of my hands as he reached behind me and scooted me up by placing both hands on my lower ass cheeks and yanking me forward. I went from having about 6 inches of space between the inside of my thighs and Castile's hard ass to nothing. Not 1 single inch. I was plastered to him from the inside of my knees all the way to the juncture of my thighs. and up to my unbound breasts that felt like they were covered by a silk sheet instead of a well-made dress that did really well at holding all my jiggly bits in. And then he started the monster we were sitting on, and I didn't bother to hold back the moan. He didn't hear me, of course, but I wouldn't have been able to stop it even if I'd wanted to. "Put your arms around me so I don't have to worry about you falling off," he ordered harshly over the loud roar of the motor. That was the last thing in this world that I wanted to do. Why? Because as I leaned forward, my sensitive breasts, God, so sensitive all the damn time, pressed up against Castile's back. My nipples were hard points, and there was no way in hell that he didn't feel them. My arms went loosely around his waist, and I swear to God, I saw heaven. He had abs. I suspected, of course, but knowing and thinking are two very different things. He had great abs. Abs that felt like hard ridges and valleys underneath my not-searching fingertips. Oh, God, I wanted to run my fingers up and down each dip and rise, drag them over his belly as I rode his shit. "Hold on tighter," he ordered. And when he did, his belly flexed underneath my fingertips, causing my arms to tighten around him anyway due to the definition in his abdominals. "Okay," I said. I held on tighter. And then we were shooting off through the quiet streets of Bear Bottom, weaving in and out of side roads, alleys, and cut-throughs, until we were well and truly flying down the interstate. I'd felt adrenaline before. I'd felt exhilaration before. I'd never, not once in my life, felt like I did right then. Going 200-plus miles an hour was everything, but going fast with nothing around us to stop the ground from rushing up and swallowing us whole, that was an entirely different ballgame. And by the time we arrived at Castile's quiet place in the middle of nowhere 20 minutes later, I was fairly convinced that he'd have to do this again with me. Even if he didn't say a word, and neither did I had to experience it one more time. By the time he parked in front of a sprawling little shack of a house in the middle of an open field, my heart was pounding, and my hands were slick with sweat. He stopped the bike just short of being on the little postage stamp-sized front porch and got off, offering me his hand. I took it, thankful that I had a pair of shorts on underneath my dress, because the damn thing had ridden up even farther to expose my entire lower half during the ride over. "This is a nice little place," I found myself saying as I pushed the dress back down below my crotch. He watched silently as I did, and didn't reply until I looked up at him. "Thanks," he said dryly. I narrowed my eyes. "You don't think that I like it?" He shrugged. "I think that you may like it, but it's probably not up to your standards." "I stayed in a cabin at the lake for 3 weeks before my dad forced his RV on me," I told him. "Honestly, I prefer that over what I have, but my dad is right, unfortunately. I'm a well-known person that could easily be stalked thanks to my father's followers. It's been known to happen. It had happened twice before, actually, and it definitely wasn't a fun experience. I'd tried doing it my way, only to find out that my way didn't work, which had been partially why I moved out of the house that had been close to Jubilee. Not only had her stalker wired my place as well, but I'd also had an overzealous fan of my father's break in to steal something of his, despite my father not actually living with me and all. But after that incident paired with Jubilee's crazy guy, I just couldn't stay in that place anymore. I had to get away." "Your dad had a lot of crazies?" he asked, pulling out a set of keys and completely dismissing me. I wasn't sure if I was relieved by that or offended. I was feeling a lot of emotions right then, and a lot of them were centered in my vagina. I wanted him. Badly. So badly, in fact, had he acted like he wanted me even a little bit, I would have let him have me. Honest to God, I was beginning to find out that a lot of things when they came to Castile I had no control over. My body's reaction being one of those things. "Yes," I said as I followed him up the porch steps and into his dark, cold house. I instantly shivered and wrapped my arms around my belly to try to retain some of my heat. Since I'd lost weight, I'd turned into a big weenie. I couldn't go outside during 60-degree weather without needing a freaking coat. Before, 60 degrees would be what I was comfortable in wearing shorts and a tank top. "And they follow you around or something trying to get to him?" he asked. I didn't really want to get into this. It was bad enough that I got into it with my father. Getting into it with a cop who already disliked me, yeah, no. Searching for something to change the subject, I started to gaze around the small cabin that Castile was busy moving around turning on lights. My eyes hit a guitar that was leaning up against the wall next to the door. "You play?" I asked before I could stop myself. I loved playing guitar. Loved it. "Sometimes," he muttered, sounding reluctant to answer. A man of many words. He disappeared into what I assumed was the bedroom and came back out moments later with a pillow and blanket. One that looked like it came straight off his bed. He threw them down onto the couch and then pointed to another door that I hadn't seen before. "Bathroom is through there. There's a pair of sweats and a t-shirt on the counter that I had on earlier if you want to change." "Do you mind if I stay up a bit?" I asked curiously. Then, before I could explain why, he was heading away again. "Knock yourself out," he muttered. Then the door to the bedroom slammed, and that was the last thing I heard the rest of the night. With nothing else left to do, I started texting my mother. I hadn't heard from her in the last couple of hours, and that was odd for us. She answered immediately. "Turner, I met a guy." "Mom, is he ugly?" Turner, "Burn. No, but I met one. And he isn't ugly, but he has no interest in me." "Do you think they make a magic love potion that'll make someone love you?" Mom, "No, sorry. You have to find a person that loves you for you, like your mother." I smiled at my mother's words. She was definitely a no-nonsense kind of woman. "Turner, this one probably will never happen. He thinks I'm a spoiled rich kid." "Mom, you are a spoiled rich kid." I snickered and tapped out my next reply. "Turner, what time will you be here for Thanksgiving? I don't know what you want me to make either." "Mom, ice." Turner, I read a meme the other day. It said if they tell you to bring ice, you can't cook. Mom, stale ice. Turner, Mom, I can cook like the Dickens. Mom, I don't even know what cook like the Dickens means, but I don't want to know. Plus, I can cook better than you. I'll need you to sample everything, though. I rolled my eyes. My mother had just had her gastric bypass a few weeks before at my encouragement and was doing wonderfully. However, the downside of her having the surgery so close to Thanksgiving meant that she couldn't sample any of her wonderful food. Then again, I wouldn't be able to either. Turner, better call Bud in for support. Mom, already done, baby. He can't come for the holiday, but I called him. Now go to bed. I'll talk to you in the morning. I smiled at my mom's words, then texted the words that I always ended our conversations with. Turner, I love you. Mom, love you small, love you big, love you like a little pig. Chapter 8. Fun parenting game. Take a shot every time your child whines. Disclaimer, don't do this. You'll die. Coffee cup. Turner. The loud blaring of my phone woke me from a dead sleep, and I jolted upright, confused and heart-pounding. It took me a long time to figure out what exactly was making the sound, but when I did, I reached for my phone and had it placed to my ear moments later. Peripherally, I was aware of the bedroom door opening and a large figure filling the near blackness, but my heart was pounding so hard that I couldn't make sense of much else. God, my cell phone was loud and scary when it went off in the middle of the night. "Hello?" I answered, sounding sleepy and confused. "Turner." My father's deep voice filled the phone. He sounded worried. "Something happened to your mom." My heart started pounding, and I moved until my feet were hanging off the side of the couch. "What happened? Is she okay?" I asked as I reached blindly for my glasses that I'd had to put on the night before. I kept an emergency stash of stuff in my purse in case I needed it. My contacts case, an extra pair of underwear, my glasses, even a couple of baby wipes. "She was having shortness of breath," he said. I rubbed my hand over my face to try to control the urge to pound my head against the table that was in front of me. "And how is she now?" I pushed. My dad, when it came to my mom, was a lovesick fool. He was cool, calm, and collected as long as it didn't come to Patty Hooch. When Patty Hooch came into the picture, however, all bets were off. My father was well and truly gone for her. I don't know, he admitted, sounding lost and confused. I'm at the hospital in this little room, and they won't let me back to see her. He paused. They said her heart stopped on the way here. That had me shooting to my feet. Before, all he told me was that she had shortness of breath, which, unfortunately, was normal for my mother. She was overweight and, unfortunately, not as good as walking as she used to be when she was smaller. Which was why I'd encouraged her to have the surgery. I wanted her to experience life. I wanted her to meet her grandbabies. I wanted her to watch them and love on them and tell them that they were her whole heart, exactly like she did with me. What hospital, Daddy? I said, reaching for my purse and shoes at the same time. The one in Kilgore, he said. We were on our way to see you, coming down early. I moaned a little bit in the back of my throat and said, I'll be there in 15 minutes. Don't freak out. I love you. He hung up without saying it back. Everything okay? I heard from the doorway. I shook my head and started for the door, only to realize that I'd been brought here by Castile. Need a ride? I stuttered out. My mom. No, everything is not okay. He didn't ask why. He didn't complain. He only turned around and went back into his room, flicking the lights on as he did. I realized then that I really had to go to the bathroom, and there was no reason that I couldn't go while I was waiting for him. So I did, trying not to think about my mom or my dad or anything really. I tried to think about other things, like what work I had to do tomorrow and when I would have to be at the funeral home to help with decorating for the next funeral or being in my best friend's wedding. By the time I got out of the bathroom, I'd managed to calm my racing heart minutely, and Castile was already waiting for me. I swallowed hard and followed him out the door. He didn't take me to his bike, though. No, he took me to an old car that looked beautiful. Nice car, I said. Is it a Nova? Yeah, he confirmed, opening the passenger side door for me to get in. It is. Thank you. I slid into the seat and then fell to pieces. He shut the car door and rounded it. By the time he was getting in, too, I was already well into a minor panic attack. I was hyperventilating, crying hard, and I could hardly think. What hospital? He asked as he started to back out of his spot. Kilgore, I whispered through the tears. He shifted through the gears, and only when he was in the one he needed did he reach for my hand. He'll be okay, he promised. I swallowed hard. What if she dies? I asked bluntly. Unfortunately, it'll still be okay, he replied. All right, I whispered brokenly. Good, he said. Now get yourself under control. You don't know anything yet. Instead of asking him how he knew what happened, I knew my dad talked really loud. I decided to take his advice. I closed my eyes and tried to control my tears. It wouldn't do to go walking into that emergency room with my heart already torn into pieces. Castile was right. I didn't know what happened just yet. She could be just fine. But she wasn't just fine. Which I found out 20 minutes later when I was led back to a little room. Mr. Hooch, the doctor said as she came to the little room, will you come with me? I saw my father unfold his tall frame out of the uncomfortable-looking leather seat and stand to his full height. He looked so lost and confused that I couldn't help rushing to him and wrapping my arms around his waist. Come on, baby. Let's go, Dad said. I swallowed hard and decided to do as told, turning around and starting out of the room with my hand in my father's. I was stunned to see Castile leaning against the wall talking to the doctor. I felt a shiver run through me at the expression on his face. Y'all, please follow me, she said. So he did. And I looked at Castile again for any indication as to what we were about to walk into. However, his face was no longer what it was before. It was now blank. His cop face, the same one that had given me a ticket what felt like forever ago. I felt a shiver of fear roll down my spine. "I just want you to know that we're about to go into the trauma room," the doctor said, drawing my attention once again to her. "When the ambulance arrived at your RV, Mr. Hooch, it was in response to her shortness of breath, correct?" "Yes," Dad said. "Well, when she got into the ambulance, her heart stopped 3 times on the way to the hospital," the doctor explained. "Each time it stopped, they were able to get it started again, but as she was arriving, it stopped again. When she got here, we were able to get it started." She opened the door, and that was when I saw my mother with a sheet covering her. She had a man at the head of the bed that was blowing oxygen into her lungs through a mask that was covering my beautiful mother's face. However, every time we get it started and working again, it stops. I swallowed hard and felt nausea roll through my belly. There was a man at her side with a metal instrument holding it to her side. "That's a Doppler. We're searching for her heartbeat," the doctor explained when she saw my attention was focused elsewhere. I nodded once in understanding. "We believe that your wife has suffered a pulmonary embolism," the doctor said, "but unfortunately, we're not able to—" "No more heartbeat," the man said with the metal instrument. Then right in front of our eyes, he started to do chest compressions on my mother. Her body flopped around uselessly, and the man at her head tried in vain to get her head to stay still as he continued to breathe for her. "We've maxed out every medication that modern medicine has to offer that'll help in this situation," the doctor said, seemingly unfazed by my mother receiving CPR right next to her. I closed my eyes and shook my head, unable to think. "Can we take this outside?" Castile asked from behind us. Dad nodded, and I felt relief pour through me. I didn't want to be here anymore. I could see things now that a daughter should never see. My mother's sheet had slipped off of her, and there was quite a bit of her exposed to the air. Yes, the doctor said. "We can go back to the room." We made it into the hall before I could no longer help it anymore. "You're saying that you want to stop chest compressions," I blurted. The doctor turned, as did Castile. My dad froze beside me. The doctor didn't beat around the bush as she replied. "I can keep her alive through machines. Most likely." She looked me straight into the eye. "What about her quality of life?" I asked. "What are her chances of getting better?" The doctor looked sad as she said, "Slim to none. She probably would never be the same woman that you once knew." I looked down at my feet. "Stop compressions." I felt my heart stop. My breathing stalled in my lungs, too. My dad's voice had sounded like it was being strangled on the way out of him. Swallowing hard, I nodded. "She wouldn't want to be kept alive by machines," I confirmed. Castile's hand swallowed mine, and I felt the tears start up anew. "I'll go stop them," the doctor said. "You can all follow me back to the room," another woman said, startling me. "Prue," I heard Castile say. Prue, why was that name so familiar? I looked up through watery eyes to see a beautiful blonde woman staring at me with sympathy, but the why or how I knew her wasn't computing at that point in time. I turned and watched as the doctor walked back into the room. Then I watched further as she spoke with each and every person that was working on my mother. As one, each of them stopped what they were doing. One grabbed the sheet that had slipped during their race to save her and repositioned it over her body, covering everything vital. Another turned and put down the paddles that were in his hands. As one, they all turned and watched as the final man started back up with the Doppler. When he shook his head, I knew. She was gone. Just like that. It didn't matter that hours before she'd been talking to me like normal. It didn't matter that in 2 months we were going to Disney World. It didn't matter that in a week it was Thanksgiving, or in 4 more weeks it was Christmas. My whole entire world shattered. The tears that had been threatening spilled over once again, and I blindly turned and started away, set on going somewhere to cry this out. But then Castile was there, wrapping his strong arms around me. He smelled good, like spice, wood, and leather. And for once I felt small in a man's arms. I cried even harder then because my mom would have had that one day. She would have lost a ton of weight. She would have been mobile and able to do things that she hadn't been able to do since I was a kid. And my dad would have loved her just the same. Because my mother was his girl, his one and only, the NASCAR to his track. "Do you mind if I go and sit with her?" my dad asked, startling me out of my contemplation. "The house supervisor will go get her cleaned up and then you can go in there with her, however long you want," Prue said. "Do you want us to move her to a smaller room, one that allows you more privacy?" I swallowed hard when my father didn't reply. And I looked over to find him looking alone, lost and devastated. "If you don't mind," I said, pulling away only slightly so that my face was no longer buried in Castile's chest. "I'd like it if she was moved. Is it okay if we go back to that little room? I have to call my family, and I don't really want to do it in your hallway." Prue nodded quickly. "Yes, that's perfectly fine. You use that room as long as you need it." I hated that room and never wanted to see it again. I now understood exactly what it was. A grieving room. A room that they put you into when they know that whoever you're there to see has died or is about to die. "Thank you," I said softly. Castile pulled away then, but not far. Only far enough that he could wrap his arm around my shoulder and guide me to where I wanted to go. When we passed my father, I grabbed his hand and pulled him along with me. He came willingly, shuffling along like his entire world had just stopped. Had died right along with my mother. I didn't blame him. I was feeling quite hollow myself. And the tears? Those wouldn't stop. No matter how much I told myself that I needed to get it under control. It was long minutes later when I finally got my sobbing to a more manageable level that I called Bud. I didn't want my dad to have to do it, mainly because I was here and could make the call. But mostly because I was fairly sure that my dad would break down in sobs, and I couldn't handle it that right then. So I dialed the number of my other half, my twin brother, and pressed call. It rang 3 times and he didn't answer. I dialed again, he didn't answer. After the 4th try, I looked at my watch. I wasn't wearing it. I must have left it on Castile's end table. "It's 3:53. Castile's chest rumbled from under my ear. I swallowed hard. "If I wanted to get a hold of my brother who was in the military, how do I do that?" I asked. "Where is he stationed?" he asked. "Fort Hood," I answered. Most of the time I'm not sure what exactly he does or if he's even there at this point. He's gone a lot, at the drop of a hat. God, he might even be out of the country. He gave me a soft squeeze. "Keep calling who you need to call and let me deal with your brother." He paused. "What's his full name?" I closed my eyes and leaned my head back against his chest, uncaring that the wooden arm of the chair I was sitting in was digging uncomfortably into my ribs as I did. Avery Simmons Hooch. I closed my eyes and counted to 10 as the tears threatened again. Simmons was my mother's maiden name. He gave me a light squeeze and pulled me just a little bit closer. I took a few more deep breaths, then scrolled down from my brother's name to my aunt's name. My mom and my aunt were twins, just like Bud and I were. However, they were identical, whereas Bud and I had been fraternal. My mother was one of 6 kids, and I was not looking forward to this next part. I most especially wasn't looking forward to the part where I had to tell my grandmother. But I dialed the phone number anyway, and once again got voicemail. I dialed again, still voicemail. "Son of a bitch," I murmured under my breath. I went down the line and called my mother's eldest brother first. "Hello?" Uncle Brogan answered, sounding alert and awake despite the earliness. "Hey," I cleared my throat. "This is Turner." "Hey, Turner, what's wrong, baby girl?" Uncle Brogan asked, sensing the seriousness of the matter. I looked down at my thighs and said the hardest words I'd ever had to say. "My mother passed away about 20 minutes ago due to a suspected pulmonary embolism," I said. His inhalation of breath told me he'd heard, and that he didn't want to believe me. The tears threatened again, but I beat them back. I still had 5 more people at least to call. "No," he said, sounding shattered. "Honey, what's wrong?" I heard Brogan's wife say. I pinched my arm and tried to stop from crying, but it really was a lost cause. "Oh, baby, are you okay?" Uncle Brogan asked. "What hospital? I can come now." I shook my head, despite the fact that he couldn't see me. "No, don't." I drew in a deep breath as my voice started to break. "There's nothing that you can do here. I just wanted you to know." He cleared his throat, too. "Do you want me to call Mama and Daddy?" God, yes, I did. "Please," I squeaked. "I don't think I can get through it." He blew out a breath. "I can go tell them now. We're at the deer lease with them for the weekend. I can go over there right now so they won't be alone." "Oh, good," I whispered. "Yes, please, if you don't mind. I don't think I can right now." "What about my brothers and sisters? Do you want me to tell them?" he asked. I looked down at my hand that was now clenched in a fist so tight that it was white and bloodless. Yes. I didn't want to tell any of them. I didn't even want to tell him because telling him meant that it was real. "Did you get a hold of Bud yet?" Brogan asked. "Does your dad know?" I nodded. "No, and yes, I'm working on getting hold of Bud. Dad knows. He's the one who called me." "Okay, baby girl," Brogan murmured. "I'm going to call around after I talk to Mama and Daddy. You call me back if you think of anything you need. We're here, okay?" I nodded. "Yeah," I said through a tight throat. "I know." Then he was gone. And I was broken all over again. Castile lifted me up with one arm and then pulled me into his lap, wrapping me up tightly in his arms as he spoke with someone on the other end of the line. "Hooch," he said into the phone. "Yes." He paused. "Good Shepherd Medical Center, Kilgore, Texas," he said. "Yes, ask for Prue. She can confirm." He grunted. Yes. No. Thank you. No, I don't know his social security number. No. Not what unit he's in either. I'm sorry." I opened my eyes as tears coursed down my face and watched my father, studying him as I listened to the man whose lap I was in talk to someone on the other end of the line. He looked dazed, but at least he seemed to be holding it together. "Yes, my number is 903. Castile spatted off the number. My dad suddenly stood up, and I looked from my dad to the doorway as Prue was left standing there with the doctor from earlier. They both looked tired as hell. Prue looked toward where Castile and I were, and her eyes widened slightly as a small smile lit her mouth. If I was in a different mood, I might have analyzed that look, but I wasn't. I was in a state of denial and grief that I wasn't sure I'd ever be able to dig my way out of again. "Your wife has moved to another room," Prue said. "She's cleaned up in room 10 just off the back of the ER. Do you want to go sit with her now?" My dad nodded and walked away with Prue, while the doctor stayed behind and looked at us both. "Do you have time to make a few decisions?" she asked. I sat up and then went even further to a standing position, or started to, but she stopped me. "No, don't get up. If you don't mind, I'll just come over here and sit right across from you so we can talk," she said. I settled back into place, and Castile once again wrapped his arms around me. "Your father told me that your mother recently had gastric bypass," she said. "When was that?" I told her the details of that, then went on to tell her about my mother's other problems. The doctor nodded. So shortness of breath wasn't anything new for her. I shook my head. "Unfortunately, no. I didn't even think to ask her this week how she was feeling, not that she would have told me anyway. My mother was a proud person. She didn't like to burden anyone with her problems. The doctor nodded. What I'm thinking is that she got a blood clot, likely in her leg due to her not walking, that probably stemmed from the surgery she had and likely today just broke loose as she moved, the doctor explained. I closed my eyes as the reasons why started to wash over me. She'd had the surgery because I'd encouraged her to do it. It was my fault. She died because of me. But saying that, from what you've told me, she was already frighteningly sedentary in the first place, so this could all just be a large coincidence. We just won't know until, or if you want to do an autopsy, she said. I looked up at her, unsure when I'd taken my gaze away. Do you suggest having the autopsy? I asked. She shrugged. Honestly, it's not a necessity. Knowing the exact why of it won't change anything. She shrugged. On the death certificate, her cause of death will officially be listed as a heart attack. I rubbed my hands over my face and thought about what the hell I was going to do. How I was going to get through this. I'll ask my dad if he wants one, I said, but honestly, I don't see why I would need to have one. It's not like it was a complication from her surgery, which would be the only reason why I would think we'd need one. It's been too long. The doctor nodded her head in agreement. The funeral home that you're going to use for her, do they need to be called to come get Mrs. Hooch? Castile asked. I hadn't thought about that, but hell, I probably should have. That was when Prue, who I hadn't realized had come back, spoke up. Usually we wait until about 7 a.m. to make the calls to the funeral homes. Since it's just now 4 a.m, we should probably give them a bit more time. I thought about that courtesy. That was a considerate thing for the hospital to do. But since I worked at said funeral home, I could probably make it happen faster if I'd wanted. But there was no reason in the world to wake up Sid, the man who did all the pickups, this early in the morning. Prue was right. Nothing would be solved right now. Is my dad finished? I whispered. He's still in there. He asked to be alone, she murmured. I cursed and stood up, knowing that I couldn't leave him in there by himself. Are we done here? I asked. Is there any reason that we need to stay? Both the doctor and Prue shook their heads. No, Prue answered. If you'll give us the name of the funeral home. She smacked her forehead. Oh, I guess I know which one you'd like to use. In that case, no, we're all done. We'll call you if we have any other questions, but other than that, you're free to leave at any time. We'll take care of your mother until the funeral home arrives. I felt Castile stand up behind me, and we were so close that I had no choice but to take another step forward, or risk falling on my face due to how I was leaning. His hand went to my waist and he curled it around my belly, pulling me back in to steady me. Sorry, he murmured. I shrugged it off and took a step forward, offering my hand to the doctor first. I know that you tried everything to save my mother, and I truly appreciate it, I said. The doctor smiled sadly and shook my hand. It's always a heartache to lose a patient. I'm so sorry for your loss. I patted her hand and let go, turning to Prue. I know that I know you and that I've met you, but right now my brain is fried and I can't remember who you belong to, I muttered. I'll figure it out, though, and I'll remember you at the next party that Jubilee forces me to go to. Prue grinned. Hopes is my husband. It all clicked into place, and I snapped my fingers, giving her a small smile. Got it. She patted me on the shoulder and then showed me the way to room 10 where my mother and father were. She stopped right outside the door and gestured for me to go inside. I couldn't make myself open the door, afraid to see what I'd find on the other side. Castile took pity on me and opened the door himself. I closed my eyes in a vain attempt to shut everything out, but once I heard my dad's quiet murmurs, I opened my eyes and stared. My dad was in a chair at her bedside. His hand was holding one of hers, and he was bent over speaking to her. I'll always love you, my girl, he said. I'll never move on. You may have wanted me to, just like you always wanted me to go to parties without you. But just like then, when I refused to go anywhere without you when you were alive, I refused to move on with you gone. You can just sit there and wait for me to come to you because you're my girl. I'm your man. Even if it takes me 20 years to follow. Hopefully it would take him more than 20 years. Hopefully it'd take him upward of 40, 50 would be even better. My mom and him were only 57. They were 3 months apart, my mother having been the older one of the two. It shouldn't have happened this young. I should have never had to experience this. This wasn't right. None of this was right. You ready to go, Daddy? I asked.
Chapter 9. Snow in November happens because people prematurely decorate for Christmas. Castile's Secret Thoughts. Castile. My stomach had been tied in knots for at least an hour. When I'd woken up to her phone ringing, I'd been pissed. I'd literally taken 2 hours to go to sleep, knowing that she was there under my roof, in my space. It had shaken me. And not because I didn't want her there, because I did. I'd never, not once, brought a woman home. I'd never wanted them here. Consequently, for her to be here and not be driving me absolutely insane with her presence, that was a pretty big deal. So there I was, wearing my clothes from the night before because I was scared that I'd have to piss in the middle of the night when I never did, asleep when I'd jolted awake at the loudest ringtone in the history of ringtones. I'd jackknifed out of bed, stalked to the door, and had it open and glaring at the woman responsible all in about 10 seconds flat. Granted, I was used to being woken up out of a dead sleep since I was on the police department, and being one of 4 detectives meant that I was called if anything nefarious was underfoot. But literally, I'd done everything in my power to go into my room last night, and there I was being woken up by her only to have to fall asleep all over again. Except her phone call had changed my life and my entire outlook on Turner Hooch. After following her father home and getting the extra set of keys that he had to Turner's house as well as her truck, I'd had a decision to make. Did I take her home and let her figure it out on her own? Or did I take her back to my place? Because I was leaning toward taking her to my place. I didn't think she needed to be alone. Her father, who looked steady and clear-headed enough now to be on his own, and for me to believe he wanted to be, was doing good enough that I thought he'd be okay. Turner, on the other hand, I didn't think that she'd be okay if I didn't keep her with me. But then she got the first phone call, and I had my answer. "Hello?" Turner said into the silent cab. She'd turned the phone onto speaker, and her head was rested against the padded headrest while the phone sat on the center console. She sounded so exhausted and desolate. "Honey, it's your aunt." The woman on the other end of the line let out a shaky breath. Is it true?" Turner shook her head, but said, "Yes," as if she hadn't wanted to say the words, hadn't wanted them to be true. What hospital? What happened?" she asked. Turner swallowed hard. "They suspect that she passed away due to a pulmonary embolism. But since we're not doing an autopsy, the official cause of death will be heart attack." The woman on the other end of the line started to cry, and I reached out my hand to capture Turner's. She squeezed it so hard that her hand started to turn white. "I'm sorry, Aunt Pidge," Turner said softly. "Does everyone else know?" She swallowed hard, and I heard the audible gulp. "Your uncle went to Mama and Daddy's to talk to them," she said. "They know. Everyone knows." Turner blew out a breath. "Good. All right, honey. Well, I'll talk to you tomorrow." The woman, Aunt Pidge, said. "I'm so sorry, baby." "It's okay," Turner lied. "I'm going to make it." Nobody acknowledged the lie for what it was, but she hung up anyway. "1 down, 50 to go," she said once the line once again went silent. "Your brother will call soon," I said. "It takes the Red Cross a while to get all their ducks in a row. I don't know why, have never understood why they had to verify all the facts that were given before they went telling the people, but it is what it is. He'll call as soon as they find him." She shivered. "I don't want to tell him." I turned onto the road that would be the deciding factor between her place and mine, and was relieved when she didn't tell me to turn around and drop her off at her place. Instead, we drove the rest of the way in silence, though it was periodically broken by her having to answer a phone call and confirm that yes, her mother was in fact dead. By the last one, she'd insisted that she wouldn't be answering the phone anymore unless it was her brother, which I then pointed out that if she didn't answer, they'd just call her father, which caused her to sigh and reluctantly agree to continue answering. "Okay," she muttered as she looked at my old house. "Are you sure you want me to stay here?" I laughed and bailed out of the car, walking around to open up her side. "It'll be fine," I assured her, which brought me to my next question. "Are you going to be able to be in Jubilee's wedding tomorrow?" She practically deflated right there in front of me. "Yes," she answered morosely. "I'll put on my happy face and be my happy, no-nonsense self just for her." I patted her on the leg, then extended a hand to help her out. When she was steady on her feet, I led her, arm around her shoulder, to my front door. The move was quite a bit different than how we'd entered earlier in the night. Without having to be asked, she walked to the couch, flopped down on it, and covered herself back up as if she'd only been gone long enough to go to the bathroom. This time, when I went to bed, I didn't slam the door closed. I also didn't sleep another wink, because I spent the rest of the night listening to her cry. Chapter 10. The worst part about online shopping is having to get up to get your card. Castile to Turner. Castile. That morning, when the night gave way to the light, both Turner and I gave up the pretense of sleep. I got up and started moving around, unable to pretend to sleep anymore and act like I didn't hear her crying. I took a shower, trimmed my beard so that it was back down to bare-bottom police department regulation neat, and went in search of my jeans that I'd washed the night before with a towel around my hips. I found her sitting on the couch, the television on, and drinking a cup of coffee. "You don't have any milk," she told me. I grinned. "Lactose intolerant." Her eyebrows went up. "You can't have ice cream?" she questioned, sounding sad. I shrugged. "I can have it, if I want to have stomach cramps for hours." She frowned. "It might be worth it." Chuckling, I walked over to the area of the cabin where the washer and dryer were located behind a hanging sheet and pushed the sheet to the side as I bent down to open the dryer. When I came back up, the towel had come loose, and I had to make a grab for it or I'd have shown off my ass. When I caught it, had my jeans secured under my arm, and was sure that I wasn't going to flash her my business, I turned around. Turner was facing the television, her cheeks flaming. I grinned and walked back to my bedroom, thinking that I maybe should have put on some pants and a t-shirt before I went out there. But saying that, I hated t-shirts. Despised them, really. I'd always had a sensory motor problem when it came to my clothes. 1, they had to be soft. 2, there had to be no tags, anywhere. The first thing I did when I got a new pair of pants or a t-shirt of any kind was to cut out every single tag in sight. 3, all of my clothes had to fit me correctly. My jeans had to hit the perfect spot right at my hip bones or I wouldn't wear them. And don't even get me started on my socks. T-shirts were just a necessary evil for me, as was my police uniform that I had to force myself to put on every time I went to work. It was literally the bane of my existence. That was why I nearly always wore a wife-beater underneath my club colors. The only time I didn't wear the wife-beater was when it was too cold outside to tolerate and I had to change to a wife-beater and a flannel shirt, which was what I was planning on wearing to the wedding since it was supposed to drop 30 degrees over the next 7 hours. But for now, I didn't need to put a shirt on, so I didn't. I'd had enough of being uncomfortable in my own house to last a lifetime, so I didn't spare a single thought for the woman in the outer room as I walked out in boots and my jeans only. Turner once again looked up as I exited and blinked. "I think you forgot to put your shirt on," she teased. I studied her face for a few long seconds as I nodded and said, "I'll put it on a little later, after I make you breakfast." She blinked. Okay?" "Bacon, eggs, and pancakes sound okay?" I asked. She was already shaking her head. "Make what you would normally make for yourself and then just add 1 extra egg and an extra piece of bacon." I frowned. "You need more to eat than that." She smiled sadly and looked down to her blanket-clad thighs.
I had a gastric sleeve done when I was 16. I'm physically incapable of eating more than that at one sitting, she said, her face dropping slightly. Which is why I encouraged my mother to have the surgery done. I studied Turner and looked at her curvy body, unable to picture what she looked like before. Really? I asked, surprised, to say the least. You don't look like you were ever overweight. Her smile was barely there, but I saw it. Making my way to the fridge, I did as she suggested and made bacon and eggs, adding 1 extra piece of bacon and 1 extra egg to the mix for her. When it was all done, I set it down on the coffee table in front of her, and only then I realized that I never asked her what kind of eggs she liked. I guess I hope you like fried eggs, I shrugged. She snorted and dragged the coffee table over so that it was butted up next to the couch, allotting no room for me to sit beside her unless I sat with my legs tucked up underneath of me, like she was doing, which was a no-go. I couldn't get my body to bend like that if I'd tried. Instead of asking her to move it, I positioned myself in the recliner and set my plate of food on the end of the coffee table and moved the recliner into a better position. It was as I was digging into my 3rd egg that she said, "Why did you look like you swallowed a lemon whole when I asked you about your shirt?" I used a strip of bacon to mop up some of the egg yolk on my plate. After eating the entire piece, which marked the end of my meal, I leaned back and began to explain. My ex-wife used to throw a hissy fit when I didn't stay dressed in our house, I explained. There was always the possibility for company, and she wanted to make sure we were both at our most presentable at all times. It was honestly exhausting, and the moment that I moved out of there, my desire to wear clothing in my own home stayed with her. Turner nodded. That makes sense, she declared. Do you and your ex-wife get along? A startled burst of laughter flowed out of me, and I took about 15 long seconds to get myself back under control. When I did, it was to find Turner looking at me with amusement written on her face. My brother and his ex-wife don't get along either, she said, staring at me with a small smile on her face. She cheated on him while he was deployed this last time, and he found out because his best friend had stopped by to check on her. He was FaceTiming my brother as he walked up the front steps. His ex-wife was shoving another man out, looking startled and guilty. He broke up with her over video chat, told her he'd call the lawyers, and also told her he wanted her out of his house in the next 2 weeks, or he'd be calling his lawyer to deal with that, too. I shook my head. Unfortunately, for a lot of military members that are deployed, that happens. I wish it didn't, but there are a lot of assholes in this world. She nodded in understanding. I expected my brother to call by now, she whispered. I felt my stomach dip at the first mention of what happened only hours before. The Red Cross has to vet every piece of information that was given to them. They're going to call the hospital to confirm the death. They're going to gather every piece of information that they can find on your brother to make sure that he's getting all the facts. Likely, they'll take the information to his command and allow the command to deliver the news, I explained. She looked at her hands, which were balled up into fists in her lap. I hate that I have to tell him over the phone, she whispered. I did too. But that was just part of life. People died all the time. Luckily, both of my parents were still alive, but that was only because I would be the only one that would handle their funerals. You'll be okay, darling, I told her. It may not seem like it, but you will. She blew out a breath and pushed the table away from the couch, standing up and exposing her pantless self. She was wearing one of my T-shirts that went all the way down past her knees, and I had a fleeting thought that she filled it out way better than I did. She opened her mouth to ask how I knew that she'd be okay, and I winced, hoping she wouldn't go there. I wasn't in the mood to explain myself. That, and I wasn't sure that she needed my sadness added on top of hers. I was going to ask you how you know this, but your face went all closed off the minute I opened my mouth to speak, she murmured. I grinned. What time do you have to be at the church? I asked. I have to be at Jubilee's house in an hour. She looked at her watch. The church comes later. Are you going to tell her what happened? I questioned. She shook her head. No, I'm going to wait. She'll figure it out eventually, I know, but for now, this is her special day. I'm going to help her get through it. Then I'm going to go home and have a good cry. She didn't tell anyone. She hadn't told a single soul that her mother had passed away the night before.
When I arrived at the church at 2 in the afternoon, dressed so uncomfortably that I could barely find it in me not to fidget every 10 seconds, it was with Prue rushing in after me with a bag in her hand and her face a line of stress. "You're late," I pointed out. She sighed in exasperation. The spawn of Satan decided to puke all over me as I was walking out the door. The other spawn of Satan sat in his daddy's lap and laughed. I'm exhausted already and only got 3 hours of sleep. The fact that I knew that she worked the night before and on a patient that was dear to someone I was reluctantly starting to care about caused my heart to stutter, which Prue saw. "How is she?" Prue asked, slowing down slightly. "Acting like nothing happened," I said. "She's put up a wall that's keeping everything out. I saw her building it as I drove her to her truck this morning." Prue looked sick to her stomach. "She didn't tell anyone?" I shook my head. "Nope." Prue sighed. "That's not going to last. Jubilee will figure it out. She's very perceptive." I agreed, but it wasn't my place to tell anybody anything. If Turner wanted them to know, they would, and that was the end of that. "I'll talk to her," Prue said. I didn't show the frustration that streaked through my mind at having that excuse stolen from me. I wanted to see her, badly. Now that Prue would be talking to her, what excuse did I have to go over and see her? I held the door to the church open and Prue slipped inside. I spotted Turner from across the room and felt my heart skip a beat at how beautiful she looked in her bridesmaid dress. When Turner saw Prue, they disappeared to have a conversation and had come back long minutes later, both of them looking a little less down. I felt a little bit of relief at that, but I still couldn't stop myself from going over to where Turner was standing, in the corner, and saying something. "Hey," I said softly. She started, looking up in stunned disbelief. "You can't be over here," she said, sounding worried now. I frowned. "Why?" "Because Jubilee will see you, and then she'll wonder what we were talking about so amicably over here, and then she'll know something's wrong," she blurted. I blinked. "You really think she's going to do that?" I asked. "Get all of that information out of one tiny conversation that we have that's amicable?" She nodded once. "Really?" I started to laugh. "We don't have conversations that turn into fights all the time." "Name one besides the ones that have happened in the last 24 hours, she deadpanned. I opened my mouth to list off the numerous times, then stopped, because she was right. Every single one of our conversations always ended up going badly, and I blamed that all on her lips that drove me wild, on those goddamn hips that just begged for me to have my arms wrapped around them, those legs, even her goddamn feet. And don't get me started on those breasts or her beautiful eyes. They just drove me wild, and when I got distracted like that, it got me thinking of all the other times that I'd been distracted by beautiful women and how they fucked me over in the end. "I guess you're right," I admitted. "But Jubilee's not here." "No," she agreed. "But all the other Guardian girls are, and they'll confront me just as much as Jubilee will." I looked around the room and saw that she was right. Rome's girl Izzy was sitting on the couch with their young daughter in her arms, fast asleep. She was getting makeup applied to her face by Landry, who had obviously already been to makeup and hair. Conley was talking to Prue, and they were both staring at Turner as if they wanted to come over here and wrap her up in their arms. Then there was Phoebe, who had Bayou's daughter in her lap, playing a puzzle, who was staring at us so intently her eyes narrowed that I knew she already had to suspect something was going on. "I give it 20 minutes and they will know," I said. "Prue's talking to Conley right now. Conley will go talk to Landry because they're best friends, and then the rest of them will know in about 2 seconds, not because they're gossips, but because they worry about their own. And you're one of their own." She shook her head. "To be one of their own, I'd have to have a man that belongs to this club, and I don't. As for them knowing, yeah, I can see that. You can stay and talk, I suppose. It's not like they're going to figure it out based on you and me talking with a small smile on your face." I snorted. "Did your brother get a hold of you yet?" I asked, reaching up and absently tucking a strand of curly hair behind her ear. It wasn't a natural curl, either. It was one of those hairspray curls that felt hard and stiff. I didn't like it. I liked her hair when it was soft, like it was last night when she'd been in my lap and I'd been holding her tight.
No, she deflated slightly. I just hope he doesn't call during the ceremony. I don't want to miss his call. I looked at my watch. The ceremony starts in 20 minutes, correct? She nodded. Give me your phone. If he calls, I'll answer and explain, I offered. She handed me her phone without a second thought. My dad's called 4 times too, she said. I think he's lost and doesn't know what to do with himself. I felt my belly clench. You should go see him after this, I suggested. She grimaced. We're going to the funeral home and getting the funeral figured out. Once I'm done here, I'll go pick him up and we'll head there. I'll just have to try to skip out of the reception without Jubilee saying. I'll help, I suggested. But you do know that she's going to figure it out, correct? Maybe not today, but tomorrow. From what Z has told me, she already told him she wasn't going to be leaving her business behind for weeks while they celebrated their honeymoon. She rolled her eyes. I hadn't planned on giving her a choice in the matter. I planned on not answering the phone and telling the other staff to screen her calls. The curl that I'd tucked behind her ear once again came free, and yet again I couldn't help myself. I tucked it back behind her ear, then pressed one fingertip lightly against her ear. Are you already finished with your makeup and hair? I asked. She nodded and pointed to her feet. All done but my shoes and slipping on my dress. It was a light purple sheath dress that would hug her every curve like a glove. Oh, God. That was going to be bad, seeing her in that. Do you need help? I teased. She slapped the back of her hand against my belly and scoffed. I think I can manage. She paused, her eyes meeting mine. Thank you, Castillo. And her words weren't because of my offer, I knew, but because of my help over the last night. Because I stayed with her and made sure she was okay. Anytime, I murmured. You need me? I'm there. Her eyes went soft and her hands went to my lapel where she smoothed out the shirt that was driving me insane. You look good, she whispered. Then she walked away, leaving heated imprints of where her hands had once been. I watched her throughout the wedding, watched her walk down the aisle with a fake smile on her face, watched her hold Jubilee's bouquet and grin like her heart wasn't broken into, watched her take photos with the wedding party, and watched her face fall into a lost expression each time the camera wasn't on her. I would have watched her throughout the entire photo process, but her phone rang, making me wish it hadn't. Hello, I answered quickly, walking away from the loud guests. You the man that called the Red Cross looking for me from my sister? The man asked. Bud, her brother. Yes, I answered. Castile Hendricks. She at the wedding? He asked. Yes, I confirmed. She's getting pictures taken with the wedding party right now, and I'm sure she'll have time to break away for a few minutes in about 10 or so. Do you know? There was a long silence, and then, yes. Do you have any questions? I asked. There was a long pause, and then he said, I guess it'd be better hearing it from you rather than my sister. I don't want to make her cry. Go ahead and tell me everything that happened last night. So I did, starting at the very beginning to where I'd taken Turner home with me because she'd lost her keys, all the way until about an hour ago when I'd come in and she'd told me about her father calling her lost and sad. Has she been to check on my father yet today? He asked. I shook my head and said, They're going over to the funeral home after the wedding to hammer out the details. He made a sound in the back of his throat. I'm on a mission, he said bluntly. I looked you up. You know about this kind of stuff. I won't be home for at least another 4 days, and that's if this goes well. If this goes bad, it could be even longer. I looked over at Turner, whose smile was a little bit weaker now, and realized that this wasn't going to be good news for her. Are you going to be able to talk to your sister in a few minutes? I asked. He grunted out a negative sound. No, he said. And this phone number won't be able to be called back either. I wasn't even supposed to make this call, but I had to make sure. I understood that. I'll talk to her. Make her understand. Thanks, he muttered out. Appreciate it. Then he was gone. I sighed and shoved her phone into my pocket, then crossed my arms over my chest and thought about what I would need to do. I wouldn't allow her to go to her mother's funeral planning by herself. From the sound of it, her father wouldn't be able to offer any input, and she'd need someone there to help.
I also had to meet up with Easton at 8 this evening to discuss a couple of strategies that we'd come up with on the cases that we were working on, and I couldn't get out of that. But I also didn't want to leave Turner alone to wallow in her thoughts. I'd have to ask her to come with me. 20 minutes later, as I explained to her what her brother had said, she'd deflated even more. It was like a shadow of the girl that had fought with me when I'd given her that ticket just a short time ago. We were in a small room completely closed off from the wedding that was going on just beyond the walls, and she was lost again. Then again, I didn't think she'd ever been found. I'd just held her hand through the darkness, acting like a Band-Aid for just a short time. Then she was in my arms, and she was wrapping herself around me. I turned around and sat down on the couch that was where I'd seen the ladies getting dressed around earlier, pulling her with me. She moved and wiggled until her dress was up around her thighs and then straddled me as she continued to cry into my chest. I had to tell myself not to get excited, that she wasn't doing this because she liked me or anything, but because she was sad. But my dick wouldn't listen. That was about the time that I started to count to 1,000 by threes, trying to keep my cock under control. It didn't work, because she turned so that her mouth was pressed to my neck. Her hands were round my back and her knees rested on either side of my hips. Her fingernails were digging into my back through the crappy shirt I was wearing and making me forget how uncomfortable it was. And her sobs were causing her to jerk back and forth on top of me. "You're going to hell, Castile. Get control of yourself," I ordered myself. It didn't work. I was still getting hard and harder by the second. "I just want to forget," she said. "Just for a little bit." At first, I didn't understand what she was talking about. I was still talking to my dick and telling it to get under control, and I hadn't put much thought into how she was no longer crying anymore. Her mouth was also pressed against my neck in a different way, and she was now actively grinding herself against me. I was also painfully hard and very aware that she was hot and slick against me. Fuck. Fuck, fuck, fuck. This wasn't good. This wasn't good at all. I really needed to put her off my lap, just pick her up, set her gently against the couch, and stand up, put some distance between us, and get myself under control. But I wouldn't leave her. I didn't want her to feel rejected, because I was most certainly not rejecting her. I wanted her. Painfully, badly, absolutely. But I also didn't want to be that guy that took advantage of a woman in the state that Turner was currently in. Tomorrow she might wake up, realize what she'd done, and hate herself for it. Or worse yet, hate me. And I didn't want her to hate me. I was beginning to actually like her. A lot. I was also realizing that maybe the way my ex-wife had treated me previously had made me bitter toward women. And that wasn't fair. Cher had royally screwed me over and continued to do so on a monthly basis, but I couldn't hold Cher's sins against Turner. "What are you thinking about so hard?" Turner asked, brushing her hands against my jaw. Her fingernails dug slightly into my beard, scratching lightly, causing me to jut my jaw out slightly to give her better access. "I'm thinking that this is probably a terrible idea," I said, feeling her stiffen. "Not because I don't want you, but because I don't want to be that a-hole that takes advantage when he shouldn't." She deflated on top of me, then leaned forward and pressed her mouth against my jaw, dropping a chaste kiss there. She moved to the skin just under my ear, and I nearly groaned when she started kissing there. "You need to stop thinking so hard," she suggested. "Maybe just shut that big brain of yours off and let the little head do all the thinking." That was the best advice I'd heard all year. I weighed the good and the bad of what I was about to do, tried to tell myself that having sex with her, making her forget, would make me a bad person. But then I decided that it didn't matter. I knew that I was a bad person. One more act wouldn't kill me. And God, did I want her.
Chapter 11. My tacos arrived with a fork on the plate. I can only guess it's there to stab taco thieves. Turner to Castile. Turner. I honestly wasn't 100% sure where this newfound confidence had come from. Maybe it was because I had nothing left to lose. Maybe it was because I was already lost and broken that it didn't matter whether he rejected me or not. Not that I actually thought he'd reject me. His attraction to me wasn't under question right then. I mean, I could feel his want for me pressed up against the apex of my thighs. It was his willingness to do something for me that went against his moral code. He didn't want to take advantage of me in my current state. Not that I blamed him. I might not have done it either, but I was hoping that he did it for me. He was a good guy, though, and there was definitely a question of if. I could practically see the wheels turning in his head as he tried to decide if this was a good idea or not. That was when I made the decision for him. Unfolding myself up out of his lap, I crawled backward until I was standing. His eyes stayed on me as I slowly kicked my high heels off, then went even farther to lift my dress up, gathering handfuls until it was up on my waist. Once I had it up, exposing my panties to him, I slowly hooked a finger in each side of the waistband and pushed them down my legs. His breathing caught, and he shifted restlessly on the couch. His eyes were fixated on my thighs, and I saw the moment that the decision in his head was made. His eyes snapped up to mine, his mouth slightly open, and he launched himself forward. 1 second, I was trying to entice him by letting it happen slowly, and the next I was in his arms, once again straddling his thighs, and he was kissing the hell out of me. "Oh, fuck," he said against my lips. "I'm so going to hell." I laughed into his mouth. "You're not going to hell because you want to have sex with me," I told him bluntly. "If you're going to hell, it's because of something else." He snorted and went back to my mouth, once again kissing me breathless. While he did, I started wiggling back and forth on the rigid cock I could feel parting my pussy lips, rubbing myself against him for a few long seconds before I realized what I was doing. "Shit," I said, pulling my ass up off his lap. "I'm probably soaking your pants." "Fuck my pants," he declared. "I have a change of clothes in my saddlebags." I snickered against his mouth, and then gasped when he tugged slightly on the top of my dress, effectively disrobing my top half in half a second flat. My belly clenched when I realized that he'd seen my breasts. My big breasts that were thankfully perky due to the surgery I'd had 2 years ago, but were still on the large side. He didn't notice my discomfort, instead bringing one large hand up to cup one breast and bringing it up to his mouth. The moment his tongue touched the tip, my eyes were closing and I told myself to stop overanalyzing everything. And I did, for the most part. I wasn't thinking about the scars that I had due to my skin reduction surgery. Luckily, most of those were still covered by my dress. I also wasn't thinking about the night before, the day that I'd had concealing my emotions. I didn't think about anything but him. This. Right now. "Fuck," I breathed out shakily. "What are you doing to me?" You know what else I didn't think about? The fact that I'd never done this before. Sure, I'd kissed a boy before, once, but I was always Big T, Turner Squared, who was so fat and ugly that a boy had to be dared to kiss me. That's right, I'd been kissed. Once. On a dare. I hadn't realized at the time that it had been a dare, but the moment that I did realize it, I'd promised myself that I wouldn't kiss another living soul unless I was sure that they felt something real for me. And in my current predicament, I was 100% sure that Castile wanted me. "I'm doing to you what I've wanted to do since you called me a jerk the day that Z reconnected with Jubilee," he informed me. "Seems fitting that we're doing this on the day that they got married, yes?" I couldn't agree more. A loud pounding had me backing away from Castile, but he didn't let my nipple go when I did, causing a sweet sting to jolt through me as well as a shot of pleasure. "Shit," I breathed, my hands going to his head. "Do that again." He bit down slightly on my nipple and caused that same sensation to once again spark through me. When I went to repeat the order a second time, the words on my lips died as he brought one of his hands around and delved 2 fingers in between my pussy lips. I froze at the foreign sensation. I'd never, not once, been touched like that by anyone but myself, and honestly, I wasn't even sure that I was good at it. It was hard to feel good about yourself when you couldn't think about anything but how a man would never touch you this way. And now, this man, with his beautiful face and his bearded jaw, puffy kissed lips and his bright eyes, was touching me, and he was enjoying it. He liked it. The hard-on pressed against my ass cheeks was proof. He distracted me by what he was doing between my legs, which was circling my entrance with both fingers, by switching to the other breast. His hand looked obscene against the paleness of my skin where he was cupping my breast, and I felt my nipple tighten even further. "Your tits are so beautiful," he growled, leaning forward to lick the tip. "I've never in my life seen any so beautiful." I felt a sheen of sweat start coating my skin at his words. "I'm not sure if you can tell," I told him, my hands on his shoulder, "but, oh God!" He'd sunk 2 fingers inside of me, and my entire being froze at the newness. "What can I tell?" he teased, moving his thumb up to my clit as he moved 2 fingers inside of me, slow and sure. I wanted to come so bad. "I'm not sure." I paused as a moan fell from my lips. "Jesus, I'm not sure if you can tell that I'm not as experienced as sweet baby Jesus, yes. Most girls, I'm not experienced like God, yes, most girls." He was moving those fingers in and out of me so slowly that I wanted to beg him to speed up. But with each twist of his fingers, I'd once again get a flick of my clit. Then there was his mouth on my breast. I wasn't sure what to do or where to focus my attention, but my body directed me despite my inexperience. I ground myself into his length, then bent forward and pressed my wet lips to his temple as I breathed through the sensations that were powering through me. There was just so much to focus on. His hands were rough, working man hands. I could feel the calluses on his hand on my breast as he held me up to his mouth. The mouth that was slowly torturing my nipple, one flick, nip, and suck at a time. Then there was his other hand that was between my thighs. It was busy pushing in and pulling out. There was banging once again going on outside, and I jolted. "It's the sound system getting set up," he said. "Kiss me." I did, bringing my mouth down to his as I lost myself in his kiss. "Do you have a condom?" he asked, pulling back slightly so that he could see into my eyes. I momentarily sat there, stunned. I said, looking down at my dress. "No." My breasts were hanging out, and they were all rosy and beard-burned. My dress was still hiked up past my hips, and I could see my wetness coating his hand as he continued to fuck me with his fingers. "I don't either," he said, sounding disappointed. I looked around the room, seeing the tons and tons of gifts that Jubilee had gotten, grinning maniacally when my eyes caught on the pleasure bouquet that someone had bought for her. "Oh!" I pointed across the room. "There!" I was so excited that I jumped up, moaning slightly when his fingers left me. He watched me move across the room, and I could practically feel his gaze burning into me as I walked. When I got to the bouquet, I pulled off 2 condoms and twirled around. When my eyes went back to him, it was to see him sucking my juices off each of his fingers, one by one. Holy shit. I swallowed hard and started back for him, this time not going to his lap but dropping down to my knees. My hands went to each of his knees, and I looked up at him as he stilled. "I want to suck your cock," I told him. He leaned his head back and groaned. "I'm worked up, baby," he said. "You can put the condom on me. You can even give me a small lick so I slide right up inside of you to the hilt. But you're not sucking me. Not today. I'd blow in 20 seconds, and I want to be inside of you so bad that I can barely breathe." His words had me flushing. "Okay," I said shakily, so out of my element that I didn't know what to do first. Seeing my worry, he leaned back all the way and then unbuckled and unzipped his jeans. Moments later, he pushed his underwear down past his cock and then groaned when the monster popped free. Good God Almighty, his penis was a monster. Truly, it was big, the biggest that I'd ever seen, and I'd seen quite a few on the porn that I'd watched. I mean, Jesus Christ, I did that shit for a living, but there was no way in hell I hadn't seen large ones. But Castile's, holy hell, was he big. I licked my suddenly dry lips and stared, causing him to laugh lightly. I looked at the condoms that had been sitting on the couch beside his muscled thigh, then back to his cock. I did this 3 times before he laughed and reached for the condom. "It'll fit, honey," he promised. I must have given him a skeptical look because he ripped the condom open with his teeth and rested the rolled-up condom at the tip of that big cock of his. "Do you want to roll it down?" he asked. I hadn't touched it yet. The idea definitely had merit, but I was worried if I touched it, I might lose my nerve. "No," I said, my eyes focused intently on him. "I'll just watch." His eyes stayed on me as he slowly started to work the condom down over his cock. He was right. It did fit. And I was honestly in awe. I didn't think it would. Granted, it didn't go all the way down to the base, but it went down far enough that I was fairly sure it would still do its job. I couldn't stop myself from lifting a single finger and running it down from the tip to base. He shuddered and held out his hands for me. "Get up here." I leaned forward and allowed him to pull me up, coming face to face with his dark, expressive eyes. They felt like they were on fire. I'd looked at his eyes before, of course, but this up close and personal, I could see the striations. I could see that his eyes weren't all the way brown or all the way green. Honestly, I wouldn't even consider them hazel. They looked more like an oil slick in the parking lot, left behind by an old truck on the gravel, black, brown, green, and even a slight hint of purplish blue. His eyes went lighter the closer you got to the pupil, lightening so significantly that I was surprised that I'd not seen the difference before. Then again, I usually try to avoid eye contact of any kind with a man. I was kicking myself at this point for not paying closer attention. Then again, had I seen these eyes, I might not have been able to keep my desire for the man locked away like I probably should have. "What are you staring at?" he rasped, his eyes traveling over my face. He wasn't pushing me to hop on his cock. He also was being incredibly careful with me. I loved him for that. Loved him. Holy shit. I really did, and now I was really freaking out. I couldn't love him. Loving Castile would be bad. Bad for my health, bad for my state of mind, bad for my heart, but I couldn't just turn it off. Life didn't work like that. "I was thinking that your eyes are really pretty," I explained, telling him the entire truth. "They remind me of an oil slick." His grin kicked up the corner of his mouth as he said, "That's the first time I've heard that." I leaned forward and pressed my lips against his cheek. "And I'm wondering how the hell I never noticed before now," I continued. "I normally notice things like that fast." After having my job for the length of time that I had it, the porn one, not the hairstyling one, I found myself looking people in the face a whole lot more rather than checking out their bodies, judging them on the depth of their emotions or their hearts rather than anything physical about them. "Because you were so busy avoiding me that you didn't take the time to stop and really look," he admitted. "I didn't have that problem." I blinked at him. "Yeah?" "Yeah," he said against my lips now. "The first thing I noticed about you was your hair. How it never seems to be out of place." "That's just advertising," I admitted. "Being a hairdresser almost requires you to always have your hair styled or your clients will think less of you." He pulled me up to his chest even tighter. "Or the way your lips turn up at the corners when you find something funny. Or the way they turn down when you think it's not." I felt my heart starting to pound as the new position had his cock resting easily between my pussy lips. I couldn't stop myself from sawing back and forth, rubbing my clit against his solid length. Then there was no more talking. Why? Because I couldn't form coherent thoughts other than one. I wanted him inside of me. Now. Pushing him back, I leaned forward and pillowed my breast against his chest as I lifted my ass off his lap. Catching on to what I wanted, he moved his hands between my legs from behind, One lifted an ass cheek slightly to widen the parts in my lips. The other went to his cock, which he helpfully poised at my entrance. "Sit down and take me, baby," he ordered. I started to lower myself down, taking just the tip inside of me, before I stopped. I needed to tell him. I've never done this before," I whispered, trying to hold eye contact with him while also wanting to look away very badly. My shy self started to make itself known, and it took every ounce of courage I had to meet his eyes. "This position?" he asked, not understanding what I said. "No," I shook my head. The whole thing." It took him a few long moments to comprehend, but when he did, his entire body froze. You've never had a man inside of you?" he asked, sounding tortured now. His cock had jumped inside of me at his words, and I started to press down intentionally, unable to stop myself. "No," I answered. "I've never wanted a man inside me before. Not until you." It was hard to want a man when you were so incredibly self-conscious about your body. But there was something about Castile that made the little bit of confidence that I did have be enough. His hands moved up to my hips, and he squeezed so tightly that I almost yelped in surprise. As it was, I did gasp. But when my eyes took in his tortured face, I realized he wasn't mad or upset about the fact that I was a virgin. He was trying to control himself. And that was why I slowly started to sink down on him once again, causing his eyes to snap open. The oil slick of his eyes were now on fire. He opened his mouth. I was sure to tell me to wait, but I didn't. Doing what my body wanted. I pushed down until I couldn't get any more of him inside of me, then lifted back up to do it all over again. It took me 5 up and downs before I was finally sure that I couldn't take any more of him. At this point, Castile's eyes were squeezed tightly shut, and his hands clenching on my hips were really at the point of pain. But the pain, mixed with the fullness between my legs, only spurred me on. I was panting. My breasts were jolting with each slam of my hips against the top of his thighs, and he was breathing hard, letting me know that he was in the same boat as me. Closing my eyes, I moved exactly how I wanted, how my body wanted. I was sitting all the way up until the edge of his cock was perched at my entrance, and then I was sliding back down his cock, allowing my needy pussy to engulf him. Over and over, slow and steady, until I was on the verge of coming. Then, right when I felt like I might start to tip over the edge, I felt Castile's lips on my nipple again. I detonated, shattered, exploded. Poof! There wasn't a single cell in my body that didn't ignite right along with my orgasm. I felt it everywhere, in the tips of my toes, at the point of my nose. I squeaked and tossed my head back, practically force-feeding Castile my breast, but I couldn't find it in me to care. I was coming, and coming hard. Everything stalled, and I found myself stopping. Castile cursed and started to force his hips up. Where once he allowed me to control the pace and the depth, now he was in control. He took me, much harder than I'd been previously doing, slamming into me so hard that I was sure that I'd be feeling it tomorrow, but I didn't care. Didn't care that I'd have bruises on my hips, nor that I'd be walking funny for the rest of the night, let alone the following week. All I cared about was making him come now. Oh, and coming right along with him, which surprised the hell out of me. 1 second it was feeling good, little sparks of my release still coursing through me, and the next I was clamping down on him so hard that I screamed. Thank God there was music on outside, because I was fairly sure that I'd have announced exactly what we were doing in here if there hadn't been. I slumped forward, just as Castile's body started to jerk, his cock jumping and flexing inside of me as he followed directly behind me. What felt like forever later, I opened my eyes and found my mouth inches away from his neck. I could see his pulse still jumping there, causing me to grin. I think that was the best experience I've ever had in my life, I admitted. Is sex always like that? He was quiet for a long second before he shook his head. No, he confessed. It's never been like that for me. His hand was slowly moving up and down the length of my spine as he whispered the words in my ear. I felt my heart swell at his words. Castile. Turner Hooch, I heard Jubilee screech through the door. You open this door right the fuck now or I'll bust it down. I sat up and stared at Castile in silence. She found out, he said. She found out, I agreed. He helped me stand up off of him, and I laughed quietly when I felt my legs wobble like a newborn's. He steadied me and then moved around me, ripping the condom off of his cock as he went. Moments later, he threw it into the toilet and flushed it, causing me to wince. You do realize, right, that those aren't meant to flush? I called to him. He turned around and shrugged, then threw the door partially closed as he took a seat on the toilet, then tucked his still semi-hard cock inside of the rim. Curious, I walked to him. You're telling me our sex causes you to have to poop? I asked as I lifted my dress over my breasts. No, I don't have to poop, he laughed. But it's incredibly hard to piss through an engorged cock, so I sat down so I didn't make a mess. Oh, I grinned. I was about to say. He rolled his eyes and came to a stop on me. I closed the door for some privacy. I looked through the half-open door in surprise. If you wanted privacy, you should have probably closed it all the way instead of leaving it halfway open. I mean, what did he think I was going to do? Discreetly look away? I wasn't a normal person. I didn't know that you were a curious little shit then either, he countered, snickering. I walked to the mirror and looked at my appearance. I'm not kidding, Turner! Open this door right now! Castile sighed. Then he peed a little bit, and a little bit more. Once, twice, 5 times. It was the 6th little spurt of pee that had me doubling over in laughter. Shut up, he grumbled, trying hard not to laugh himself. I'm telling you, this is hard shit. You have no idea what it's like. I wiped the unexpected tears from my eyes and looked down at him, still spurting little streams of pee, and leaned forward to drop a kiss onto his mouth. This isn't weird at all, he mumbled, pausing in between spurts to allow me to kiss him. Now go away, I'm getting performance anxiety. If I go, I'm going to close the door all the way and let Jubilee in, I told him. He looked me up and down as I backed away, then gestured to my face with a jerk of his chin. Your lipstick is smeared and you have sex hair, he informed me. I turned back to the mirror and touched my hair. He was right. There would be no fixing the hair. I started pulling out bobby pins, not stopping until my entire mass of hair was finally free of the torturous devices. Castile stood up and said, Do you have a headache from all of those? I thought about it. No, I admitted. At least I don't think the headache was from those. I had one before, but now it's gone. One! Jubilee bellowed. Dear God, Z muttered as he threw open the door. It's unlocked. Oh, Jubilee said as she waltzed right in. I looked at my smeared lipstick in the mirror, then over to Castile that was wearing smeared lipstick as well, then slammed the door to the bathroom closed. I'm trying to use the facilities here, I called out when the door started pounding again. Castile nudged me away from the sink with his hip and then washed his hands. His face was the next thing to get cleaned. You do realize that they'll probably know exactly what we're doing in here, right? He asked. I thought about it. It doesn't necessarily bother me that they know, I admitted. Does it bother you? He shook his head. No, not really. Not really, I said. But there is a part of you that's bothered. He snatched 3 paper towels from the dispenser and said, I don't want them thinking that I took advantage of you in your vulnerable state. Who is that in there with you? Jubilee smacked the door again. You didn't take advantage of me, I informed him. At least I feel like you didn't. I wanted everything that you gave me. His lips twitched. Good. Because I wanted everything I gave you too. And have for a while, if I'm being honest. Is that Castile? Jubilee's yell turned to a screech. Is he in there with you? What the hell is going on? Open this door, Turner. You don't happen to have that lipstick in your pocket, do you? He asked. Otherwise, you're going to have to wipe all of it off. I shook my head and patted where pockets would normally be. Nope. He ran the backs of his fingers along my jaw, then leaned down and kissed me. The door opened again, and this time Z said, You should really just check the door handle before you go to breaking and entering first. That was when Jubilee said, Get away from my friend, you scoundrel. Castile leaned back and said, What did I tell you? I rolled my eyes. She's just protective. She's also right here listening to every word that you say, Jubilee snapped. How could you keep this from me, Turner? I looked over at my best friend to reply, but it was Castile who answered, Because she loves you. Chapter 12. Mood this season. Ho, ho, holy shit, I need a drink. Text from Castile to Turner. Turner. I've never been on this side of the table before, I said to my best friend. Jubilee, who'd taken time out of her honeymoon festivities to help me plan a funeral instead of sitting on a beach like she should be, shook her head. I wanted to do this in my office, and you insisted doing it here, Jubilee said dryly. I smiled, even though I didn't feel like smiling, and said, I just wanted to get the full customer experience. Jubilee sighed and looked up, her eyes going over my shoulder briefly as she said, Castile's pretty close. I smiled, a real smile then. He's been a rock for me over the last couple of days, I admitted. And I didn't know how I would have gotten through it all without him. It had been officially 2 days since the death of my mother, and each of those days when I'd slept, I'd woken up the moment that they'd pronounced her dead. 3:33 in the morning. And each of those times, Castile was there to make sure that I wasn't alone. I wasn't sure how it happened, but I'd stayed at his place even when he wasn't home. He deposited me on his couch, gave me the password to his Wi-Fi, and had left. Then he'd called me once every couple of hours to check to see how I was doing. Today was the first day that I'd gone out on my own since the entire thing had gone down. Your dad's not going to come? Jubilee asked. I shook my head. No. I asked him if he wanted any say in what was going on, but he decided that it would be better if he stayed home. The press has been hounding him pretty hard, and we don't want them to know where the funeral is going to be. Castile walked past the door once more, and Jubilee sighed. Just tell him to come in here and sit down, she mumbled. I smiled. He's not a bad guy, I informed her. I know, she said. I'm just pissed that he got to be there for you and I didn't. That was true. I didn't want to ruin your wedding, Juby, I teased. I'd started calling her Juby a couple of hours ago, despite her desire to never be called that again. At first, it was an accident, but seeing her reaction to it had encouraged me to continue doing it. I know. She mock glared at me. It's just frustrating. I wanted to be there, wedding or no wedding. You also wanted the fairy tale wedding, I pointed out. That would have been ruined had I said something. Which was 100% the truth, and she knew it. Yo, Cass, Jubilee barked. Come in here and sit down. Castile stopped at the door. My leg hurts, he said. The stab wound is hurting like a bitch today. I frowned in concern. Then prop it up on the couch right there, she pointed. Walking on it is only going to make it hurt worse. She had a point. Castile sighed and did what she asked, sitting on the couch that was a couple of feet away from where I was sitting. I'd spent a lot of time on that couch, napping. It was a comfortable couch for sure. He sighed when the pressure of standing left him, and then moved his leg so that it was propped up on the arm of the couch. His head was on the opposite arm, and he had a pillow off the back of the couch, now propping up his shoulders. Please get comfortable, Jubilee rolled her eyes. I am. Thank you. He sighed as he settled himself farther back down into the couch. Once I was finished watching him, I turned back to Jubilee to see her studying me. Ready, Freddie? I told her. Casket or cremation? She started. I thought about that for a long moment. My mother never said that she wanted to be buried, I admitted. Which one is cheaper? A sound came from the couch beside me, and I turned my head to see Castile's eyes wide. What? I asked. Your dad is rich. If you want to cremate her, fine, but don't do it because it's cheaper, he said. I thought about that and shrugged. I didn't want to use his emergency credit card to pay for my mother's funeral. He'd have to see it and be reminded of it all over again. I shook my head. And I don't have $10,000 to pay for the cost of the funeral that I know is more expensive. If you know which one is more, why'd you ask? He teased. Because I wanted to get the full customer experience, I teased back. And because I knew that Jubilee was about to offer the entire thing for free, and I wanted to give her a hard time. I am offering it for free, she said. Employees get free services too. I can't offer anything else incentive-wise since my business is death. I guess I could start giving away holiday hams. What would I do with a turkey? I questioned her, and a ham wouldn't fit in the freezer of the RV anyway. Castile chuckled. Sometimes the way your mind works astounds me, he informed me. Did she talk to your dad about what she wanted to happen to her when she passed away? No, I said. He told me to do what I felt was right. Then do what you feel is right, he suggested. Jubilee's smile was soft as I turned back to her. I think cremation, I told her, then narrowed my eyes. And no, you can't pay for this. I'm paying. End of discussion. Then she shifted in her seat and completely changed the subject. When I die, I want to be cremated. I also want my ashes to be spread in every state capital in the southern states. Why just the southern states? Castile butted in again. I turned once again to look at him. Because they're closer than the northern states, I shrugged. And the only ones that I've been to. He nodded as if that made perfect sense. I turned back to Jubilee. I want to be floated out onto a raft in the middle of the lake and then my body set on fire, all Viking style, Jubilee declared. I want to be spread off the back of the Sea Blaster, Castile said. I used to go there when I was a teen with my parents. The boat ride was the best fun I've ever had. What's the Sea Blaster? I turned my chair this time so I didn't have to keep turning just my head. It's a racing boat that's parked at one of the docks in Destin, Florida, he said. You buy tickets on it, and the boat races you around the Gulf. It's lots of fun. I smiled at his recounting. I'd like to do that, I admitted. His eyes smiled as they met mine. I'll take you. I felt things in my belly start to flutter. Then my mood soured. We were going to Disney World, I said. She was so excited she'd never been, and when we were babies, Dad was too busy with his racing career to take time off to take us. This would have been all of our first times. There was silence for a few long seconds. Then Castile said, I've never been to Disney World. I'll go to that with you. I grinned at him, just inviting himself on a vacation with my family. My dad, my brother, my aunts and uncles, as well as our cousins are going, I told him. You drive yourself nuts in just a few short days. He shrugged. Just know that when we go to Destin, Florida, it'll be much the same. My dad can't stop himself from going. It's like half of his heart lives there and half of his heart lives in Texas. The second he hears that I'm headed down there, he's going to be inviting himself along. Y'all do realize that y'all hated each other about a week ago, right? Jubilee butted in. I looked at my best friend to see her face a mask of confusion. I didn't blame her confusion. I was confused myself. But I was also the type of person that just went with the flow. It wasn't like I was going to tell Castile to stop hanging out with me. I wanted him exactly where I was. I also wanted to go to Destin, Florida now and ride the goddamn Sea Blaster, so sue me. Yeah, I shrugged. But that was a week ago. This is now. Castile grunted and repositioned his leg. A look of discomfort on his face. I think I need to get a look at this stab wound later, I mumbled. Are you sure it's not infected? He shook his head and said, It's not. I had it checked out this morning before my run. I rolled my eyes. It was the run, wasn't it? That was a dumbass move. His eyes locked on mine. I'm not a dumbass. Only dumbasses would run on their wounded leg, I pointed out. Children, Jubilee said. Let's get back to what we were doing before. I didn't want to get back to what we were doing before. I wanted to never get back there. And my thoughts must have shown on my face because Castile kicked me with his free leg. Cremation, he urged. I sighed and looked to my best friend. Cremation. That was how it went for the next hour. Castile would offer his thoughts and opinions, and I would take his advice. By the end of it, I'd spent $3,500 on cremation, a memorial service, and flowers. The only thing we have to do now is hammer down a time, she said. There's no rush since we're cremating. You're sure that you don't want to do a visitation? I was already shaking my head. I know that you embalmed her for me, but I just don't think I can do it. I don't want to see her like that. I want to remember her how she was, full of life and hope. I'd barely gotten a glimpse of her at the hospital, and even that would haunt me for the rest of my days. I didn't want to go in there and pretty her up. I didn't even want Jubilee doing it, even though I knew that she would have done it happily. I also didn't want my dad to have to go through that, seeing her lying there looking like she was asleep. All right. Jubilee sighed and put down her pen. That's it, then. I swallowed hard. I want to wait for my brother to get here, I said. He won't expect us to wait, but I want to. He needs the closure, and I'm fairly sure that he's going to ask to see her the moment that he gets here, so be aware of that. Jubilee nodded her head. I know, and I'll be here when he does. But what about your honeymoon? I asked, horror washing over me. Z and I don't need a honeymoon, she said. We'll get to the beach. In fact, I'm thinking we need to go to Disney next year with y'all. I felt my lips twitch. He's going to love that. Jubilee shrugged. He'll love it because I love it. That's what I wanted. They were my goal in life, to have someone that loved me like Z loved Jubilee. I looked over at the man Castile and thought long and hard about continuing to lean on him. Castile didn't strike me as the type that stayed for long. He was jaded, secretive, and unwilling to ever go there again. And I say again because I knew that at one point he was married. I was reminded of the fact last night when I'd heard him on the phone talking. Out of everything that I'd heard, which wasn't much because he was being super quiet as he spoke, I'd only heard the "you're not my wife anymore" before he stayed silent for a really long time. Obviously listening to whatever this "not wife anymore" had to say. But that had been all I'd heard the rest of the conversation. Then he'd gone off and run like his life depended on it, coming back an hour and a half later, sweating and much less cranky, while also limping. Needless to say, I had a feeling that Castile wouldn't be sharing his woes with me any time soon. He may comfort me and fuck me, but he wouldn't give me more than that. The sad thing was that I'd take what I could get. And if that meant having him come to Disney World with me and also going with him again to Florida at some point next year, well, then I would take it. Because I was a glutton for punishment. And I liked the hurt better than nothing at all. See, I'd had nothing for all my life. I'd gotten no attention from anyone except for the negative kind. I'd never been kissed, except for on a dare. I'd never been hugged by a man that wasn't related to me. I'd never been loved by a man. I'd never had anything. So yes, having Castile give me even what little he had to give was more than I'd ever gotten. And I was okay with that. Yo, Castile said, sitting up from his sprawl. You okay? I blinked and smiled, or tried to anyway, and shrugged. My mind went away from me for a few seconds. His eyes narrowed. Tell it to come back. I chuckled under my breath. Yes, sir. He gave me a grin that made my heart race. I have to go back to work. You'll be okay? He asked carefully. I nodded. I have a ton of work to catch up on here, and my other job won't wait much longer on my edits. He frowned. What do you do for your other job? That was when Jubilee started laughing. Castile's eyebrows went up in concern. I'm not going to like what you do, am I? I snorted. Let's just say I'm going back to my own place today, and I won't stop you from coming over, but you might want to stay away if you don't like porn. Castile stood from his couch and offered me his hand. I took it, and he pulled me up to standing. Walk me to the door, he ordered. I have to go back to work. I also brought you some lunch, but I left it in my saddlebags. It should still be okay, though, since I put a cold pack in the bag with it. I frowned. What kind of lunch? He winked at Jubilee as we left, and I stayed with him as he practically dragged me down the hallway. I was eating lunch before we came, discussing the case, and saved some of my food for you, he said. It's a half a taco and a small salad from mi casitas. My stomach rumbled at that news. I hadn't been eating all that great over the last couple of days, and my stomach was letting me know. It was all so sweet that Castile had saved me some of his lunch. Sometimes I got a glimpse of the man that he was, the man that, for the most part, he hid away. And I could easily fall for that man. But the man he put on as a front, I had a feeling would never allow me to do that. When we got outside, he took my hand in his and led me to his bike, stopping beside it and dropping my hand as he did. When he turned around with a small to-go box in his hand, I melted slightly. Thank you, I said. My mom used to send me over food from Waiter. She knew that I sometimes forgot to eat. He tucked a lock of hair behind my ear as he said, I order twice the amount of food as most people, but I don't always finish it all. You're more than welcome to my leftovers anytime you want it. I blushed slightly. That's kind of sweet, Castile. His eyes went over my shoulder and he frowned. I turned to see what he was looking at, to see some man leaning against his car in the funeral home parking lot, toward the back where sometimes the people that worked in the next building over used when there weren't any spots in the parking lots. What? I asked. That guy was looking at us, he muttered, keeps glancing up every few seconds. I patted his hand that was now on my shoulder, pulling me closer. It's probably just one of the employees that works at that insurance company over there. Sometimes they use our parking lot, which they know they're not supposed to. He's probably just worried you're going to ask him to move, I explained. He clenched his jaw, eyes staring on the man for a few long seconds. I was sure that he would continue to stare him down, but Easton walked up from behind us and said, Ready? I startled and looked at the quiet, intimidatingly sexy man that had moved so stealthily. He's ready. Easton's eyes sparkled for a few long seconds before he said, Glad that he has your permission to leave, ma'am. Castile stiffened at the words. I scoffed. Castile does what he wants when he wants. I'm not the boss of him, nor do I control him. At my words, Castile once again loosened his body. But before I could question him about the move, he was straddling his bike. Call me if you need me, sunshine. I rolled my eyes at his use of that word. He'd called me that the day that he'd pulled me over and given me a ticket. I hadn't liked it then, not at all, but now, it wasn't that bad. Have a good day, Cass, I whispered. Castile's eyes twinkled as he said, Murder and mayhem. Always a way to ensure that a good time is had by all. With that, he started his bike. Easton, at some point during our conversation, had walked over to an obviously unmarked police cruiser and gotten inside. Within seconds of his goodbye, both men were gone. I watched them go until they were completely out of the parking lot and out of sight. Only then did I think about the man that had been leaning against his car, but when I looked back, he was gone too. His car was still there, though. I thought about reporting it, but chose to leave that for another day. I had more than enough on my plate at that moment in time.
Chapter 13. I'm not a morning person or a night person. There are a few minutes at around 3 o'clock that I'm a decent person, and that's it. Castile to Turner. Castile. You headed home? Easton said as I stood up with my trash in my hands. Headed to Turner's place. I shook my head. I want to make sure she's okay. Easton nodded and gathered his own trash as well. That's good for me. I'm ready to get some shut-eye anyway. This case is quite suffocating with no leads to follow and only a hunch and instinct to guide me. My mental game needs to be recharged with a good night's rest. I agreed. I'll be back in the morning, though, I said. Let me know if you need anything between now and then. Easton waved me away. I won't bother you. Anything that comes up besides another murder is something we can take care of in the morning with fresh eyes. Agreeing with him, I left and drove straight to the lake. Unfortunately, when I got there, the gates were closed, so I had to park outside the gates and walk in. I was about a quarter of a mile from where Turner parked her RV, and I could see the behemoth lit up like a shrimp boat in the middle of a pitch-black ocean when I saw the man leaning against his car smoking a cigarette. He was located in the park day play area that usually closed around dusk every evening. "How's it going?" I mumbled as I walked by. He grunted in reply, and I took that as a "don't talk to me," and kept walking toward Turner's door, which happened to be why I heard the voices coming from the inside of the RV when I got to the front door. I was sure had I come up on my bike, she would have shut that shit down the moment she'd heard me, but I'd surprised her. Frowning at the moans and groans that I could hear rocking the trailer, I pounded hard on the door and waited for her to open it. She did moments later. The sound shut off immediately. My eyes raked up her body. She didn't look turned on. She also didn't look like she'd been watching porn only 2 seconds before. Her cheeks weren't flushed, and she sure as shit didn't look aroused in the slightest. She was wearing sweatpants that were 3 sizes too big for her, a t-shirt that looked like it belonged to her dad, and a pair of slippers that were little kitties with vampire fangs. She was also wearing reading glasses. Oh, and her hair. It was a riot of curls all around her face, the springy mass going this way and that. I couldn't help but smile. "You're having fun without me?" I accused. She rolled her eyes and pushed the door open wide, then stepped back so I could come in. "I wouldn't say that," she admitted. "I'm getting some work done, though." That's when I walked in to see porn paused on the large flat screen above the fireplace. There was a computer in front of the screen, also playing porn, as well as a program opened up with the cursor blinking at the part where she'd paused. "What the hell?" I asked in confusion. Turner walked over to a computer and pressed a button, causing the porn to come off both screens. "I do subtitles for porn." I blinked, then blinked again. "You do what?" I sounded as confused as I was. "I do subtitles for porn," she repeated, then rewound something on her laptop and played it back. It was on silent, so I didn't hear the words, though I did see the subtitles. "Oh, fuck yes. Take me in the cunt. Put your pork sword in there and fuck me." As I read those words aloud, Turner started to laugh. "You couldn't have found something better to write?" I asked. "Who the hell uses pork sword?" But as I asked this, I continued to watch, but instead of watching the antics on the screen, I was paying more attention to the subtitles at the bottom. "Oh yes, fuck me in the ass, stick your finger in there. Now fish hook your finger and tug." I was literally dying as I read it. "Turner, what the hell?" My eyes finally came to her, and she was blushing from the top of her shirt collar to the roots of her hair. "It pays good money," she said. "Like this one, for example. This guy right here specifically requested me because of how fast I do it, as well as how I dot a little bit of humor into my subtitles. Though, saying that, he did request that I record myself while doing the subtitles. He does a bloopers reel at the end, which he's famous for." I shook my head. "Do you do anything besides type when you do those? What's the harm in the video?" She gave me a pointed look. "My father is a professional NASCAR driver, Castile. Do you really think that it'd be a good idea for my face to be seen at the end of a porn reel?" she asked curiously. I winced. "I guess not. I didn't think about it like that." She winked and leaned over to press pause again on the porn, freezing the frame on a guy's cock poised for entrance into a woman's pussy. The words, "Your cockhead feels like it's bigger than the bottom of a beer bottle," were blasted in white all over the bottom of the screen. "You want a drink?" Turner asked. I looked at her over my shoulder and said, "What you got?" Muscle milk, Slim Fast, water, and a beer that's probably a year old, she answered. I felt a grin tugging up the corner of my lips. Give the beer here. If I die, at least I'll die from a beer. She placed the cool bottle in my hand, and I stared at the label. What kind of beer is this? I asked curiously. I got my dad a beer subscription for his birthday last year. It's imported from Belgium, Australia, Britain, and Germany. Those were the ones he didn't like. He gave them to me to have for when my brother came over, except my brother didn't like them either. Now they just sit in my fridge. When one gets drank, I pull another one out of the pantry and put it in there to replace it. I have an entire case, she explained. I twisted the cap off and peered into the dark bottle. Unfortunately, the brew was so dark that I couldn't see it, but the smell was definitely potent. Why didn't they like it? I asked. My dad said it was too dark and bitter. My brother said it has a hint of cinnamon to it that he can't stand, she clarified. I took a sip and my eyebrows rose at the taste. It was definitely bitter. It was also the darkest brew that I'd ever tasted, but I kind of liked it. It's not bad, I said, taking another hesitant sip. So how many people have come over here and tried one of these bad boys? She grabbed herself one of those baby water bottles that you'd buy at the store for kids and sat down on the sofa across from me. One, she said. My brother came over and tried it. Drank it all, then declared he'd never drink one again because of the cinnamon, though I didn't smell any cinnamon. I offered her the bottle. Taste? She scrunched up her nose for a few seconds, then shrugged and reached for it. After taking a sip, she immediately followed that sip with a disgusted face. No cinnamon, she admitted, but lots of other yuck. My lips twitched. If you're getting this brew imported, it's going to be stout beer, but I get the feeling you're not much of a beer drinker anyway. She shook her head. When I had my stomach surgery, they instructed me not to have any alcohol. The alcohol will affect me differently since I've had the surgery. The alcohol absorption is off the chain. It goes to the bloodstream hella fast. There was an article I read when I turned 21. An adult male who'd had a single glass of champagne at a wedding reception 2 hours earlier was pulled over for being a .09 blood alcohol level, off of 1 glass of champagne. The buddy who was in the car with him, who also only had 1 glass, was at a .001. She shook her head as she finished. Can you believe that? I guess I hadn't much thought about it before, I admitted. But I can also see how that would happen. Anyway, I don't often drink because I can't drink the whole thing, so it's a waste, and it'll affect me a hell of a lot more and differently than it would a normal person, she said. Plus, I was too young to drink legally anyway. The only time I had any alcohol before my surgery, I had no tolerance. A few sips had me seeing doubles and stumbling. My eyes took in her cross-legged position. Why'd you have this surgery? I asked. I'd gotten the gist of her half-explanations here and there, but I couldn't see this woman sitting before me as being so overweight that she would need that type of surgery. I had a major hormone imbalance when I was a child, bad enough that I was on medication for it. When I got into my teens, I was so overweight that I could barely walk without getting out of breath. She shook her head as she flipped her phone and opened it. Her fingers went flying over the keyboard. I was teased relentlessly about it, over and over and over again, until my confidence in myself was so low that I considered suicide at the age of 15. My belly clenched. It was that bad? I rasped. She nodded, then turned the phone around for me to see. It was of a race car. A woman, very heavy, was crawling out of it in one picture. The next, she was on the ground. It was then, as I saw the pained look on the girl's, not a woman, face, that I realized the heavy-set person was her. She was on the large side. Wow, I said as I looked at her now. You've lost a ton of weight. 150 pounds, she nodded. I was at 300 pounds when I had the surgery. All of that but 50 pounds was off within the first year post-op. The last 50 has come off since I've dedicated myself to being a healthier person. But saying that, I still struggle. Although I don't have any hormonal imbalances anymore, I do have genetics that leans towards the heavier side. I looked at the picture again. I have a friend that had this done. He was one of my army buddies. He had to have the skin removed. Turner stood up and lifted her shirt. I had a breast augmentation, a tummy tuck, skin removed over almost every inch of my body except for my feet. She pointed out her surgery lines as she talked. 2 underneath her breasts, 1 at her bikini line, 1 at her hip, another 1 at her inner thigh, arms, upper back. Holy shit. Wow, I said, shaking my head. I never would have even known had you not shown me. She nodded her head. I've never actually shown anybody. My smile was fierce. You like me. She scoffed. I don't like you. You're annoying. I sat back and chuckled, then set the nearly finished beer down on the coffee table. Come here, I ordered, holding out my hands to her. She lowered her shirt and headed in my direction, crawling into my lap and wrapping her arms around my neck. Is it bad that I want to fuck you right now? I asked, digging my cock into her crease. She shifted restlessly. You weren't disgusted? She asked hesitantly. I shifted again, this time really letting her feel the length of my cock against her. Does it feel like I was disgusted? I asked. She turned her face so that it was in the crook of my neck, and then pressed a kiss to it. You're not like any man that I've ever met, she whispered. I skimmed my hands up underneath her overly large t-shirt all the way up until I encountered her bra. Once I reached the latch, I adeptly removed it until her breasts popped free of their confines. She shivered in my arms and pressed farther into me. I'm not like any man you've ever met, I agreed. I'm entirely different. I'm unique. And I'm also not a boy making fun of a girl. I'm a man that finds his woman highly attractive. Her breathing hitched. You really mean that? She asked. I rolled suddenly until she was lying down lengthwise on the sofa, me hovering over her, my face only inches away from her own. It was the way her breathing had hitched that had my heart turning over in my chest. She'd really been put through the ringer. She hadn't told me but one single story of her torture when she was younger, but somehow I knew that she was scarred. So scarred that she likely pushed everyone away from her before she allowed them to ever get close enough to hurt her. You're fucking beautiful, I informed her, pushing her shirt up her belly as I said that. You're a little prickly on the outside, I teased as I pressed my mouth against hers once more. But once you get past that, you're kind of like a teddy bear. She rolled her eyes, and I used her attempted disinterest to move down her body to the first scar that I could see, the one bisecting her abdomen. These are beautiful, I informed her, because they're a part of who you are. Her hands went to my shoulders, then to my cheeks, as she clenched her fingers in my beard. I allowed the small pinch as I traveled my mouth up the length of her belly, following the line until it split off 2 ways under her breast. I chose left and circled my lips across the scar, up and over the swell of her breast, until I got to her nipples. They were dark little discs of perfect, topped with a perky nipple that I couldn't help biting slightly. She gasped and pulled me closer by my beard. Feisty, I teased as I gave my head a shake. She held on tight. Tonight you can enjoy holding the reins. Take off your shirt. Her hands left my beard and went to my shirt instead, causing me to laugh. I disentangled myself from her for a few seconds and allowed her to tug the shirt up and off my head, then grinned wickedly when she started for her own shirt. Your pants, she whispered, gesturing for me to get with the program. Your gun's digging into my thigh, and it's got rough grips. I looked down at where I carried my gun and pulled it free with one expert tug. Setting it on the counter, I moved to the button of my jeans and started pushing them off, kicking my boots off as I did. The next thing to go was my underwear. You're behind, I gestured toward her with my chin. She bit her lip as if she was scared for me to see the rest, and I felt my belly clench. I fisted my cock and started to pump it, soft and slow, as I waited for her to make the decision. She watched me work my dick, licked her lips, and then closed her eyes tightly shut as she arched up off the couch, shoved her pants down her thighs, and then kicked them off. She wasn't wearing any underwear, and the first thing I saw wasn't the scars on her body, but the curviness of it. Her full hips and hourglass shape, her breasts were utterly perfect, and I couldn't help but clench my hand on my cock as I got a look at the full package for the first time. She flushed bright red and started to turn her head away, But before she could get it fully in the side of the couch, I put a knee into the plush fabric between her thighs and situated myself once again between her legs. "Look at me, sweetheart," I whispered. She did, her face flaming. "You're beautiful," I told her. "Everything about you. You're beautiful. No matter what anybody says, thinks, or does, you're beautiful. Don't let anybody else dictate what you think of yourself. The only opinion that matters right now is mine, and I think you're perfect." That's about when she went wild. Her hands once again went to my beard and her mouth was on mine seconds later. "Please tell me you have a condom this time," she whispered, her voice shaky. I reached blindly for my wallet, finding it on the floor next to the couch, still in the pocket of my jeans, and tugged it out. Without taking my mouth from hers, I expertly located the condom in the front pocket, pulled it out, and laid it on her chest between her breasts. "Thank God," she breathed. "Put it on." I did, pulling back slightly to reach my dick, and then once again palmed the condom. Ripping the package open with my teeth, I rolled the condom down over my cock one-handed, keeping my other hand planted in the couch so I kept my entire body weight off of her. Once it was in place, I moved back over her and rolled my hips, dragging my cock along her sensitive pussy. "Put it in me," she ordered, her nails digging into my shoulder blades. I ignored her and went back to kissing her while also rubbing myself along the length of her, ass to clit, over and over again, coating myself in her wetness. One hand came up to her breast and I kneaded it, pinching the tip of her nipple lightly with each squeeze. She shivered and wrapped her short legs around my waist. The new position had my cock notching at her entrance. Taking it as a sign, I angled my hips so that I could sink inside. She moaned as I filled her, fingers twitching. A gasp left her mouth, and she arched so completely that I was concerned for her spine. Grinning, I moved my attention over to her other breast, paying closer mind to the way she tightened on me each time I'd pinch her nipple and cause her the slightest bit of pain. "Oh, God," her voice quivered. "I don't know where to focus." That's exactly how I wanted her. "Focus on whatever you want," I told her. "I'll get you there." Pulling all the way out, I slowly sank back inside, keeping this session slow and sweet instead of the pounding that I couldn't help myself from giving her last time. In and out, in and out. The slide of my flesh along hers was almost unbearable. I couldn't imagine what she would feel like if I was inside her without a condom. "I want you bare," I growled against her throat. "I want to come inside of you and watch as I leak out of you when I pull out." Her nipple tightened even farther. Seemed like she liked the idea of that too. "Birth control," I told her. "Tests, we'll do those next week." I'd have to do it during a lunch break, but I'd make it happen. If I could feel her with nothing between us, that would be the highlight of my life. Her mouth went to my throat and she started to suck, more than likely giving me a hickey for all to see tomorrow. Not that I cared. I wasn't a stranger to hickeys and I'd never minded them. But having one from Turner felt different. Felt like I should cherish it. "Harder," she pleaded. "Just a little bit harder. I'm close." I hooked one of her legs in the crook of my elbow and gave it to her harder, but not faster. Then I ground myself into her at the end of each thrust, adding a twist of my hips that had her screaming at the top of her lungs. Seconds later, ears still ringing, she started to pulse around me, coming so hard that I could feel it in every inch of my cock as she contracted around me like I'd never been squeezed before. I grunted and felt my balls draw up, hating that I'd be coming into a condom instead of her tight heat. I closed my eyes and imagined filling her anyway, causing my rhythm to finally slip. It turned jerky and fast as I took her, trying hard to make myself remain in a little bit of control. It was no use, though. I had no control, and I didn't want it either. My body pulsed as my release hit me. Spurts of cum filled the tip of the condom, and the breathing in my chest stalled out as my eyes closed and my mouth went tight. "Fuck," I growled. "Fuck, fuck, fuck." Her arms tightened around my neck as she saw me through my own release, her breath just as fast and choppy as mine. And when I finally came around enough to realize that I'd given her all of my body weight, I found the energy to hook her around the hips and reverse our positions. It was a tough task, seeing as the couch wasn't made for such acrobatics, but eventually I accomplished my task and had her exactly where I wanted her. She laid her face against my chest and panted softly. I moved one hand up to curl around the back of her neck. The other went to her back, slowly trailing the tips of my fingers down her spine. There was no telling how long we stayed like that. Too long, likely, since I could feel my cock losing mass. I pulled out of her and reached for the condom as I did, yanking it off and tying it at the end before dropping it over the side of the couch. She didn't say a word for long seconds, and neither did I. But eventually, reality rolled in, and I was left being responsible. "I can't stay," I muttered as I pressed one last kiss to her throat. "I have to get to work early in the morning, and the cat needs food." She frowned. "What cat?" I grinned. "The one that lives in my house? I was out of food yesterday and had to feed it slices of ham. I have to run by the store on the way home, too, which is another reason I really need to go." She shook her head and brushed her hair out of her face. "Okay." She looked sad, and I felt my heart squeeze. "Come back with me," I offered. She shook her head and pushed up off me. "I need to stay here," she said. "I have to do it sometime." I brushed some of her hair out of her face and said, "Did you talk to your dad today?" She nodded. "He calls me every day," she admitted. "I think he's lost." "You have something for 31 years like he did, someone that's always there no matter what you do. It's hard to function without that," I admitted. I watched my grandfather try to function without my grandmother for a year before he finally got the hang of it. She smoothed her hair back once again, and I grinned at the exasperated look that crossed her face. "I'm getting this cut before the funeral," she whispered. I immediately started shaking my head. "Don't." She studied my face for a few long seconds, and then sighed. "My mama liked it too. That's why it's so long." "It's beautiful," I whispered. "Just like you." It was as I was walking back out to my bike that I saw the same man that was leaning against his car earlier still there, only now he wasn't smoking. He was also looking mighty pissed. "How's it going?" I muttered as I passed. He didn't reply. Not even a grunt this time. But since I was running late, I didn't take the time out of my day to ask him if there was something wrong that I might be able to help with.
Chapter 14. Damn, this year went by so fast I didn't get a chance to lose weight. Turner to Castile. Turner. I opened my eyes and knew without looking at the clock that it was 3 a.m. I'd woken up at this time every single night since it had happened. Only this time, I was alone. Castile wasn't there to chase away the bad dreams like he had been the last couple of nights either. I reached for my phone and started thumbing through Pinterest, then Facebook, followed up by Instagram. Then I went back through those one more time, all under my dad's accounts that I managed, and saw all the well wishes. I saw all the nasty comments, too. I deleted those. Thank God my dad didn't check it. The first time he read, "Good riddance, the fat bitch didn't do you any favors," he would have lost his shit. Most of the comments were great. They were positive and uplifting, as were the majority of my father's fans. But there were still a few bad apples that had me wanting to delete my father's entire account. However, I knew that his publicist wouldn't approve, meaning that I had to be the better person and not reply. When I got to a post on my father's Instagram page left by a TFan1186, I frowned. It was a goddamn novel, and the more that I read it, the worse my feelings began to be. I learned of you last year thanks to your daughter's beautiful smile. Since then, I have become a devoted fan and have followed you relentlessly. To learn of your wife's passing truly makes my heart weep. I'm sorry to hear of your loss, and even sorrier that both you and your daughter had to experience that night, causing you to forget how beautiful she was and have it replaced with an image that will never be able to be torn from your mind. If there is ever a thing you might need, I am here. I live very close to your daughter, and if you ever need me, I'm there. Sincerely, A fan. I curled my lip up by the time I was done reading and wondered who this fan was. I had a feeling that he wasn't anybody I called a friend, because if he was, I would have definitely known that they were a friend. NASCAR is a really weird sport. Everybody that is anybody loves to talk about it. They'd never miss an opportunity to bring it up, especially with me. Take my brother's friend, Dogwood. Dogwood loved NASCAR. Even more, my father was his driver. When Dogwood learned that my brother was the son of the famous Hooch Racing Team, he about shit a brick. My brother had to threaten him with bodily harm to get him to shut up about it. Even the less extreme can't help themselves. Sitting up farther in bed so that my back was resting against the headboard, I took a screenshot of the comment, then deleted it. I then went to the other social media platforms to see if I could find more info on the guy besides the generic Instagram profile. I found another comment on Twitter from the same address, but nothing on Facebook, though granted I hadn't looked as hard as I probably could have. However, scanning through thousands and thousands of posts, some of which were awful and derogatory, put me on edge. By the time 4 o'clock rolled around, I was definitely no longer sleepy and, in fact, well and truly awake. Deciding some exercise might be good, and a jog around the campground would be perfect. I changed into running clothes. Once I'd located my headphones, which were tangled into a wadded-up mess in my purse, I pocketed my keys to the RV and headed outside. My phone was shoved into my shirt between my 2 sports bras and my boobs, and I was looking down at my headphones as I untangled them, meaning I didn't realize that someone was outside at the next campground over until I heard them shuffle. I blinked and looked up to find a small fire lit in the fire ring. The person sitting outside by his fire was also sitting in his car with the door open. He had a cigarette in his hand pressed up to his lips, and he was half in his car and half out, slouched back so far that he looked uncomfortable. His foot was firmly placed on the concrete spot where an RV would normally reside, and he was facing in my direction. "Hello?" I waved as I quickly looked away. Reaching up to make sure the trailer was locked, I turned and headed down the road, thankful that the campground had lights on this part of the park. The fact that someone was in their car camping really wasn't out of the norm, but it was for this part of the park. Normally, they only allowed RVs on this side due to the high demand of spots, even in the winter. At least that was what the park manager had informed me when I'd brought the RV down. When I'd asked to rent out the RV spot next to me, too, he'd shook his head and said that most of the time that one was left open anyway in case the campground owners wanted to come down, which they normally didn't during the holidays. So, needless to say, I was surprised to see someone parked there. I was also not happy that it was a man camping out of his car. Finally untangling my headphones, I plugged them into my phone and fitted them into my ear. Stopping on the side of the road to stretch my calves, I took a look around the sleepy grounds and wondered if everyone there was planning on staying through the holidays next week. There were 4 or 5 older couples that had been here just as long as I had been, but there were also 3 elderly men that were by themselves that had come in just last week. I didn't ever have time to stop and talk to them, so I didn't know their stories, but I doubted that they lived close based solely on their license plates. How many of them would leave in 4 days so they could go home for Thanksgiving? How many would stay? Switching to the opposite leg, I reached up and tightened my ponytail and looked to the side as I did. My belly clenched when I saw the man walk in toward me. Quickly looking down so I didn't make eye contact, thank God I'd already put the headphones in so he wouldn't talk to me, I waited for him to pass. When he did finally pass, which was way slower than I thought it ought to have been, I decided to start running in the opposite direction. I made it 1.25 miles before I caught up to the man again. He'd stopped at another empty campground and was facing the opposite way, the way I would have originally been coming from, meaning I got a very good look at the man as I came up on him, and there was nothing about him that really made him distinguishable. Brown hair, medium build and tall, black clothes and black shoes. His skin was tanned, but the only part of it I could see, his face and his hands. weren't remarkable. Keeping my head down as I passed him, I had to fight my instincts to look over my shoulder at the man as I decided that the end of my run had drawn near. With that man out there, my instincts were humming. Worse, I could tell that when I passed, he definitely noticed. I was also fairly sure that he was now following. Belly in a clench for the last quarter of a mile, I pushed it a lot harder than I normally would have and arrived back at my RV just as I was fairly sure I might die. I wasn't a runner. Even more so, I wasn't athletic, period. Pairing those two things together meant that I was fairly awful at working out. However, I'd finally broken 10 minutes on my mile, and I was happy. At one point in time, that would have never been possible for me. I was just rounding the back of the RV, finally taking a look behind me to see if the man was as close as I feared he was. He was gaining fast as if he was running to keep up now. With my eyes on him, I didn't see the dark, looming figure that was hiding in the shadows until my brother caught me as I started to fall over him. "Shit!" I cried out, scared out of my mind. "Chill the fuck out," Bud muttered. "Why are you running in the dark, you dumbass?" Hearing my brother's words had me deflating, in more than one way. Seconds after he set me to the side and made sure that I was stable, I once again threw myself at him. He caught me and allowed me to wrap myself around him, despite my sweaty state. He only held me and rubbed my back as I cried into his neck. "It'll be okay, sissy," he whispered. "We'll get through this." He didn't sound convinced, just like I wasn't. But I had a feeling he was right. We would get through this. It'd be tough, the toughest thing we'd ever done since we were both so very close to my mother, but we'd do it. "I know," I admitted. "I'm just scared. I'm sad. I'm a lot of things." He grunted in reply, then suddenly stiffened. "Can I help you?" my brother drawled. I looked up to find him staring at the man that was once again at his campground, this time standing next to his car, watching us. I shivered and pulled out my keys. "Let's go inside." "I don't want to do this," Bud muttered as he walked up to my grandmother's front path with me 4 hours later. "Me neither," I admitted. "I've been putting it off for 4 days now." "I really don't want to see her," Bud said. "I feel like it's wrong being here without Mom." It was. I didn't think we'd ever been here by ourselves. My mother was incredibly close to her mother, so every time we came out, it was with her at our side. "You get the funeral all squared away?" Bud asked, trying to distract himself from what we were about to walk into. "Yes," I admitted, as I took the first step up onto my grandmother's front porch. "Tomorrow at 9. He nodded once, then took a deep breath. I opened the front door and walked inside without knocking. Taking my first step into the house, my eyes automatically went to my grandmother's chair, and I felt my heart stall in my chest. Not because my grandmother was crying, but because my grandmother was laughing uproariously. "And then she wiped her eyes, "called and told me what she did." All eyes turned to us as we walked inside the room. "What Mom did?" Bud asked curiously. That was when Castile stood up from the chair my grandfather had seated him in and recalled the story my grandmother had just been reciting. "Your grandmother was telling me about the time that your mother was trying out your brother's airsoft gun," he explained. That was when Bud started laughing his ass off. I looked over at him, then at my Castile, then back at Bud again. I said carefully, "Am I missing something?" Bud wiped tears of mirth that were rolling down his face. Castile grinned and continued his story. "Apparently your brother taught her how to load it before he left for boot camp," he explained. "And one day, she was trying to shoot the cat with it because it was eating the wires of the television, and instead of hitting the cat, she hit the television itself." My mouth dropped open. "That ping in the television?" I gasped. Bud started laughing all over again, bending over to breathe when he couldn't seem to draw enough oxygen into his lungs. "She sent me a letter in basic training." He stood up and once again wiped at his eyes with the backs of his hands. "She said that she only pumped it once. That way she wouldn't hurt him, but when she went to shoot the cat, your dad started to come in from the bedroom. She jumped and shot the TV instead." The irony in the entire situation was that my mother had lit my brother up about 2 weeks before he left because he'd thrown his Wii controller at the television and broke it. So my father had to replace it twice in about a month's time. I turned to my brother, practically tearing my gaze away from Castile's soft one, and stared at him. "You know that she blamed that on you, right?" Bud grinned. "Well, technically I told her to say that, although I meant about shooting at the cat. I was talking to her when she was complaining about the cat eating the wires. I told her what to do and how to work the airsoft gun, but she had to hang up before she actually shot him so she could use 2 hands. I didn't hear about the TV's demise until I read her letter." I just shook my head in amusement, then sobered. "Bud, come over here and give me a freaking kiss already," my grandmother demanded. Bud dutifully followed directions, walking up to my grandmother and bending down over her. Then he dropped his weight completely down onto her and smothered her with his body as he peppered her face with kisses. "Ugh!" my grandmother wheezed. "You've gotten big." I felt my heart press uncomfortably against my ribs. "You okay?" I heard Castile ask from beside me. I turned to find him standing at my side, his outstretched arm resting against the beam of wood that I was still standing under in the entranceway. "He used to do that with my mom, too," I admitted. "Lay on them. Bud doesn't know boundaries." Castile's eyes went to Bud. "Looks like they enjoy it, though," he admitted. I pressed into Castile's side as I said, "They do." He dropped his arm from the wood above my head and wrapped it around me instead. "I thought you said you were going to lunch," I teased, pressing my face down a little harder on his shoulder to get his attention. "I was," he admitted. "Here." I rolled my eyes but couldn't stop from grinning. "Y'all two come sit down," my grandmother ordered, "and then I'll get you all a plate of chicken and dumplings." I closed my eyes as emotions tore through my chest. My mother made the best food ever. No joke, it was so good that our family from all around used to drive an hour just to eat at her place while she was in town. If she'd been alive right now, there'd be no less than 5 family members, cousins and or brothers, that would be in her kitchen begging for food right that instant. And she got her skills from my grandmother. But my grandmother didn't cook often anymore. She had arthritis in her hands, and it made it hard for her to do the things that she used to be able to do so easily. So for her to cook us lunch was a very special occasion. Castile led me to the chair he was using, then went to the dining room and collected another one. I looked at my grandmother when she raised her eyebrows at me. "What?" I asked. Bud snorted from where he was still practically sitting in my grandmother's lap. "What my ass," he muttered. I flipped him off, and my grandmother smacked us both upside the head. "Stop cussing," she ordered. I demurely zipped my mouth with my fingers, causing her to roll her eyes. The door to the house slammed, and we all turned just in time to see my papa, clad in his regular blue coveralls, shirtless and barefoot, walking into the kitchen with a catfish in each hand. Both of them were flopping around, mad as hell, causing my papa to grunt with the effort to hold on to them. Once he reached the kitchen sink, he tossed them inside and washed his hands over the top of them. Still flopping around in the farmhouse sink, yes, they'd put a new sink in for this very reason, he walked into the living room, not sparing a single person a look. "Boy, get out of your grandmother's lap so she can get me some dumplings." My grandfather came in and sat in his chair. Bud rolled his eyes, but ultimately did what my grandfather said, going to the dining room and not coming back for a good long while. I had a feeling he was talking to Castile, but instead of being alarmed, I chose to trust them both not to kill each other. I stared at my grandfather, who was staring at me. "How's Grandma doing, Papa?" I asked. My grandmother scoffed, but my papa, a World War II vet, was an honest man. I trusted him to tell me the truth.
"She's okay. Now," he admitted. "Had to take her to the hospital the other day because she thought she was having a heart attack. Turns out it was only a panic attack. They gave her some anxiety meds after fighting with her on which hand she was getting the IV through. And she was fine."
I frowned and turned to my grandmother. "Why were you fighting over which hand to get the IV into?" I asked curiously. Castile and Bud walked in with more chairs, just as my grandfather said,
"She didn't want an IV in her wiping hand."
I frowned. "Her wiping hand?"
"Yeah."
He held up his hand.
"Her ass wiping hand. She said that it doesn't feel right to wipe her ass with the other hand and wanted them to put it in her left hand, not her right."
I closed my eyes and started to laugh. That was my grandparents for you. God, I shook my head. Bud and Castile shared a chuckle as they laughed beside us.
"Y'all might as well carry chairs back,"
my grandmother said as she stood up.
"Your grandfather is ready for lunch. Go sit down and we'll eat."
I stood up and started to follow my grandmother, who was already hurrying toward the kitchen. Reaching for my chair, Castile knocked my hand away gently and said,
"Got it."
I looked up at him and smiled, then walked into the kitchen to help my grandmother, which was not at all. She ladled up each person a bowl of dumplings, then cracked pepper and salt, the perfect amount over each one.
"So, you have a man,"
Grandma said, startling me from my hunger. I looked up to see her grab one of the kid bowls that she used for when the grandchildren came over and ladle up a small portion for me. Yeah, I admitted. I guess. Grandma smiled.
"He called himself yours when he introduced himself."
I shivered as the words hit me. I want him to be, I admitted, licking my lips nervously. But he drives me a little bit crazy, or he used to, and well, he's really hot and out of my league. Grandma looked at me sharply.
"Have you looked at yourself lately?" she asked. "You were always a beautiful child, but now you're breathtaking, when you're not being all snarly to keep people at a distance."
I did do that. Anyway, I admitted, I'm not altogether sure that he won't see reason and leave me. She shook her head and handed me 2 bowls.
"I think you'll be surprised. The young man that showed up at my door worried about you making it through seeing me today isn't one that doesn't stay for the long haul."
A silly grin on my face. I walked into the dining room to find my grandfather, Castile, and Bud in a standoff on who could be the most intimidating.
"Soup's on,"
Grandma said as she laid my grandfather's food down first. Bud rolled his eyes, as did I. Castile looked at me curiously. He always gets served first, I admitted, even when we have everybody over, including grandchildren. Papa eats first no matter what, and my grandma makes sure of it.
"As it should be,"
Papa said as he took his first bite of soup.
"You keep your man happy, you keep yourself happy." "How is that, Papa?"
Bud teased.
"Don't go where I know you're going with that politically correct bullshit,"
he muttered around a bite of dumplings.
"I do the same for her, in different ways. I draw her bath and put her clothes in the dryer while she's in there so they'll be warm when she steps out, and I cook her breakfast every single morning and serve it to her in bed."
Castile leaned back in his chair, grinning.
"Damn, Papa," Bud said. "That's pretty fucking sweet of you."
Papa whacked Bud across the knuckles with his cane.
"Knock that off," he ordered. "You know how your grandmother hates the cursin'."
Bud, chastised now, looked at Grandma apologetically. "Sorry," he apologized.
"I've been in the field for weeks. I just got back yesterday, as a matter of fact. I'm not in control of my manners just yet."
Papa grunted, then turned to him and said,
"Eat."
Bud ate, as did we all. I managed about half the bowl my grandmother served me and sat back, so full I was about to pop. But I wasn't good at stopping when it came to my grandmother's cooking, and as I studied Castile, I realized he was just as taken away by it. He was practically licking the bowl. "Here." I scooted my bowl toward him. "Have that." Castile greedily snatched it up and nearly licked that bowl, too. I have more, my grandmother said with amusement. Bud and Castile both nodded their heads and stood, walking into the kitchen with their bowls before my grandmother could offer to get it for them. When I finally looked back to the table, it was to find my grandfather grinning at my grandmother. What? I asked carefully. Your mother would have loved him, my grandma whispered. That wasn't so bad. And having your boyfriend, the one you didn't tell me about, break the ice was definitely helpful, Bud said. I looked over at him and raised a brow. Technically, I did tell you about him, I countered. He's the one who gave me a ticket and the same one that said I had to go to court to talk to the judge. Remember? Bud's mouth fell open. You're dating the man that gave you a ticket. I blushed. Yes? Bud started laughing and didn't stop until we got to where my dad had stopped the RV for the night, the last night he was with Mom. I don't want to do this either, Bud grumbled. Anyway, you can call that boyfriend of yours over to break the ice here, too. I snorted. He's working a serial killer case. He barely had time to do what he did today. There's no way I'm calling him out here to deal with Dad, and I'm honestly not sure what I'll find when I get in there. I wasn't worried that my dad would try to kill himself, but anything else, like neglecting himself, cleaning up, showering, possibly wiping well, that I could see him doing. My dad was like an overgrown 9-year-old. He needed to be told what to do, where to go, when to do it. And when his agent wasn't providing that information for him, my mom was. I'm not saying that my father is incapable of doing those things, he's just a lazy person. Without the constant feedback from others, he's going to be struggling. I started to come here last night, but didn't for the same reason, Bud admitted. I'm really concerned that he's going to be living in a pile of filth. I got out of the truck and slammed the door closed, heading for the RV that looked rather dark and gloomy, thanks to the trees that the RV was parked under and the rapidly descending sun sinking in the sky. You go first, he muttered. I rolled my eyes at my brother and headed for the front steps, walking up one before I reached up and knocked. Dad answered the door instantly. Two things hit me at once. One, he was dressed, rather nicely, in a clean pair of jeans and t-shirt. Two, he looked like he was waiting for us to come. I felt a little bad. I should have probably made more of an effort to come see him, but damn it, I wasn't sure that I could handle being around him just yet. I wanted to be strong, but I also wanted to grieve myself. Hey, Dad, I said as I continued up the steps. Hey, baby, my father said. You brought your brother. Does that mean that we can have the funeral tomorrow? I nodded. Yes, I've already called Jubilee. She's setting it up for early in the morning. I paused. You have a speaking engagement that you've had booked for 2 years. You wanted to go to that, right? Dad nodded. I did. I can go now that we have a time and date for the funeral. I can leave tomorrow afternoon after our turkey dinner and drive all night to get to Florida. I thought about that for a few moments. You can drive half the night and sleep the other half. Then you can finish the drive and get there in time to do the speech with about 3 to 4 hours to spare. That'll give you enough time to shower and change. Dad nodded. That's good, I can do that. He paused. Do y'all want something to eat? My brows rose. You have something? He nodded. I went to the store yesterday, and the laundromat. I cleaned the cabin up, washed the bed sheets. Surprise poleaxed me. You did all that? He shrugged. There's nothing else to do. Y'all are both working, and my job is somewhere else. I suppose if I drove all the way home, I'd have more to do. Dad and Mom had owned a 100-acre ranch in South Dakota that Dad had purchased about 15 years ago. I'd spent about 2 years there before I'd graduated high school and then moved to Texas for college. The ranch housed my father's racing business, where he built his cup cars, where he stored all his merchandise and had offices at, so, yes, he was right. He could probably find plenty to do if he went home. Do you want to go home? I asked, taking a seat on one of the 2 sofas located in the main cabin of his RV. Bud walked to the fridge and pulled out a beer, taking a seat at the bar. Dad sighed. Yeah, I'm bored here. Lonely. I lost my best friend. The woman that I did everything with. Without her here to keep me entertained, I'm rather disinterested. I need something to keep my mind occupied, and jacking around doing nothing isn't the way to do it. I agree, Bud said. I think going home would be best for you. Saying that, I think you should just fly to Kissimmee, not drive this beast. I'm not leaving it here. He paused. Unless one of you two want it. I immediately started shaking my head. I have the one I'm using now. There's nothing to do with it if you leave it here. He nodded. Then I'm driving it home. Bud waved his beer in the air. Want one, Dad? Dad shook his head. No, I've given up beer for a while. Bud's brows shot up to his hairline. But what will you do with all your free beer? Dad was sponsored by a brewing company. He got every single type of beer that they produced at the brewing company if he so pleased. Most of the time they just sent him cases and cases, but if he asked for any specifically, he'd get those too. Dad turned to me. Seems like our girl has a boy that's keeping her attention. Maybe he'll want it. I felt my face heat. I don't know what you're talking about. And that was the first time I'd seen my dad laugh since my mother passed away.
Chapter 15. Of course I'm an organ donor. Who wouldn't want a piece of me? Castile to Turner. Castile. I'll take a couple of hours to go to this funeral, and then I'll be back. Do you want me to pick some lunch up? I asked Easton. Easton shook his head. No, he said. But if you don't mind, I'll go with you. I need to get out of this place and think. My brain hurts. I shrugged. I was going to take my bike, but if you want to ride together, I'll take the cruiser. You're more than welcome to come, though. Turner won't mind at all. Easton grimaced. Funerals aren't my thing, but I'm fucking stuck. I need a break for a couple of hours. I shrugged. Whatever floats your boat. Thanks, Easton muttered. And yes, I'll be riding with you. I still get lost. I rolled my eyes. This town is the size of a flea. This town has 40,000+ people, and has the worst mapping system I've ever seen. It's amazing to me that almost every single road in town all leads to the same damn place, he countered. I picked up my suit jacket from the back of the chair and threw it over my shoulders. Easton's brows shot up. You're dressing up for this? I grimaced. My mom would kill me if I didn't dress accordingly. She raised me to always dress like I'm going to see her, or else. Easton chuckled. I bet the vast majority of them are in jeans and nice shirts. I've been to a lot of funerals in my time. You'd be surprised how casual most everyone is. I shrugged. I tried to wear sweatpants to church one year and my mom boxed my ears. Literally. She looked at me, slapped both of her hands upside my ears, and then told me to go change or I'd get my butt whooped. Easton grinned. Sounds like your mama is spunky. Thinking of my mom made me smile. Thinking of the reason I hadn't seen her in forever. No, that wiped the smile right off my face. What was that look for? He asked, looking at me with curiosity. I rolled my shoulders. I haven't seen my mom in a while. I thought about that, and I decided that as soon as this serial killer business was over with, I'd be taking a road trip to go see her. That call you asked about an hour ago? Both Easton and I turned to see a young officer standing in the door. It was traced back to a local number. I turned to Easton with a frown. That either means that he never got rid of his phone when he moved, which is not his normal operating procedure, or he's still here. Easton looked practically giddy. I'm hoping he's still here. He clapped his hands. That means he fucked up. Easton chose to sit in the back of the room. Me, remembering my mother's manners that she'd ingrained in me from such a young age, went up to see the family and tell them that I was there. My eyes moved to the spread of flowers that were located behind the family. There were so many of them that they had to line the walls 4 spreads deep, and still they wrapped around the rooms and went to the sides. The entire alternate seating area, the place where the family sometimes sat if they didn't want to sit with the general population, was also filled with spreads of flowers. The pews were moved, and the entire thing looked like a colorful garden. Holy shit. The first person to catch my eye was Turner's brother, Bud. We hadn't had much time to chat yesterday when I'd been at their grandparents' house, a spur-of-the-moment decision based on a text message that relayed how much Turner wasn't looking forward to the visit. But what I had talked to him about was enough to have me grinning. Bud had told me that if I hurt his sister, he'd kill me. Knowing that he wasn't joking in the slightest, I'd offered him my hand and then told him my address for easier access. Bud watched me move like a predator watches another predator. And he'd be right to see me as a predator. I wouldn't be an easy kill, that was for sure. Bud nudged Turner, who looked up at him in annoyance. Bud said something, then jerked his head in my direction, causing Turner to whip her head around and stare at me, walking toward her. Her face lifted out of that permanent look of exhaustion and turned to exultation at seeing me. Joy filled her face. She looked relieved, happy, and sad all at once. Her father, on the other hand, looked like death warmed over. His face was haunted, and why wouldn't it be? He'd just lost the love of his life. I offered first her father, who took it without question, and then Bud my hand. Then I extended my fingers toward Turner. When she placed her hand in mine, I gently pulled her toward me and wrapped my arms around her small frame, though I could practically hear her arguing with my mind the minute I thought it. I'm not small. I'm compact and thick. Then I grinned. You okay? I whispered into her hair. Fine, she admitted. I'm tired of hugging people. I chuckled into her hair. Almost done. I'm one of the last ones. They were talking about finishing up as I was walking in, getting the service started. She blew out a breath, and I could feel the warmth against one nipple. Good, she breathed. I'm tired and ready for this to be over. I pressed a kiss to her forehead. I'm going to the back and sitting with Easton, I told her. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask. She nodded against my sternum. I hope I don't. I gave her one last squeeze, then relinquished her to the rest of the people that were waiting to pay their respects before the service. Bud smiled at me as I passed him. Thanks. I shrugged and kept walking, making my way to where Easton was sitting in the last row that also looked to be a handicap row due to the shortness of the pew. Oh, and the handicap sticker on the side, that was a dead giveaway as well. Easton was staring at a man that was in front of him with a frown. As I walked up, my eyes went to the man. Brown hair, average build, average complexion. Everything about him was average. Yet I knew that I'd seen him before. I took my seat next to Easton and spoke so only he could hear. Why are you staring at that man so hard? I asked. I've seen him before, he muttered. Bear Bottom was a small town. If he'd been at any of the places around town, it was likely that we had seen him before. Yet it was possible that we didn't know him. I have too, I admitted. Might have been over the last week. I'm good with faces, Easton said. And I can't remember where I've seen him before. Easton was a goddamn genius. I'd figured that out over the last week of working with him. Not only was he smart, but his brain worked on a different wavelength than anybody else's. Where my brain felt like it worked on FM, his was one of those that worked on AM, FM, and fucking satellite. There were things he saw, clues he'd put together that I would have never even thought to consider, which was why, when he said that he recognized the man in front of us, I knew that the man was different. Run his face, I suggested. Can't hurt. I will, Easton said. I just have to get in front of him. Maybe take a selfie, which is highly inconsiderate. People are going to look at me weird. I cast him a side-eyed look. That bothers you? He nodded. I don't like taking pictures, period. They're a pain in the ass, not to mention I'm asked every half a second by some random woman walking down the road because of all this hot cop bullshit going around lately. All of a sudden it's acceptable for random strangers to ask you for your picture. Or just take it. Whatever. It's fucking not, I muttered, losing myself in my adamance that pictures were dumb. But anyway, if you need me to take a goddamn selfie, I should do it now. The service is about to start. I'll do it, Easton muttered. I think you're more fucked up about having your photo taken than I am. Easton had snickered when some random chick had walked up to me outside of the Exxon earlier. She hadn't been very stealthy about getting her picture, nor had she made an attempt to hide it once she'd been caught. Easton stood up and walked over to where the pew was empty 2 rows ahead, 1 row ahead of the random man. I started looking around, surprised by the number of people that were filling the room, still trickling in even 5 minutes late. I idly wondered if they were all here because of the wife or because of the husband. I hoped it was because of the wife, because it'd be fucking awful if it was only due to the hooch racing fame that half of these people showed. A few I knew were likely executives for racing. They were just too well dressed. But there were some that looked genuinely saddened to be there. Those were definitely the ones that were actually friends. Easton came back and sat down beside me. "Got my picture," he muttered, just as the attendants started closing the doors from behind us. "I'm going to send this in now, but with the holiday, I have no doubt in my mind that I won't get any hits, if there are any to be had, until at least 2 days from now." I nodded once, keeping my eyes forward, and continued to scan the room. The first 8 rows had been blocked off for the family, and they took up almost every single bit of it. Hell, some of one of the aunt's kids even spilled out into a couple of pews behind, though I wasn't sure if that was by intent or happenstance. "Your girl's gonna lose it," Easton muttered. My eyes swiveled to Turner's hunched form so fast that it would have been comical had it not been under such a sad circumstance. In the front row, Bud was sitting next to the grandmother, talking to her in low tones. Turner's grandfather was next to her grandmother, and her father was sitting next to him. Then came Turner, all by herself at the end of the row. There was about a foot of space on either side of her, enough room that someone from her family could have sat there had they wanted to. But Easton was right. When Turner turned her head to study the flower arrangement directly next to the pew, I could see the tears already coursing down her face. I looked to where Jubilee was standing in the back, her face a sad line as she also watched her friend. Our eyes caught, and Jubilee gestured her chin toward Turner, a universal sign of go to her. I didn't waste a second. Standing up, I passed the pews upon pews and massive spreads of flowers until I got to her row. I was sure that everyone and their brother was very aware of my every move. They were watching because normally one would stop before they got to the family section. Yet I didn't. I went to the first pew, then started sitting in the tiny gap between the end of the pew and Turner's lap. Turner had no choice but to move over, or I'd end up in her lap, which she did with only seconds to spare. The moment I was down, I lifted my arm and curled it around her shoulders, pulling her into my side. She started to cry harder and buried her face into my chest. My shirt would be soaked by the end. I could just feel it.
Turner. The funeral was awful, just like I thought it would be. Unsurprisingly, it was a beautiful service, and I was very impressed with how well it went. The slideshow of all the pictures, the ones that I hadn't had to find thanks to my best friend being so awesome, was by far the hardest. I hadn't realized that I could cry any harder at that point, but I proved myself wrong. And through it all, Castile had been a rock at my side. He hadn't complained one single bit, not even when I started soaking his shirt. Then, as the service ended and people started to come up to me, offering their condolences, he was still at my side. It was as we were leaving, and Jubilee was asking us what to do with the flowers, that he finally spoke up. "The Veterans Hospital Memorial Ground isn't too far from here," Castile said. "You could take some of them inside the hospital to all the patients' rooms. And if you still have more, you can start taking them to the graves." Jubilee looked at me for confirmation, and I nodded. It actually sounded quite lovely. "Okay, I'll have Mr. Downs load them up and take them there," she said. "We're going to have to take multiple trips, though. Are there any that you want to take with you?" I'd actually taken the time to go through them earlier, looking at each and every card that there was. There was only one that I really wanted to take. "Yeah," I whispered, disengaging from Castile and walking to a beautiful spray of flowers that had caught my attention from my seat. Bending over, I picked up the flowers by the vase and smiled when I saw the card again. "Not enough, but it's something. Castile." I turned to find Castile staring at me knowingly. "How'd you find those and all of the other prettier ones?" he asked me as I walked back to him. "They're understated but beautiful," I murmured, and they were right by my chair. I had a lot of time to study the closer ones. Castile offered me a quick grin, and then looked at something over my shoulder. I followed his gaze to see Easton in the back of the room, studying the crowd. "You have to go to work?" I asked. Castile nodded, looking reluctant to leave, but I knew he needed to go. "Yeah," he confirmed. "We've already been here about an hour longer than scheduled. We have to pick up lunch and dive back in, especially since tomorrow we're short-staffed." I was nodding before he finished his explanation. Then I was walking toward him, pausing only slightly to set my vase down on the pew Castile was standing next to, before continuing straight into Castile's arms. "Thank you for coming," I breathed. "Once again, you saved the day." He squeezed me tight, then dropped a kiss onto the top of my forehead. "I'd say it was a pleasure, but I'd rather not have had to do it at all," he admitted. "But since I did, you're welcome. It was my honor." Then he was dropping one more kiss to my forehead, and I took the hint for what it was. He had to go. After squeezing my hip one more time, he stopped next to Bud and said some low, quiet words and continued on to the door. It wasn't until Bud was standing at my side and Castile was walking out of the building that I realized Castile hadn't wanted me to be alone. "Let's go home," he said. "I know Grandma made us food and dropped it off at your RV. I'm starved." We'd opted out of having an after-service memorial. Since Thanksgiving was so soon, we knew that people had places to be and things to do and prepare for, so we'd chosen to have a memorial service for the family about midway through December. There we would celebrate my mother's life, and I'd get to split up my mother's remains with everyone. But today, it was just about us. Dad, Bud, and me. But looking at Dad, I knew that he wouldn't be coming over. "You want to come eat at the RV with me and Bud, Dad?" I asked. Dad looked over at me and shook his head. "No," he admitted. "I think I want to be alone tonight. Tomorrow I'll come over around noon, but tonight I just want to breathe." I knew what he meant entirely. I also knew that tomorrow wouldn't be any better than today. Yet I didn't argue with him. Instead, I wrapped my arms around him and hugged him tight. He barely hugged me back. Chapter 16. As a child, I thought I'd see the Bermuda Triangle. Is it just me, or are you disappointed you haven't seen it too? Text from Turner to Castile. Turner. "Why are you calling me at 7 a.m? Castile grumbled, sounding half asleep. "I don't know what else to do," I said honestly. "I'm making the turkey for my dad and brother today, and I don't know what to do." Honestly and truly, I was lost. I had no earthly idea what it was that I was supposed to do at this point, and the only other option I had was calling Castile. I'd tried calling Jubilee, but I'd hung up about 2 seconds into the call, knowing that she was likely still asleep, and that she had done a lot for me over the last couple of days instead of being at her honeymoon. "What do you mean you don't know what to do?" he asked, sounding slightly more awake. "Do you not know how to cook it?" "I have the gist of that, I think." I paused as I looked at the turkey that was sitting in my kitchen sink. "I don't know how to do the first part, the getting it ready for the oven part. It says I'm supposed to stuff the turkey with oranges and apples, but I can't get the legs apart." "Did you take the plastic thing off the legs?" he asked. I poked the nasty-looking bird with one finger. I don't see anything plastic," I murmured, looking around really good, then paused when I saw what looked like a zip tie at the end of the 2 thighs. "Does it look like a zip tie?" "Yes," he said. "You should be able to get it off without scissors." I paused in my reach for the scissors. He knew me well, and put the phone onto speaker and set it on the counter next to the turkey. Then I started to get the stupid piece of plastic off. Needless to say, I should have just used the damn scissors. By the time I'd gotten it off, I was sweating and cursing up a storm. "I finally got it," I breathed, wiping my brow with my sleeve. Why was it all of a sudden so damn hot in here, and why the hell had I thought it was a good idea to leave my hair down? "What now?" "Now you start pulling everything out of the inside of it," he instructed, sounding like he was moving now. "Reach in there and get it all out." I reached in there, and I felt something slimy, long, and cylindrical. I blinked and tugged it all the way out, instantly disgusted. Swallowing hard, I said, "There's something that came out of it that I don't think should have come out of it." I paused. "I think I need a new turkey. This one is defective." He sounded like he was wheezing. "There's a neck that looks like a long, crooked dick, if that's what you're looking at." He was laughing now. That's why he was wheezing. "It's not the dick, it's the neck, I swear to God. You have to get that out, plus the bag of giblets that are stuck in its ass." "That looks like a dick," I said quietly, staring at the neck in my sink. "Are you sure it's a neck?" There was uncontrollable laughter on the other end of the line. "Swear to Christ," he encouraged me, wind sounding in the background as he spoke. "It's a neck." I wasn't sure that made it much better. "Now, how do I get the giblets out?" I questioned. I heard a door slam, and then quiet again. I assumed he'd gone outside for something and was now back inside. What was he doing going outside so early in the morning, when it was raining cats and dogs, when he didn't have a front porch? But before I could question him, he started explaining how to get the giblets bag out. "And what are giblets?" I asked curiously, doing as I was told and flipping the bird over. "They're the organs," he said. "Some people like to eat those." I gagged. "That sounds disgusting." "To each their own, I guess," he said, sounding slightly distracted. "Do you need to go?" I questioned. "No," he answered immediately. "I was just thinking about the rest that you needed to do to get that bird ready to go." It was once it was all the way done, neck fat trimmed, giblets and neck tossed, bird rinsed and all the extra juices dried off, that it finally hit me. I still had to cook this stupid bird. I had to make a tasty meal out of a turkey for my family, and I'd never, not once, cooked a turkey before. My grandmother had offered to do it, and maybe I should have taken her up on that. Maybe I should have allowed someone else to help. But it had been tradition for 18 years that the eldest sibling brought the turkey, and all the other siblings brought the side dishes. I didn't want to ruin the tradition. Then I started to cry. "Castile, I can't do this," I whimpered into the phone. I wiped my eyes with my shoulder one by one and tried to tell myself to breathe, yet it didn't work. I was a crying mess. I'd woken up with a determined expression on my face today, absolutely certain that I would be accomplishing my goals, except now I wasn't so certain. Hell, I wasn't even sure that I could get this turkey done before dinner at 4. I hadn't realized that there was such a process into getting a turkey from the bag into the oven, and shit, I hadn't even preheated the oven. I started to cry harder. Then there was a shuffle at my door. And then the door was opened, and Castile was filling the tiny doorway that led up into my RV. Elation skittered through me as I stared at the man that was quickly becoming my hero. I ran to him and threw my arms around his midsection, and the best part? He wrapped those long, strong arms around me, too. He held me so tight that I instantly knew that everything would be okay. My grandmother probably made a backup turkey, and she also made a ham. If this stupid turkey was needed, I'd be royally surprised. My cries turned to sniffles, and soon thereafter, I was only left with the puffy eye feeling and the knowledge that I loved this man. It had happened fast. I'd gone from disliking him immensely from the moment that he gave me a ticket to knowing without a shadow of a doubt that this man was it for me. Castile was the love of my life. He'd been there when no one else had been, and given me things that I'd never known I needed. "What's with all those tears, pretty girl?" he asked. "Let's go make us a turkey." I reluctantly pulled from his arms, but before I could take more than a step back toward the turkey, he was pulling me to him and slamming his mouth down on my own. He pulled back with a grin. "Salty," I snickered, then went up onto my tippy toes and kissed him again. Mine was sweeter than his, more of a thank you than a haven't seen you in hours kind of kiss. "I don't know what I'd do without you, Cass," I whispered to him. He winked down at me, and then dropped one last kiss to my upturned lips before pulling me toward the kitchen. "Now, here's what I propose," he suggested. "I have to be at my parents' house at noon. We're going to fry turkeys, 4 of them, and I don't think they'll even notice if you want to slip yours in there, too. That way you can come with me, be my buffer, get your turkey cooked, and I don't have to be alone with my parents. And I have an excuse to leave because then I'll go with you to your families at 4. I thought about that. I thought that you didn't talk with your parents, I said. Had I just made that up? I don't talk to them much, he agreed. They're too far away and I'm busy. My grandmother isn't the one hosting the Thanksgiving, though. My uncle is. He has the biggest house, and he's in Wascom near the Shreveport, Texas border, not the lake, I explained. He nodded. Even better because my parents are up from Arkansas staying with my sister who lives in Hallsville. My brows rose. You have a sister? He nodded. 2 of them. One's 2 years older than me, and one's 2 years younger. The younger one, Marielle, lives in Dallas. She's probably not going to come down because her husband's family usually gets her holidays, not us. L'Oreal lives here. She's married and has no kids, and no plans on ever having kids. My brows rose. Really? No plans ever? He shrugged. They're odd ducks. They were both in the military and retired right at the same time. I think they enjoy the lifestyle of being able to get up and go. The only kid they liked was... He trailed off. My brows rose. The only kid they liked? He swallowed hard, his shoulders suddenly stiff as he stared at the turkey in my sink. When I was with my ex-wife, she was given custody of her nephew. He was about a year old when he came to live with us. He clenched his fists. But we'd known him well before that. He was my little buddy, and the cutest little kid ever. My parents and family loved the hell out of him. And she didn't allow you visitation in the divorce, I guessed. Castile shook his head. I took his non-answer as answer enough. His ex-wife had really screwed him over. Needless to say, when we arrived at his parents' house, every single one of them was suspicious of me. When I was introduced to them all, it was surprisingly the sister that said, "Hey, isn't your dad the racer? Aren't you one too?" I blushed profusely and would have done a nervous hair tuck behind my ear had my arms not been loaded down with groceries. Yes, I answered. That's me. Hooch. Turner Hooch. Did I just introduce myself like James Bond? What the absolute fuck, Turner? Castile walked past me into the kitchen. Castile's parents, as well as L'Oreal and her husband, who'd introduced himself as Avner of all things, all continued to stare at me. When L'Oreal broke off to go into the kitchen, I winced when I heard her say, "Another rich one, Cassie, really?" Avner, Castile's mom, Judith, and Castile's dad, Seal, both looked at me with worry plain on their faces. Holy shit, what was this? What had I walked into? I juggled the turkey. Where do you want me to put this? It was Seal who pointed at the counter. You can put it there, but we don't need another turkey to fry. I thought about just turning around and walking straight out of the house and back to my truck to, I don't know, drive like a bat out of hell out of here, but Castile stopped me in my tracks by his words. I told her she could come over here and we'd cook it. The oil will already be hot and it won't take but a couple of minutes. Castile interrupted my inner musings. Now, stop acting like assholes. It'll take like 40 minutes, Avner said. Not a couple, and I'm not acting like an asshole. You're staring at her like she's an interloper in your domain, Castile countered. L'Oreal crossed her arms over her chest and leaned her hips against the counter. Well, she is. My arms were starting to ache, but there was no way in hell that I was walking in there without first knowing whether I was truly welcome. I could take my turkey back home and cook it on high before I was subjected to a Thanksgiving that I wasn't welcome at, but when Castile moved, taking the turkey from me and setting it on the counter, I knew that he wouldn't be waiting. I'd be staying because taking one look at Castile's face, I knew that he was pissed. Stop messing around. You're making her feel unwelcome, Castile ordered, turning back to the room and me. His eyes went to my face, and he stiffened even further. I tried to wipe away my discomfort, tried to hide it, but it was very plain on my face, and I was shit at hiding my emotions. Avner walked to the counter and took a look at the bird. How much does this one weigh? Castile's eyes once again cut to me. I opened my mouth and then closed it. I searched for a 14-pound bird. You're not sure on the exact weight? Castile asked. I shook my head. No, I could go back home and look in the trash and never come back. Castile likely understood what would happen if he sent me home because he shook his head immediately. We'll make do. If you burn down my garage because you don't know what you're cooking, she's paying for it, L'Oreal exclaimed. That was when I stiffened even further. I wasn't going to be able to do this. But then L'Oreal laughed and walked to the sink, washing her hands. I don't have any butter injector for this one either, Seal mentioned. We'll have to make some up really quick like we did last year when L'Oreal couldn't find it. Castile walked up to my side and pulled me into his chest, dropping his mouth to my ear. They're really good people, he said. They're protective of me. And the last time I brought someone home, she tore my heart out and stomped on it, gave them a little bit of time to get used to you. And I tried to remind myself of those words at least once every 5 minutes over the next hour. At first, I'd try to go outside and be with Castile. However, that didn't work out because in the last hour, a cold front had barreled its way through the town, and since I was without a coat, I was forced to go inside despite Castile offering me his coat. There was no way in hell I was taking his coat, though, because it was more than obvious that he needed it since he was the one out there cooking. Meaning I'd gone inside and offered to help Judith and L'Oreal. They'd snubbed me, telling me to find a seat at the bar and not worry about trying to help. So that was where I sat for the next long while, listening to them talk to each other and completely ignore me. And since I wasn't rude like they were, I'd left my phone in the vehicle, purposefully trying to make a good impression. Turns out I needn't have bothered. No matter what I did or how hard I tried, no good impressions would be happening today. It's just that Castile seemed to have a habit of bringing home rich women with problems, L'Oreal said snottily. What's your problem? At first, I wasn't sure that she was talking to me. I'd gone into a weird sort of trance where my mind was disconnected from my physical body. Therefore, it took L'Oreal saying, Are you going to answer me? I blinked, making my mind focus on her, and said, I'm sorry, could you repeat your question? She did, and I felt my hands clench in my lap. I thought about what she'd asked. Was I a rich woman with a problem? Maybe. But I wasn't truly rich, and though I had problems, I didn't think that they were problem enough to need Castile to fix them. I just needed time to get through it, to get over the pain. And I would, meaning that Castile wouldn't have anything he needed to fix when it came to me. That was when Castile barreled into the room, kicking the door that separated the kitchen from the living room open with his foot. My fried turkey in a pan that he was holding in front of him. He looked pissed as hell, and like he'd like to rip his sister a new asshole. I instantly felt soothed by his anger. I knew that he heard what his sister had said. I also knew that he didn't only like me because I needed to be fixed. We're leaving, he announced. His mother instantly stiffened. Castile, she said, we never get to see— You should have thought about that before you pissed me off, he muttered. I understand why you're doing this, but Turner is not my ex, not even close. And you probably just ruined the one good chance you'd ever have at making a good impression. Congrats. Instead of putting the pan down on the counter, Castile jutted his chin out at me. Let's go. I immediately stood up, not one to argue with a pissed-off man, definitely not one to argue with a man that was doing something that I really, really wanted to do. Today had been god-awful. Truly, if there was a worst meet-the-parents encounter, I'd aced it. Grab my fucking sweet tea out of the fridge on your way out of the garage, he ordered as we passed. But what are we gonna drink? L'Oreal asked, sounding pissed, too. You can drink goddamn water out of the motherfucking tap, he said. Sorry for your bad luck. Then he was ushering me out the door and through the garage where Abner and Seal were standing around the turkey fryer, lowering another turkey in. Seal looked up at our abrupt exit from the house, and Abner stiffened. Are you sure you want me to grab the tea? I asked. Fuck yeah, I'm sure, he said. I paid $7 a gallon for that shit. I'm not leaving it for those ungrateful assholes. My dad and brother-in-law drink beer. Biting my lip, I opened the fridge and somehow managed to grab all 5 of the gallons of tea and immediately started hurrying toward the truck. Once I got there, I set them all on the ground and stood back, hurriedly yanking the door open and placing all 5 gallons onto the floorboard. Once I was finished, I backed away, leaving the door open for him to put my turkey on the seat. It was as I was glancing over the bed of the truck that I saw a familiar black sedan, at least one that was similar to the one that I continued to see at the campgrounds parked around the area. There was nobody in it, however, so I decided that it likely wasn't the same one, but it sure looked similar. A shout of voices had me turning to see Castile, pushing the turkey onto one forearm and bending down to fiddle with the turkey fryer. Both his father and Abner were glaring at the house as if something had set them off, and they were trying to decide whether to go in there and do something or stay where they were. Castile didn't spare them another glance as he walked down the driveway. He looked like a pissed-off, avenging angel, and I couldn't help the excited shiver that skidded through my belly. He was so hot. Even way the hell pissed off. When he got to me, he placed the turkey on the seat, slammed the door closed, then opened my door. It wasn't until I was safely ensconced in my seat, and he was in his, that he spoke. "What else did they say to you?" he asked, trying to sound calm. He wasn't calm, not at all. I could tell based on the tick in his jaw. "I'm not in need of a woman that needs fixin'," he said. "I know that you're put together. Sure, you've had a few bad days, but that's not my kink." I felt my lips twitch. What drew me to you wasn't your need for me, but your need for speed. That's what had me laughing my ass off. "What was it you did to the turkey fryer as you walked past it?" I asked, sensing that he was okay now, or as okay as he was going to get given the circumstances. He grinned then. "I turned it up to high. It'll burn the oil before they realize it's too high, and then the rest of the turkeys will be gross," he said, sounding unapologetic. I found myself grinning for the first time in hours. "That's evil, Cass," I teased. He shrugged and started to drive, not saying another word as he took me to my family's place. It was an hour and a half early, but I decided that it wouldn't matter. Someone would be there. But I was wrong. Someone wasn't there when we got there. Everyone was, literally everyone, which never happened. Usually I was one of the first to arrive and everyone else showed up later, walking in the door just as dinner was being served. I watched from the truck as my uncle brought in a smoked turkey and my aunt brought in an obviously baked one, and shook my head. "I just want to go home," I whispered. "Can we go home?" Castile's hand tightened on mine. "We can have fried turkey and macaroni," he said, "and I brought some rolls from a Texas Roadhouse fundraiser. I have like 18 dozen of those bitches. We'll have a good Thanksgiving feast by ourselves. You can even invite your brother." I shook my head. "My brother texted me while I was with your mom and sister. I didn't get it until we got into the car. He left. Something about a mission gone wrong and he had to go and he was sorry." Castile sighed. "Your dad?" I looked down at my hands. "He's gone too. He started driving home. He said that was never really his family and they probably won't miss him anyway." "Then we're good," he said. "We'll start making our new Thanksgiving tradition. I have 5 gallons of sweet tea, macaroni, and rolls. The turkey is fried. We're fucking golden." I closed my eyes and said a silent prayer. Then I threw myself at him. "I don't know what I did to deserve you," I said into his neck. "But thank you." It was that night, as we were both lying in bed, that the truth finally hit me. Why Castile had pushed so hard in the beginning. He didn't want to be treated like shit by another rich woman. He didn't want to fall for someone that was just going to break his heart in the end. Yet, he'd still been there for me. Still given me everything that I needed despite his misgivings. And looking at him sleeping, his breathing steady and his eyelashes fanned lightly over the tops of his cheeks, I realized that it only made me love him more. It also made me determined to never treat him like she had. "I have to move my RV tomorrow," I murmured. "There's a 4-month-long term limit at the park and I've exceeded it by 2 weeks," I said into the darkness. "Do you happen to know how to drive an RV?" I had to beg Jubilee's husband Z to do it last time. He'd do it again, but why ask when Castile might be able to do it? I think I can manage, he mentioned. I used to drive tanks. He paused. Where are you going with it? I thought about that. I don't know, I admitted. I was going to park it next to my dad's for a while, but then he left, and I don't really like that campground. I'm going to have to look around. How about you just park it here and move in? There was a long silence for a beat. Then, too. Before I said, Did you just ask me to move in with you? He pulled me in tight. I did. Are you sure? I asked, because it's not been very long. I'm not telling you to sell your RV, and I have a hookup for it near the barn. You can park it here, hook it up and use it, but just stay your nights with me, he explained, and stay. I thought about it for too short of a time before saying, okay. Chapter 17. I need a stiff dick. And no, I didn't mean a stiff drink. Text from Turner to Castile. Turner. At first, I was convinced that moving in was the exact right decision. It would be great. I'd sleep in his bed at night, then during the daylight hours when I had to work, I could go to the RV and do that, then go to the funeral home and just come back to Castile's house. It would be perfect. I was absolutely convinced when I woke up halfway through the night to Castile fitting his cock to my entrance and sliding inside of me. This would be awesome. I moaned into Castile's neck as he moved over me, in me. You feel so good. He didn't reply with his mouth. He thrust into me hard, letting me know that he heard me, causing me to moan all over again. I like it hard, I told him. He pulled back and dropped his mouth to my cheekbone, skimming his lips along as he returned to his slow, even thrusts. And 5 minutes later, when I was coming on his cock and he was coming right along with me, I knew that waking up to this would be the best thing in the world. That my decision to do this was the right one. And in the morning, when both Castile and his guitar were gone, I wondered if maybe I'd made a mistake. If maybe telling him I'd moved in was a bad idea. Because normally when people lived with each other like we did now, they told each other where they went. They gave a, hey, I'm going, I'll be back in a few. Except I got nothing from Cass. When he got back, he acted like he hadn't been gone. But what he also acted like was happy to see me. Where did you go? I asked as I folded laundry, my laundry and his. I'd gone and gotten mine from the bedroom floor and stolen one of his shirts to change into. I'd also found a pair of his sweatpants in the dresser, and I'd had to roll them up so many times that they were uncomfortable as hell. That, and they were tight on my ass, reminding me that he was skinnier than me, which then pissed me off all over again and made me have second doubts about moving in with him only a week after we'd really started to get along. Which led to then me folding a pair of his underwear when he walked into the house with his guitar in one hand and a bag of something in the other. I carefully laid the folded underwear down on the rapidly growing pile of his clothes and stared at him. The narrow-eyed look on my face was lost on him. Upon seeing me, his face lit up, and he started in my direction. I wasn't sure what to think about that as he stalked in my direction. I also expected him to stop at a respectable distance. He didn't. He swallowed up the space between us, not stopping until the entire length of his body was pressed to mine. I dropped my head back and stared up at him, making him smile as he stared down at me. I'm sorry I left you so long, he rumbled. My brow rose. He wasn't even going to deny it. He knew for a fact that he'd been gone too long. Which made me look over at the bag in his hand. What's in that? I questioned. He gently tossed the bag to the sofa behind me, then leaned sideways and propped the neck of the guitar up on the wall that I was standing next to. Essentials, he said once he'd straightened. I blinked. What kind of essentials? I sounded snippy even to my own ears, but shit, he'd left me alone half the morning in his house and hadn't answered a single text message. The kind that we need later, he answered cryptically but also warily. How bad do you want to kick me in the nuts right now? My lips twitched. Somewhere between kind of contemplating it and somewhat contemplating it. He chuckled, then brought his hand up and ran his fingers delicately across the length of my cheekbone. I didn't have any cell reception, he admitted, and when I started driving I was too focused on the road because I'd never driven an RV of your size before. It took me a few seconds to understand that he wasn't gesturing to my actual size, but my RV size. You went and got my RV? I squeaked. He nodded. I did. I frowned. I would have gone with you. His eyes went soft as he looked down at me, changing the direction of his stroke to encompass my chin, too. The sensation was weird, and I wasn't sure if I wanted to pull away from him because it was tickling me or lean into his touch because it felt nice. I didn't want you to change your mind, so I went and got your RV, he said. I need you to take me back to my bike once we're done. I frowned, panting slightly. Once we're done with what? I can take you now. My clothes are clean and dry. The rough, wide palm of his hand, not stroking my face, slid up the outside of my thigh, making my heart start to speed up. Okay, now I completely understood what he meant. All doubts were knocked from my mind, and I was left thinking about one thing and one thing only. Him, his hands on me, his mouth on me, me riding him. All of those things went through me at once, and I was practically panting seconds later as I found myself pressing up against him. His body was hard all over, including the arousal contained by his jeans. It was like a long steel bar that ran down the left side of his pants. I licked my lips as I shimmied my hips, causing his hand to curl around the curve of my ass and pull me in just a little bit tighter. I was considering unbuttoning his pants and shucking my shirt when I went from standing on my own free will to wrapping my arms around Castile's waist. I went from standing to laying down in the next instant, Castile's big body pushing my thighs apart as he settled in between them. Before I could gasp at the cool air kissing my now overheated pussy, he was pressing his hard cock to me, grinning down into my face. Glad we're both on the same page now, he teased, swiveling and pressing down hard. I moaned and felt my eyelids go heavy. It took me a few seconds, I admitted, but yes, I'm definitely on the same page now. He dropped his mouth to mine, startling me with the intensity of his kiss. He didn't lead up into a hard kiss, but instead took it like it was his to take, and it was. I'd give it to Castile freely any time he wanted it, any time. Which he knew based off the grin on his face as he pulled away. Then a thought occurred to me, dousing me with a dose of cool reality. We don't have any more condoms, I breathed, feeling something crunch underneath of us as he pushed me upward on the couch. He reached over and yanked the paper bag out from under me, grinning while he did it. I had to pull the damn RV over in a convenience store parking lot to stop and get these, he said as he dumped the bag's contents out onto the coffee table beside him. I glanced over as he did, seeing not one, but 4 boxes of condoms. I grinned and turned back to him as he said, "It was totally worth pulling out across 5 lanes of traffic thanks to that look right there." He sat up from my body and started stripping out of his clothes. Using my time advantageously, I stripped off what I was wearing, his t-shirt and pants, and tossed them onto the coffee table next to the pile of condoms. While he was working on his jeans, I reached for the first box I found and ripped it open, causing condoms to fly everywhere. They were shades of neon. I chose the brightest one, the hot pink, and ripped it open. Before he even had his pants all the way down his legs, I was fitting the condom to his cock. The move was still so awkward that I fumbled slightly, but he saved my bacon by helping guide my bumbling hands. Once his cock was sheathed in the bright pink, I couldn't help the wide smile that lit my face. I like it, I teased, running the tip of one finger down the underside, causing his abs to tighten. He started to crawl back over me, but I quickly slid away and then patted the couch. He grinned and took a seat, and I nearly moaned as the length of his hard cock bounced but ultimately stayed perfectly straight. I crawled over him, sliding myself up over his chest and making sure to graze the tips of my nipples along the hard planes of his chest. His own nipples tightened in response, causing me to grin wickedly. "You like what you do to me?" he asked, pulling me even closer to him. I widened my legs and sat directly on top of him, looking down to see his cock poking out from between the gap in my thighs. I couldn't help myself from rocking forward and backward on him as I answered his question. "I like everything about you," I admitted. "Even when you were being surly and mean, I liked you. Which pissed me off because I didn't want to like you. I wanted to hate you because you were an asshole." He grinned at my blunt words, lifting one heavy breast and bringing the tip of my nipple to his mouth. I felt the tickle of his beard hairs on my breast as he sucked the turgid peak directly into his mouth and gave it a good, hard suck. I nearly bowed right off of his lap in reaction. The sensations that poured through me were unreal. "Jesus," he said, "one more arch like that and you'll have me inside of you before you're ready." He was right. I could already feel him at my entrance, and it wasn't a bad feeling at all. But what he said was right. I couldn't just go sticking his cock in me all willy-nilly. The act took preparation because he was so big, he'd have to work me up to take in him. I'd never in all our sexual experiences taken him without at least first having his fingers in me to help stretch me. But when he took my breast back into his mouth and flicked the tip of my nipple with his tongue, I couldn't help myself. I arched all over again, this time successfully notching the head of his cock to my entrance. Seconds later, I was wiggling and fighting to breathe as he filled me and sucked on my nipple. It was a magnificent experience, the dual sensations. He was stretching me, filling me so full on one end and making me feel sparks of euphoria as he sucked. I panted as I slowly straightened my thighs, leaning forward so he would slip back out of me. Once he was at my entrance, I slowly sank back down, this time taking more than half of him before I had to repeat the process. We did this over and over again until finally he was fully inside of me. I felt so full and so right. Nothing had ever felt this right before. Not a thing. I knew without a doubt that all the worrying I'd done that morning was for nothing. I'd worried, nitpicked, and ultimately told myself that this was a bad idea and talked myself out of the entire thing, and for what? The only thing I'd accomplished was ruining my morning. "Ride me, baby," he ordered, pinching my nipple and causing me to snap out of my thoughts. "Or I'll be forced to take over." I grinned and leaned forward so that both breasts were pillowed on his chest, and then wrapped my arms around his neck and buried my face into the crook of one arm. Then I started to ride him, slowly at first until he urged me faster with his hands on my hips. The slapping and harsh breathing was the only thing that could be heard in the small cabin around us, making me highly aware of every other sound that occurred. When I went to slow down, Castile urged me on, going as far as to take complete and utter control of the mating act by thrusting his hips upward and pushing mine down. I moaned into my arm and started to twist my hips upward, allowing him to hit that perfect spot inside of me that never failed to make me come, and make me come hard. It was as the second one hit that Castile squeezed my ass cheeks so hard that I went from there to there. My orgasm flowed over me like a shallow wave, pulling me under at first until I hit some sort of current that continued to hold me under. On and on it went as Castile continued to fuck me through it. It was only after I'd come and finally stopped that he allowed himself to go, too. His entire body stiffened underneath of me, like a rock-solid wall of granite. When I felt his cock pulsing, I said what was at the tip of my tongue instead of thinking it all the way through. "I want to feel you explode inside of me next time," I whispered against his neck. He stiffened even further as a grunt escaped his mouth. Then all was still, as the only thing that could be heard any longer in the quiet cabin was our breathing. After what felt like minutes, but was only seconds, he pushed my hips up, allowing him to fall free of me. His cock hit his belly with a meaty thud, and I couldn't help the smile that graced my lips. I was being completely serious, too, I whispered. I want to feel your release inside of me. I want it running down my leg. Do you want to be fucked again so soon? He asked. Keep talking about it, and it'll happen. I laughed as I lay limply on his chest. I have no control of my faculties yet, I admitted. You'd have to do all the work, but I wouldn't be opposed. He chuckled and turned until I was lying on the couch lengthwise. Seconds later, he was up and moving toward the bathroom, snapping the condom off his penis as he moved. I watched his ass flex and bunch as he did, continuing to watch it until he disappeared into the bathroom. He closed it behind him, but I could still see a sliver of him through the door. And when I did, I frowned at what I saw. Him leaning over the sink with his head hung, arms stiff on either side of the porcelain bowl. He looked contemplative, sad, maybe. And I got up and walked toward the door before I could think about what I was doing. Hey, I said, cracking the door open a little more. You okay? He nodded. You have no idea how much better you made it. I wasn't okay, but now I am. I frowned. And before you ask, that's all you're going to get out of me today. One day I'll give you the whole sordid tale, but not yet, he said. Not today. I nodded once. How about we go get on your bike, then? I asked, voice sounding hopeful. I'd love to go for a ride. He grinned. Unfortunately, that ride's going to have to wait, he murmured. Easton got a hit on the email account that our unsub uses to upload his videos. Once I get my bike, which does have to be now, I have to go there and see what I can help him with. I immediately went back out to the living room and started putting on my clothes. Once I was ready to go, I gestured to the door with my chin. That was when I saw the cat at the window, looking in like he was pissed for being forgotten. You do have a cat, I said as he walked with me toward the door. Told you I did. He laughed as he opened the door. But don't go trying to pet him. He really is an asshole and will take a swipe at your fingers before you touch him. I admired the cat from afar, always cognizant of people with more knowledge than me, warning me of something. I'll have to feed him good stuff so he likes me, I offered. Hey, why are all the blinds open in my RV and why is the television on? He looked over at it and shrugged. I only stole your keys and closed the pop-outs. The television was on when I got there. The blinds were open, too. I frowned harder. Maybe Bud went over there before he left. He was watching your porn files then. He laughed, because those were what was on the television as I made my way inside. I don't even know what to say to that. I shook my head. I'd rather not even think about it either. Chuckling, he led me to the passenger side of my truck and opened it for me. I rolled my eyes as I got inside, finding it funny that he was driving, but just assumed that I realized that since he drove us to the Thanksgiving dinners. It wasn't that I cared, but he could at least tell me he was. But as Castile rounded the front of the truck, the only thing I could see of him was the top of his shoulders, his bearded chin and the side of his face. And I realized that that was just who Castile was. He was a man's man and would never make apologies for it. Ready? He asked as he started my truck up. I nodded. Something wrong? He asked as we pulled out of his driveway. I shook my head, unwilling to give him shit for a habit that was probably ingrained into him from childhood. Speaking of childhood, your parents ever get a hold of you? I asked. He frowned as he pulled out onto the main road and headed in the direction of the campsite. No, he grunted. How do you know about them trying to contact me? I shrugged. Why do you still have a home phone? He grinned. Because it was a package deal. Get the phone with the cable and internet. They called on the landline then? Did you answer it? No. I shook my head and leaned into the middle console as he took another turn. This one down a much bumpier road. I listened to the message, though. Your mom called and said she was sorry." He snorted. "She's full of shit." I shrugged. "Whatever the reason, I think you should hear her out. She sounded awful on the phone." He sighed and continued to drive, not stopping to talk until we were at the gates that led to the campgrounds. After nodding to the attendant, he made his way past before he said anything to my reply. "I'll talk to them when I'm ready," he admitted. "But just saying, they pissed me off. It may not be until next year sometime that I get over it." I pointed out a toddler that was rushing fast toward the road, with what looked like the toddler's big brother fast on the heels. Castile slowed and waited for the big brother to catch the toddler before taking the last turn that led to where my RV had once been located. "I think you should—" Holy shit. Chapter 18. I burned 200 calories by avoiding my aunt at the supermarket. Text from Turner to Castile. Turner. The first time that I was meeting Castile's crew of misfits, better known as the Bare Bottom Guardians MC, as Castile's new girl wasn't supposed to be like this. But as we were all staring at his destroyed motorcycle in the barn at Castile's house, I realized that I'd have to get used to the MC's intensity. They were there to stay, just as I hoped Castile was. "Any idea what happened and why?" Wade asked. Castile shook his head and touched the tip of his toe to the bent exhaust pipe. "Nope," he said. "There's absolutely no surveillance in the park, not even a person that monitors the area. That part of the park is rarely used due to the size of the spots. They're the last to be filled and only when it's absolutely necessary, since that particular other lot that is next to hers is the owner's private spot that is never used. Not even during busy season. It's always left open upon explicit orders via the owner." I frowned. If that's the case, what's with the man that was staying there camping out of his car? Castile's eyes went from the bike to me. "What?" he asked. "There was a man staying at the other campsite," I said. "He slept in his car." "How do you know that he slept in his car?" Rome asked. I looked over at the big ex-football player and shrugged. It was either that or outside under the elements, and I never saw a tent there. Just him sitting in his car. Castile shook his head. "There was nobody there when I came to get the RV." "And you said the park was closed to through traffic, correct?" Z asked. "Yep," Castile answered. "They were open from 10 to 11 this morning when we came to pick it up for all the campers that were checking in for the day. That's it." "Not totally ruined." Bayou dropped down on his haunches next to the motorcycle. "Gonna need some body work, some new parts, but it's drivable. Looks like he did this with a bat or a crowbar. Only surface damage, really." I agreed. But still, it looked really bad. At first, I thought someone might have hit it with their vehicle, but upon closer inspection, it did look to be a metal pipe of some sort that seemed to do all the damage. "Whoever did it was pissed as hell," Liner muttered. "Takes a lot of anger to put that kind of damage on a piece of steel." I agreed with that, for sure. "Could be a sign that whatever case you're on, you're close to figuring something out," Link suggested. "Didn't you say there was a break in the case today?" Castile nodded. "Even more than a break. The man that's suspected of doing the murders messed up and went online to upload his newest movie. The IP address, though routed through multiple fake destinations, still shows to be oriented in Bare Bottom. Or at least within a couple miles of our location." Bayou bent over and picked up something off the ground, then held it out to me. "Anybody you know smoke?" I didn't reach for it. "No," I instantly replied, "and I don't want that." He held it out to Castile then. "Might be something of use to you. I know this isn't evidence from whoever trashed your bike, but maybe it's his and he's been watching your house, too." Castile pulled a handkerchief out of his pocket, then gestured for Bayou to drop it into it. He did, and Castile folded the piece of fabric up around it before shoving it back into his pocket. "I have to go back to work," he admitted. "Thanks for helping me get it." Castile sighed, his eyes going to me. "Come inside for a second." I shrugged and did as he asked, heading with him into the house. "I'm sorry about your bike," I said softly. Castile shrugged. "It's a bike. Luckily, I have good insurance on it, but for now I'm stuck driving that stupid car that makes me feel like I can't breathe." I rolled my eyes. Over-exaggeration much. He grinned and lurched for me, wrapping his arms around my waist and picking me straight up off my feet. His face was only inches from mine as he said, "I don't know what happened to my bike. I don't know why. It would be super if you could pay attention to your surroundings today." I rolled my eyes. I have to go into the funeral home and do a little work on a few people that came in late last night. Their families want their services as soon as possible, so I'll be there all day. I have to finish up my subtitles tonight for the project that I've been working on. If I'm not there at the funeral home, I'll be here in the RV, I told him. There will be no need for worrying on your part. He blew out a relieved breath. I'm not saying that anything will happen. I just have a bad feeling, and I want you to be aware. I leaned down and kissed him on the nose. Go ahead and stop worrying. I'll be following you into work anyway. He winked. Sounds like a plan, Stan. I snickered and reached for my keys that were in his hand. Stay safe today. Chapter 19. I've had my name mispronounced so many times at this point, I'm not sure I'm saying it correctly. Text from Castile to Turner. Turner. I finally realized why the guitar disappeared on Mondays and Wednesdays a week later when I might have accidentally followed Castile to where he snuck off to. It wasn't because I didn't trust him or anything. It was because I was just fucking curious. That, and I had a lot of spare time on my hands. And when I was left with spare time, I was left thinking about things that I shouldn't be thinking about, like who was going to bake the pies for Christmas and who was I going to help make the mashed potatoes and stuffing with. Who was going to make the broccoli cheese rice casserole that happened to be one of the only things I could stomach after my surgery and loved. I'd also not intentionally set out to follow him. I'd just seen him heading somewhere after I'd finished up at the funeral parlor. I'd been headed to the store to buy some new color for my own hair, thinking I wanted to spice things up a little bit with a few flashy colors, when I'd seen him pass by in his car. Then I turned out behind him without thinking. I was following my boyfriend, and I was actually kind of ashamed about it. But I'd seen the guitar gone this morning, and I'd wondered if that was what was going to happen today. But when I called him on my way to work, I could hear Easton in the background talking to himself, and I knew that he was at work. He must be on his lunch break, I thought to myself, as I slowed and watched him turn into the hospital. I frowned ferociously as he pulled into a parking spot that was just outside the ER entrance. Luckily, before he could make it too far across the parking lot, I too found a spot and expertly backed my truck in like I'd never done it before. Normally it took me 2 tries to get the big beast perfectly in between the lines, so sue me, I was anal, but my truck just slid into the spot like butter, and I was bailing out of it and hauling ass across the parking lot before I could blink. I'd just seen him walk in the elevator, spied the lit-up number 3, and watched the doors close as I broached the entrance. Cursing under my breath, I pressed the elevator up button, then thought, to hell with it, and aimed for the stairs. 4 flights. Why were they freaking 2 per landing? Later, I was pushing out of the door onto a unit. The children's intensive care unit. I frowned. Then movement caught my eye. It was Castile's back as he walked away from the nurse's station. I stayed in the entrance to the stairwell for a while as I watched him walk away, the neck of the guitar held loosely in his hand. When he went inside a room, I took a step out. The closer I got to the glass doors that surrounded the room, the more tight my belly got, until it was a bundle of knots as I walked up to the partition. Then, for the next half hour, I watched through the glass door of the hospital room as Castile played his guitar beside the bed of what had to be a 10-year-old little boy. The little boy looked dwarfed in the full-size hospital bed, and I instantly felt my heart start to pound. Who was this little boy? Was it the boy he was telling me about? The one that he didn't get to see anymore? Holy shit, but I needed answers, and this time I would get them. Not because I was mad or upset, but because as I watched him, I could clearly tell that he was upset. Devastated, in fact. Nobody bothered me in the 30 minutes that he played. The nurses had to have seen me. They had to have been curious as to why I was standing there watching, yet they stayed away, and I was thankful. When he was finally done, he walked close to the bed and the small boy and ran a blunt finger across his forehead, swiping some hair out of his face. That's when I took in the tubes that had to be keeping him alive. There were a lot of them. So many, in fact, that I had a feeling that if even one slipped free that it would go badly. I didn't bother to hide as Castile turned around and started out of the room. The moment he stepped out, his eyes came directly to me, as if he'd known I was there the entire time. "You would hate living like this," Castile said, voice slightly cracking. "Fucking hate it." I felt my belly knot even tighter. He'd known I was there. I was sure of it. "How did you know I was here?" I questioned. His lips twitched. "You are a good driver, I'll give you that," he said, "but you don't have any evasive driving skills whatsoever. And I clocked you about half a block in." I snickered. "Nobody has taught me those just yet." I paused. "Unless you're offering." His eyes lifted to me. "I teach you whatever you're willing to know." I smiled and held out my hand to him, which he took. He nodded at the nurses, who looked at him with pity and me with curiosity, and walked with me to the elevator. The moment they opened and then closed firmly behind us, I said, "Do you want to talk about it?" He was silent until we reached the ground floor, and when we got out to the parking lot, he led me to my truck, and not his vehicle, which were not close. He really had clocked me way before I'd known. When we got to the truck, he opened the door for me and gestured for me to get inside. I did, but left my legs pointing outward and spread slightly as I waited for him to talk. He set the guitar against the wheel well of my truck and then leaned in between my splayed thighs. I wrapped my arms around his shoulders and dropped my head down to rest on top of his. That was when he shattered my world. "I told you that when we were married, my ex and me, her nephew came to live with us," he started. "But I didn't tell you that just before we'd filed for divorce, my nephew had an accident." I had a really bad feeling about what I was about to hear. I smoothed my hand through his short hair. It was longer than usual, and I had a feeling it would be buzzed back off within the next day or two. He never let it get too long, and this was long for him, at least from what I've been able to observe in my time watching him before actually being with him. "Yeah," I said. "What happened in that accident?" He shivered. "He asked if he could go swimming, and I said no, that I was too busy. I had a big case that I was working on, and I was making phone calls and researching. I told him I'd take him in 10 minutes and to go get dressed, but wait upstairs until I came to get him. I was another 7 minutes, max." He shook his head. "Well, since he still wanted to go and I was busy, he went by himself. He drowned and I didn't even know it." He swallowed hard. "My ex came home and found him like that with me 2 rooms away." A tear slipped out of my eyes. "When they got him to the hospital, they were able to get a pulse back, but his brain activity was almost non-existent." He cleared his throat and looked up at me. That was when I saw the hurt in his eyes. "He spent the last 4 years in that hospital bed with no quality of life whatsoever. Our divorce went through, and my ex made sure that I wasn't allowed on that visitors list for him. But I found a way to get to him. And I still come sing to him twice a week. But the doctors and nurses say that he's declining. He's been declining since the beginning." I saw the utter devastation written clearly on his face, and I wanted nothing more than to wipe that hurt away. I think my ex was relieved, to be honest. With her being divorced and having so much work to do, being the governor's daughter and it being an election year, it worked out for her, and what a good story it made for the governor's race. He shook his head. "The thing is, she's not even mad at me for it happening. She didn't cry when it happened, didn't get pissed and yell, nothing. She just looked on like we hadn't had that boy living with us, or that it was her nephew. Just like she was visiting a random sick child in the hospital, one that she decided needed to stay alive by all means, even if they were extreme. I dropped my forehead to his. God, Castile, I said. I'm so sorry. He squeezed my hips. We had a lock on the pool, a child-proof gate around it. There were sensors in place. I'd insisted that we get them, yet all of them failed. My ex had left the gate open that morning when she'd gone for her morning swim. The sensors had also malfunctioned. There was not a thing I could do. Yet I still feel guilty as hell, he recounted. Seems we both shouldered some guilt when we shouldn't. Next time I'd like to go with you, I said, cupping his bearded cheek. To play. He smiled against my hand, then turned his face so that he could kiss my palm. I gotta get back to work, pretty girl, he said, and you need to go watch some porn. I snickered. I do need to do that. His mouth twitched into a small smile. I gave him one last kiss, and then he was off across the parking lot to his truck. I was about to back out when there was a knock on my window. I saw a man, one that looked so familiar, standing there. I blinked at him as I rolled my window down. You have a guitar leaning against your truck, he smiled. I poked my head out of the window and said, Oh. Pushing the door open, I hopped out and grabbed it. Thank you so much. That would have been awful if I'd run it over. The man hadn't moved when I jumped out and was really close to me since there was a car parked next to me. I squeezed by him, keeping the guitar between us, and gave him my best forced smile. He shrugged. No problem. Would have hated to see it run over. I grinned at him. I swear you're so familiar to me, I said as I put the guitar into my front seat. Do I know you? He tilted his head. I don't know. Do you? I grimaced. It feels like I do. He grinned. Maybe we do. Then he was walking away without looking back. I watched him go as a shiver coursed down my spine. So weird.
Chapter 20. You know it's cold outside when you go outside and it's cold. Text from Castile to Turner. Castile. Just fucking stand there like a good little boy and let me get the goddamn picture, my captain practically snarled. I just want to see if the dog has an owner. If he does, then I want him to get home. Goddamn my captain and his bleeding heart when it came to lost animals. I don't like my picture being taken, I told him bluntly. Make sure that you take it and then crop me out of it or something. My captain rolled his eyes. You're being a baby, he said. I wasn't being a baby. I hated having my picture taken, that was that. Oh, and I had somewhere to be. Like home, with Turner. Doing things like eating, napping, and having sex. Not particularly in that order. Yet here I was holding a dog that the chief had found, and the chief was taking my picture. Once he was done, I handed the dog over and brushed the hair off of my police uniform. I hated wearing it. Normally, I got to do the plainclothes thing, seeing as I was a detective, but today I'd had to appear in court. The damn thing had taken over 2 hours out of my day of usual work, but that worked since Easton and I had hit yet another dead end on the case we were working on. It had been 3 weeks since we'd had a hit on his email address, and all had been quiet since then, which led us to now. Me needing to do other things besides sit around and twiddle my thumbs. I have hair all over me now, I muttered darkly. The chief handed me a lint roller off his desk and said, Get home. Have a good weekend. I nodded once. I will. You too, Chief. With that, I started out of the chief's office and headed to the parking lot, being sure to flip off Easton as I passed him in my office. He flipped me off in return, and I was grinning as I made my way out to the parking lot. But when I got home, it wasn't to find my woman where she was supposed to be. When I called her, she answered immediately. Hey, she chirped. I'm in the RV. I immediately changed directions and started back outside, but paused at the door to shuck my shirt, shoes, and gun. Placing them on the side table next to the entranceway, I headed in her direction, stopping only once when I stepped on a sticker in the grass. Cursing the bright idea of me taking off my shoes before I'd walked across the grass that I knew had fucking stickers in them, I walked very carefully to the front of the RV. Thinking all that was holy that I only got 2 more on my way to her, I hopped up lightly on the first step and pulled the door open wide. The first thing I saw as I walked inside was the massive 80-inch television playing porn. I got a face full of cock and tits, or more aptly, a cock fucking a pair of tits, and immediately felt myself get hard. Why? Because I thought about doing that exact thing with Turner, and I couldn't help where my mind wandered. "Hey," I cleared my throat. "You working?" I hoped. She shook her head. "No. Watching a porn for once, though only because I wanted to see how this one came out. This is the one that I was paid extra to do the rush job on. It's trending on the website tonight." I walked over to where she was sitting and sat on the arm of the couch, my eyes glued to the screen. "You did those subtitles?" I asked, grinning. Turner giggled, and I turned and looked down at her. "Yeah," she answered honestly. "I got a little creative with this one since he told me to make it funny." I just shook my head as I watched the screen. "Squelching sounds?" I teased. She shrugged. "Hey, it's hard to explain the sounds of a cock tunneling between a pair of tits. And since she's not moaning or anything, I have to put something there." A low moan came from the screen, causing me to turn back. The scene had changed from the tit-fucking to the couple lying on the bed kissing, the man's hand now buried in the girl's pussy. "A cop and a what?" I asked, looking at the screen. She snickered. "You'll never believe me." I looked over at her and said, "Why would you say that?" Turner hit a few buttons on the computer, and suddenly the entire thing was starting over from the beginning. It starts with the male cop sitting in his cruiser sipping on a cup of coffee. Seconds later, the radio beside him squawks, and the man's looking over at the radio with a look of annoyance on his face as if he'd had his break interrupted. "There's a domestic disturbance again, Officer Big," the woman's monotone voice drawls over the airwaves. I looked over at Turner. "Officer Big?" I lifted a brow. Turner snickered and gestured to the screen with her chin, causing me to turn back and continue watching. The screen then goes black, and seconds later reappears again, this time with Officer Big stepping out of his police cruiser and rounding the hood, heading to the building of a funeral home? What the fuck? "That's not really a funeral home," I deadpanned. She snickered. "It gets better." I couldn't see how. But watching him walk into the funeral parlor and walk into a shitstorm, I couldn't stop myself from grinning. "I can't believe you had the balls to come here. This is where I work. I do hair, you prick. I'm not a goddamn hooker or anything. You need to leave." There was a woman, the same woman who'd gotten her tits fucked later in the movie, with her arms crossed tightly over her chest as she was glaring at the man, or prick. "I'm not leaving. I don't have to leave," the prick disagreed. "Yes, you are," the police officer answered. "Right now." The prick whipped around dramatically and in a flourish, face turning from hard to a look of feigned surprise. The woman on the screen looked pleased to see the officer, in more than one way. "This is my woman," the prick on the screen said. "Sorry," the officer said, "but you'll be forced to leave or this could get ugly." The man struggled, and suddenly the officer was forced to get ugly. There was a farce of an altercation, and the prick accidentally fell into an open casket. That open casket comedically fell shut at just the right time, and the man became locked inside without any work on the cop's part. The woman on the screen that was starting to look more and more like Turner the longer I watched the video walked over to it and flipped a latch, making sure the man wouldn't be able to get out no matter what. "Oh, officer," she cooed. "That was so well done." Then the woman offered the officer a kiss in thanks. That's when the officer turned his mouth when the woman meant to only kiss his cheek. And that, folks, was all she wrote. "If you want," I teased, raising my hand up to my chest to scratch at an itch just under my pec. "We can recreate this later." She grinned at me and leaned over, leaning her body into the arm of the couch that I was straddling and subsequently me. I could smell her lotion that she'd put on this morning, and I couldn't help but notice just how warm she felt. When I'd left the house earlier, I also hadn't put much thought into how fucking cold it was. And since Turner hadn't been spending much time in the RV, she'd cranked down the heat. She was covered up with a blanket wrapped around her shoulders, and I had ideas. Great ideas. "Scoot over, baby," I ordered as I started falling into the couch. She did, and I allowed myself to fall completely before reaching for her in the blanket. "Share your warmth with me, woman," I ordered. "My nipples are hard as fuck right now." She immediately unwrapped the blanket from around her shoulders and leaned into me, offering me half the blanket. I took her and the other half of the blanket, being sure to wrap them both close. "Officer, can I interest you in a haircut, and thanks for your time and strong muscles?" the woman cooed. Turner scoffed. "Yes, let's offer the man a haircut," she snickered. I, of course, saw these parts when I was writing the dialogue, but it still blows my mind that this was even made. Turner's hand absently went to my bare chest underneath the blanket and started stroking. I had no idea if she was meaning to make me want her, but the way my dick once again started to stiffen in my pants, I couldn't help myself from pulling her closer and letting my own hand drift over her hip. "Sure, I'd love a haircut," the officer replied. "I'm in need of one anyway. I was actually about to do that just before I came." Of course, how convenient it all was. The woman patted his hand and said, "That's great. Let me go get my clippers." The next couple of minutes pass on the screen as Turner slowly began to drop lower and lower with her rubbing, stopping just a few scant centimeters from actually touching the waistband of my dress pants. The waistband that was hanging out low around my hips due to me shedding the belt and the gun inside my door. "Unbutton my pants for me?" I teased, the buttons digging into my gut. She snorted. "Gut my ass. But yes, I'll unbutton for you." Seconds later, the button was unbuttoned, and she was once again running her hand over my belly, going slowly over the ridge and dip as she did. This time, she didn't stop at the waistband where she'd recently been stopping, but at the thatch of hair that was about an inch above the root of my cock. Maddeningly slow, she moved it back up the length of my belly, brushing lightly over my left nipple before pausing there. She held the palm of her hand flat over it as she said, "They are hard." I snickered. "Uh-huh." "Officer, if you'll come sit in this chair, I'll get you going." The woman on the screen once again captured my attention. "Do you think they're going to do it the entire movie with that guy in the coffin?" she asked. I snickered. "Fast forward back to where you were. The build-up is always the worst part," I teased, giving her rump a push. She leaned forward and my hand fell to the couch in her absence. My eyes went to her ass, which was covered in a pair of shorts that were short enough that I could see her underwear from the back as she leaned over. I reached forward and gently tugged the shorts out of her ass, causing her to say, "Thanks, that was bothering me." I grinned and said, "No problem. Anytime." Seconds later, she was back, and the screen was once again showing where we'd left off earlier. "Is that the coffin they're on top of?" I asked. "Two," she answered. "One fell off while they were exuberantly fucking earlier. They're both on the ground side by side now." I shook my head as I watched the man bury his fingers in the woman's pussy up to the webbing. "Slurping sounds," I wheezed. She shrugged. "You have to put something there." I gave her a squeeze and sucked my belly slightly in when she went even lower this time, stopping to drag her fingernails through the thatch of hair just above my cock. She was only a hair's width away from actually touching my cock, and I was hungry for her touch. I wanted her hand on me so bad that my cock was pulsing with it. She flattened her palm and then separated her fingers until there was a large separation between her middle and index, then went farther down. She didn't touch my cock at all, and I groaned. "You're killing me," I muttered darkly, focusing intently on the screen. The man was now climbing on top of the woman, his mouth going to her breast as his knees kicked her legs out wider. I groaned and resituated myself on the couch, feeling like I was about to burst if she didn't actually touch me. Yet she only continued to tease me as the man on the screen lined his cock up with the woman's entrance. I groaned as he slowly started to push inside. That's when the hammering of the man that was still in the casket really amped up, but the couple didn't pay it any mind. The man's ass flexed as he pushed deeply into the woman in one stroke, and I felt my dick twitch. Again.
"We can't do that," she whispered. "You're way too big."
I snorted. "Maybe you're just small, and I'm not big. Ever thought about that? I mean, I was big, don't get me wrong, but every time I fit my cock into her, it was more than obvious that I couldn't just go sticking it in all forceful-like. I had to take my time, or I could hurt her. She was that tight." The man on the screen reached down for the woman's thigh, then brought it up so that it was pressed flat against the shiny wood of the coffin. With each flex of his hips, her face would turn euphoric. "You know," I said as I watched, "this video is pretty realistic. I mean, other than the cop/funeral home aspect of it, there isn't any fake moans going on, other than the guy in the casket." Turner looked up at me and grinned. "You do know that the cop/funeral home aspect of it could be true. We're true." I looked down at her and grinned. True enough. Then my grin turned lazy when she finally touched my cock. Sure, it was only the edge of her fingers on the base, but it was enough for my entire body to tighten and a hiss to break free from my lips. My eyes went hooded, and she smiled slyly up at me.
"Want something, Cass?"
she asked. My hand tightened on her hip, but I didn't pull her on top of me like she was probably expecting. "Not at all, baby," I said. "Just enjoying this movie here. The subtitles are amazing." Instead, I stayed in control and went about my business, keeping my eyes straight forward on the television even when I wanted nothing more than to yank her on top of me, part those pretty thighs, and fuck my way into her until I was buried so deep neither one of us could draw breath. "That one was especially hilarious," I murmured, recalling the words. "Put that fat cock into my love box and work me like a fuck toy?" She shrugged.
"A lot of these I was thinking about you when I wrote them. But then I remembered I had to be funny, so every once in a while I got imaginative."
I resituated myself on the couch, which caused her hand to slip slightly, one of her fingers brushing my balls. I licked my lips and felt my abs tighten. I saw the moment that she decided, fuck it. Out of the corner of my eye, she bit her lip. Then her fingers closed all the way around me inside my pants. I closed my eyes as euphoria ripped through me. An intense tingle started at the base of my spine, and I wanted to rip my pants off so I could feel her hand without the restrictive confines of my clothing. Yet I stayed still and allowed her to work, grinning wickedly when the guy on the screen pulled out and accidentally started to put his cock back into her asshole. When the girl said, "Oh, that's my brownie station, not in there," I started to laugh. "Seriously," I snorted. "Brownie station?" She shrugged.
"Whatever, this is supposed to be funny, remember?"
I did. So I shut up, even though the guy was still pushing his dick inside the girl's ass despite her adamancy that the guy had the wrong hole. "Ever wanted to try anal?" I asked, trying to sound nonchalant and failing.
"Yes," she answered honestly. "At least, I did, before I saw your cock."
I snickered and looked down. "If it's done correctly, it doesn't hurt much." Her eyes went hooded.
"You've done it before?"
I nodded. There was no use in lying about my past life. I wasn't ashamed of it.
"Did she enjoy it?"
Turner asked. I remembered that one and only time that my ex-wife had allowed me to do that after months of bringing it up, and shook my head. She thought it was dirty. My ex. We did it once, and it was the best sex we'd ever had. She was ashamed about it later, and it was never brought up again. But thinking about doing this with Turner had my dick so impossibly hard that I was sure there wasn't an inch of space left in it. I'd never been that hard before. "I need these pants off," I blurted. "My cock is starting to hurt." She started to take her hand out of my pants, her fingers loosening on my cock, and I shook my head. "No, leave it there," I suggested. "Push it down against my leg." She did as instructed, and I shifted until I could get my slacks off my hips. When they finally slid free, she helped reposition my cock and then jacked it 4 times in rapid succession. I nearly came undone. The only thing that saved me was the fact that she stopped just as suddenly as she started. I was panting when I said, Do that again and I'll come all over your hand in this blanket. I could feel the soft press of the blanket against the head of my cock, and liked it. Looking down at the blanket, the way it was tinted obscenely where my cock pushed the fabric up, had me smirking as well. Fuck the blanket. She started to work me again. That's when I started to realize that I needed something to do with my hands, and two could play at the game she was playing. Pulling my arm from around her waist, I instantly positioned it and pushed her thighs apart. She easily parted them from my seeking hand and burrowed my way under the waistband of her pants and panties. I found her honeyed pussy seconds later, soaking wet. So soaking wet, in fact, that she was slick and coated with her juices. I'd be able to slip right in. I circled her entrance with just the tip of a finger, over and over again, swirling those juices around and around even though I had no need to. She was wetter than I'd ever felt her before, which was saying something. God, she said, just stick your finger inside of me already. I snorted. You've been teasing me since I walked in the door. That's been a long 15 minutes at least, and you want me to hurry up and stick my finger in you? I asked. I think not. She growled under her breath and lifted her hips, hopeful that the move would help sink me inside. It wouldn't, but it was a nice try. Except just when I thought that I had myself under control, she moved her hand from my cock and cupped my balls, touching the space of skin just underneath them and pressing down. My balls drew up on their own accord, and I closed my eyes as a groan slipped free of me without conscious thought. Put your finger inside of me, she ordered, squeezing lightly. Liking this more assertive turner, I did as she instructed, slipping just the tip of one finger up to the first knuckle inside of her. She growled, The whole finger. She didn't squeeze my balls any tighter, but the threat was there. Thinking I'd follow her directions for a few minutes, I did as she asked and pushed deeper until my finger was buried to the webbing. Better? I flexed it inside of her, curling it slightly. She moaned. Get it nice and wet, she ordered. I did, pushing it in and out of her for a few seconds, and it did get nice and wet. It was impossible not to, not with how wet she was, how wet she continued to get. Hell, I could feel her juices sliding down my wrist at this point. Fuck, I muttered, unable to stop myself when she pressed down on the sensitive skin under my balls. I want your pussy. She moved, with my finger still buried deep inside of her. When I was forced to pull free as she stood, I brought my hand up to my lips and was about to clean my fingers free of her juices, but she shook her head. No, wait. I paused, wanting to lick them so badly, but decided to see where she was going with this. I was glad I did when she slipped her panties and pants off, then ripped her shirt over her head. She was braless, which I found was a common occurrence with her the moment she walked into the door and planned to stay. Her breasts swung free of the shirt, and I groaned. I wanted to suck those nipples into my mouth, bury my cock in between them, and fuck her while she held her mouth open, willing and waiting for me to come inside of it. I bit my lip and looked at her. My belly tightened when she slowly turned around and presented me with her back. I watched as she moved backward, then slipped up onto the couch and slowly lowered herself down into reverse cowgirl position. When I take your cock, she said as she grabbed it between my legs and positioned it at her entrance, I want you to sink your finger into my ass at the same time. Yep. Surely I was going to burst the moment that she started. Condom, I found myself croaking out. She froze with just the tip against her entrance, and then looked back over her shoulder at me. I don't have one, she murmured. You have any in your wallet? I shook my head. No. She sank down over my cock just the slightest bit, just enough that I could feel the fire of her, and I lost a few brain cells in the process. You'll tell me when you're close and then you can pull out? She asked. I found myself nodding even though I knew that was a bad idea. Stupid. That was how babies were made. Yet did that stop me from saying, sink those hips down a little more, baby? No, it did not. But beware, I said as she did as I asked. This is a really stupid idea. She snorted out a laugh. Oh, I know. Well, as long as we were both on the same page. I brought my still wet fingers back to her pussy and swept them through her lips, parting them just a little bit more to ease the way for my entrance. It also served to lubricate my finger all over again. Swirling my finger once more through and around her entrance and my tunneling cock, I swept my finger backward and swirled it around her back hole. She pulled away only to come back moments later, taking my cock deeper as well as pushing down harder on my finger, letting me know without words for me to do more. Everything felt like it was on fire. My cock as it was pushing inside of her, my finger as it pressed just a little bit harder, hard enough to finally push past the ring of muscle until just the tip popped in. Hell, my heart even felt like it was on fire. I wanted her to fuck me so badly that I was panting. "Take me," I pleaded. "God." "Yes, sir," she teased, then pulled back up. I groaned. But then she followed that rise with a fall, and what a fall it was. She took me all at once, the rest that was left, and I could no longer think, could only feel. And oh yeah, my finger was now lodged deep in her ass, and that felt like it was on fire too. She felt silky and smooth as well as tight. I couldn't wait to bury my cock in her ass too. "So tight," she breathed. "Holy shit." I put my free hand on her ass and squeezed, loving the give of it as I did. "Move." She did, and I timed my fingers' movements with hers. It didn't take long. With all the build-up as well as how hot I was for her, I felt my balls drawing up within seconds of her beginning to move. But, surprising the hell out of me, because I thought surely I was going to blow it, Turner came first. Long, loud, earth-shattering. There was a boom in my ears, and I allowed myself to come, to let go even though I was going to go regardless. Agony and ecstasy dueling for supremacy raced down my spine. Everything felt so good at the same time it felt so bad. I removed my finger from her ass to hold on to her hips, slamming down so hard over me that I knew I might be hurting her. Yet I couldn't find it in me to stop. Couldn't. Wouldn't. My eyes closed and my hearing picked up something that probably shouldn't have been there, yet at first I wasn't able to comprehend that. Wasn't able to comprehend anything but the spurting of my cock as I filled her with everything I had to give. And finally, when my head was back online enough to look around, I realized that there was smoke in the RV. Smoke? "Shit," I said, dislodging Turner before she was ready. "Castile, hey, what the hell?" She paused from her position on the couch, then took a look around. "What the fuck?" I shook my head and reached for my pants, pulling them up over my hips and buttoning them. Cursing myself for not bringing my shoes, I went to the door of the RV and pushed, only to wrench my hand away. It was hot. Why the fuck was it hot? I chanced a push of the fancy-ass blinds to the right of the door handle and realized true horror. "The side of the RV is on fire," I said. "The small little porch and the entire side, the flames are licking up over the door to the roof." Turner arrived at my side, fully dressed. "There's a back door," she murmured, "in the bedroom," which was only a few feet away from the stupid front door. But I'd give it a try. When we got in there, however, that one was spread over with fire as well. "What the hell?" I asked as I went back into the living room. My first order of business was to try the windows. However, despite their fanciness, none of them opened enough for an adult to get through, and I felt my belly sink. Walking to the bedroom, I grabbed a rag from the shelf where they kept the laundry, then walked to the door. Turner wasn't far behind, and she watched with trepidation as I used the rag as a pot holder to open the door. When I did manage to get it open, I got a bullet to the right arm for my troubles. I fell back against the bed and looked at the bullet hole with surprise. It was in my bicep, through and through. I blinked stupidly, confused as fuck, only to be hauled so hard and fast away from the door by Turner that I was surprised all over again. "Someone's shooting at you," she cried out. "What the fuck?" What the fuck was right. Finally managing to get my head back together enough to realize what was going on, I scrambled to the side, which happened to be just in time because whoever was outside got impatient with no longer having a target to aim at. He started peppering the side of the RV with bullets. Fragments of particle board, fiberglass, and wood started blowing outward through the bullet holes, as well as the bullets themselves. Scrambling even faster, I took her as far away as I could in the space allotted to us, stopping underneath the table on the very far wall. My heart was pounding, and poor Turner, who'd been dragged right along with me, was looking scared out of her mind. I couldn't blame her. Terror was running through my blood at an alarming rate, and I couldn't force myself to get under control because there was no control left. I was fucking scared. For her. For me, too. Because if I lost her, I realized right then, I'd be lost. She'd become a very integral part of my life, and without her, I'd be a broken husk of a man all over again. This time even worse than before. "What do we do?" she asked, coughing lightly. I put my hand on the bench seat of the built-in booth surrounding the table and felt it shift. I pushed it again, making it shift a second time. Then I completely peeled it off its perch and tossed it across the room. The only thing in there was canned goods, which I shoved all the way to the side and looked further into the crevice. "This leads to the outside, right?" I asked. "The outdoor kitchen?" She nodded, eyes wide. Then they went electric. "You want to crawl through there to the outside?" she guessed. I nodded. "I do." "Let's do it." She scrambled up and started going for it. "I can open it and look." "I don't think so," I said. "If anyone is getting shot, it's me." Her face showed every ounce of what she was feeling right then. "I love you too," I told her. Then I pushed ahead of her past the cans and tunneled underneath the RV to the narrow door that was on the outside of the RV. It was a passageway that allowed you to get food out of the kitchen without actually going all the way into the kitchen. It was a genius thing to put in, and right now I was thanking my lucky stars that it was there. I was thanking everything else when I pushed the door all the way open and I didn't get a bullet in the face for my troubles. I continued to crawl using my elbows, then fell head first onto the ground and stayed there, silently as I listened to my surroundings. Nothing. Whoever had shot at me was camped out on the other side of the RV, and as I looked at the fire lighting up the sky, I realized that the fire wasn't only relegated to the RV, my house was on fire too. I leaned upward, doing an ab curl, and whispered into the small space, "Come out, baby." She did moments later, but I didn't let her hit the ground like I did. Despite my screaming shoulder, which I could feel blood dripping down at a fast clip, I hauled her to her feet. "We're gonna run that way," I pointed to the woods. "I don't have a phone." She held hers up. "I do." I nodded once. "We're going to the woods." And we did, going as far into the woods as we could, seeing as the farther we got from the flames, the less we could see. "Call 911, I ordered. "Tell them the address," then more gunshots filled the air, and seconds later I heard a man's voice saying, "Put your hands in the air!" Raised voices, more yells, then one more gunshot. Silence. I looked over at Turner, whose face was illuminated by the phone screen, and said, "Easton." Then I passed out. I woke up as I was jostled. My eyes peeled open and I glanced at the white walls that surrounded me. I was in an ambulance. I could hear Turner's reassuring voice as she spoke to someone explaining what happened, and I turned my head in the direction that I heard her voice. She was sitting on the bench seat next to my side, with Easton nodding his head as he listened to her. "I figured something out," he answered her question that I must have missed. "I remembered Castile talking about a man that he always saw around you. I inputted his description into a few of the videos that we had from around town, and then ran his face through the system. Facial recognition software put him as a Craig Menz." I closed my eyes as a poke at my shoulder had me seeing stars. Craig Menz that has a hotel room in town. Craig Menz that rented a slip at the campgrounds, though far away from where he was always seen next to you, Easton continued. Craig Menz, who, from what I found out last night, is responsible for hiring you for your latest subtitle for your, work you were working on, the comedic one? I heard Turner's husky laugh, and it made me smile. "I'm thinking that when I get to the man's computer, he'll also be linked to the Craig Matthews that has been linked to the girls he meets in private chats and then terrorizes them for months before killing them," Easton said quietly. And it all started to make sense. All of it. except for the part where he found Turner. Why Turner? I questioned. Opening my eyes, it was to find both of them staring at me with a look of relief. I don't know, he murmured. But I plan to find out. Just have to do a little paperwork for shooting a guy in the head first. I found myself grinning. Never know all of it now, though, I pointed out. Easton shrugged. I like my melon just the way it is, he shrugged. He was pointing a rifle at my forehead. It was him or me, and I'll always choose me. I liked him. Thanks, man. Then the medic at my side pressed gauze to my wound, and I felt my face leach of heat as agony shot through me. Everything else they said was lost on me as I tried to work through the nausea. Then Turner's hand squeezed mine, and everything was just a little bit better. Chapter 21. I'm sorry I'm so cranky. I'm just in my terrible 30s right now. Castile's secret thoughts. Castile. Hours later, after our hospital visit and subsequent treatment for minor burns, smoke inhalation, and a broken arm as well as a gunshot wound for me, and finally boarding a very pissed-off cat, we were laying in a bed at Liner's house. Liner had arrived at the hospital late, a pissed-off expression written all over his face, and no excuse as to why he was late, only worry written on his face. After declaring we'd come home with him, we had, which ended with us in his spare guest bedroom talking quietly as not to wake him. "What had you scowling when you came in the RV earlier?" she asked, pressing an absent kiss to my pectoral. It was only 5 hours ago, but it felt like a lifetime, like it had happened in another life even. I leaned over the bed for my pants that were on the floor, then pulled my phone out of my pocket before returning to my previous position. My phone's screen was broken, but despite that, it was okay. I was lucky it hadn't sustained water damage like the rest of my things had as the firefighters put out the fire on the RV as well as my cabin. "There was a dog that was found on the highway," I answered. "They forced me to take a picture with it because it wouldn't hold fucking still, and I wasn't happy about it." She looked at the photo under question, then leaned over and got her phone off the night table. Seconds later, she was laughing her ass off. "Oh, Castile," she giggled, swinging her phone around to show me. "Your police department shared your photo, all right." 4 hours later, my photo had been shared 17,403 times. There were over 10,000 comments and so many likes that it really would have been awesome had I not been the one that the majority of the comments were about. "Would y'all shut the fuck up about my stupid picture already?" I grumbled tiredly. "Just look at the bright side," my club brother Z said. "At least they found the dog's owner." That was true, I guess. The dog's owner, a pretty little Coke bottle blonde, had come to the station during the time that Turner and I were there giving our statements on Craig Menz. At first, we'd thought that she was just like the other two crazy ladies who'd arrived saying they'd been bad, but then she'd started crying as she babbled about her missing dog and hadn't said a word about me. The deciding factor that she was indeed the dog's owner had been when I'd come out with the dog and she'd taken not a single look at me. She'd buried her face into the scruff of the dog's neck and burst into tears. "You awake, big boy?" Turner asked. I blinked open my eyes and saw that she was leaning over me, looking at me with worry all over her face. "Y'all are so cute together," Jubilee chirped from across the room. "But we gotta go. We just came over to bring y'all some dinner. Plus, I'm fielding calls left and right from the media asking if we're taking ownership of the dead body that was previously known as Craig Menz, the famous Red Hub porn star film guy that was now worth millions. I think they're madder that he won't be making movies than the fact that he tried to kill my best friend and her man. I'm seriously about to lose my shit." Z put his hand on his wife's head. "Let's go, baby." Jubilee sighed and looked first at me, then at Turner. "Y'all will call if you need anything." A statement, not a question. Turner sighed. "Yes, we will." "Good." She narrowed her eyes, then contemplated what she was going to say next. "I have your mother's remains at the funeral home. I was going to give them to you yesterday, but I ran out of time. Do y'all want to come get them, or would you like me to bring them to you?" Turner stiffened. "Hold on to them at your place until we can figure out where we're going to take her." Jubilee nodded her head. I can do that. Y'all take care of each other." Then they were gone, leaving me looking up at my woman who was once again looking down at me with concern. "Is your arm okay?" I shook my head. It was on fire, but I wouldn't be telling her that. "Your parents called again." She yawned as she looked over at me before gingerly sitting on the corner of the couch next to my head. "I talked to them." I scowled. "Why?" I paused. "And why are my eyes so fucking heavy?" She grinned. "First question, because I wanted to. They were worried about you. Second question, because you were in pain, so I ground up a pain pill and put it into the beer you insisted on having last night before bed." I growled. "That wasn't fair. I wanted to have my faculties about me." She shrugged unrepentantly, then sobered. "Your parents wanted to come over here, and I said they could," she muttered. I narrowed my eyes. "That wasn't smart." "They were concerned," she explained. "And not just about you, about me too. They'll be here any—" The doorbell rang. Second. Liner appeared out of nowhere, opened the door in the other room, and then disappeared all over again. I sighed and stood up, hating myself for a second when every muscle in my body seemed to protest the move. "I'm getting too old for gunfights," I mumbled as I creaked my way to standing. Turner wrapped her arms around my belly and squeezed lightly. "You scare the hell out of me sometimes, Castile." I squeezed her back as I said, "I don't try to, baby." She let me go and started to tug me to the room that Liner had stowed my family in, but stopped when I felt something buzz in between us. Her phone. "I'll be there in a minute," she sighed as she showed me her phone. "Bud is calling me. He must have heard." I nodded once, then leaned forward to drop a kiss onto her mouth. "Love you." Her eyes lit up all over again. "I love you too." Leaving her there was hard, but as she urgently tried to reassure Bud that she was okay, I realized that she needed a few minutes to convince him, otherwise we'd have a pissed-off Special Operations military member on our doorstep seeking retribution. "Make sure you tell him the guy's dead as a doornail," I called out as I left the room. I heard her laughter as she said, "Yes, Bud, he's really dead. As fuck." I had a grin on my face that fell away quickly when I got a load of the room full of family that had taken up Liner's couch and love seat. I looked over to find no Liner in sight, but I could hear him talking to someone in the other room. Thinking he was on the phone, I didn't bother to look into the kitchen as I made my way to the front room where he'd stowed my family. I found them all sitting on various couches and stopped, waiting. "We're assholes," my sister declared. "Big, fat, ugly assholes." I looked over at my sister and shook my head. "For once in my life, I'm going to agree with you." It took another hour of not just me, but Turner as well, convincing them that we were okay for them to finally leave. And when I looked over at Turner, who was now smiling, I realized that she'd forgiven them for their assholery. "I like them," she sighed. "I'm not sure what happened the other day, but I'm willing to forgive and forget." I shook my head and caught her hand. "Come on," I said as I led her to the kitchen. "I need a glass of water. My mouth tastes like I've been sucking on cotton." She followed closely by my side as we made our way into the kitchen. But when we breached the entranceway, everything in me froze. I looked up to find a woman that never should have been in his house in the first place, sitting at Liner's bar, looking like a scared little bird. "Tara," I gasped. "Not Tara," Liner said instantly. "Her sister, Theodora." I looked over at the woman, trying to see the difference, and couldn't. But when she opened her mouth and then her eyes, and I got my first look at her eyes, which were the only thing different about this girl from Tara, I realized that he was telling the truth. "What in the actual fuck, Liner?" Liner shook his head. "Long fucking story, bro. Long fucking story."
Epilogue. Cup. Coffee cup. Turner. 6 months later. Jubilee looked at me like I was crazy. "What are you doing?" she whispered. "We're gonna break into someone's house," I said. "What?" Her voice rose in pitch. "Why?" "Because that woman is a fucking psycho, and I need to do something about it before it gets out of hand." And what are you going to do to fix her psycho? She questioned. We're going to get on her computer and block me. Block him, block you, block the hospital so she doesn't know when he visits. I paused. Hopefully she doesn't figure it out. Because my man was now known as the hot cop of Bare Bottom and was known everywhere he went. And his ex-wife, who was a slutty whore McGasbag, loved the attention. She'd take it anywhere she could get it, even going as far as to allow him to the hospital to see his nephew anytime he wanted, as long as she could be there. And a lot of times she was. At least she was when she got wind of it. And she was never mad to see him there, either. It sucked. I hated it, and I hated her, so it needed to stop. She blinked, then shook her head. That won't work. I didn't care. We can't break into the governor's daughter's mansion, she insisted. I looked at her over my shoulder. It's happening whether you want to do it or not, I informed her. It seriously needs to be fixed. I can't marry this man and have her in my life making it and live in hell. She literally found out that we were getting married and all of a sudden she's popped up again, asking him to go with her to pull the plug on the nephew. Let's not forget that she showed up the moment she found out about my stalker and how Castile saved me. I'm just over it. I want her to go away. Jubilee sighed. I really don't think this is the way to do it, though, she pointed out. It may not be, but I didn't have any better ideas. So we didn't get taken away in cop cars. However, there were a couple of cops there when we arrived back at our cars, and neither one of them looked happy. Z walked straight over to Jubilee and started laying into her. Castile, on the other hand, looked resigned. You did what you wanted to do? He asked me. I nodded. You think it'll help? He wondered. I sure the fuck hope so. I don't know, I admitted, but I'm crossing my fingers. He snorted and walked over to me, curling his arms around my back and pulling me to him. A bulge that shouldn't be there poked into my thigh, and I looked down at the square-shaped object in his pocket. What's that? I nudged him with my thigh. His face went a little white. Nothing. I frowned and looked at him like he was crazy. What's nothing? I pushed. He hedged. That was when I laid my head on his chest and acted like I wasn't worried about what the object was. When I had him in a false sense of comfortableness, I reached slowly down and jammed my hand into his pocket. When I came back up with whatever it was, I pulled away from him and ran, putting his cruiser and Z and Jubilee in between us before he could so much as blink. Give it back, he demanded, looking demented. I popped the box open, and then froze. Because what was inside was a massive diamond ring. God damn it, Turner, Castile barked. Do you have to ruin everything? Seriously, I just wanted to ask you to goddamn marry me at home with no fucking witnesses. He jerked his thumb pointedly at Z and Jubilee, who were looking on with laughing eyes. I murmured. I just got in when I got the call from Z that y'all were doing a little breaking and entering today. Seriously, I swear to God, I can't keep a single secret from you. I bit my lip and pulled the ring out of the box, slipping it onto my finger. You can ask me now. It's okay. I held out my hand. It fits. Of course it fucking fits, he muttered. I used the ring you made out of your mother's ashes to size it. I felt my heart swell. God, this man loved me. Not only had he helped me with my mother's funeral, her death, and everything in between, he'd also gone out of his way to make me a memento that I could carry around with me forever, that contained my mother's ashes in an opal ring. It was beautiful, and I wore it all the time. I had no idea when he would have found a time where it was off my finger. But I wasn't going to look a gift horse in the mouth. I love it, I said. Now, do your thing. I pointed to the ground. Castile rounded the car, growling at me in frustration, then did his thing. He dropped down onto one knee, right there outside of his ex-wife's house, and said 4 words. Will you marry me?
Castillo. Easton arrived hours after the party had started. Bayou Z, Wade, Link, Liner, who looked haggard as fuck, Rome, and even Slate, our newest member of the Bare Bottom Guardians MC, all looked at the newcomer with quite a bit of happiness at seeing him. Easton had been gone since the day he'd killed Craig Mins. Craig Mins, who we'd come to find out had not only killed a few of the girls he'd been chatting up on the porn site's private messaging boards, but also quite a few in his hometown before he'd branched out. Craig Mins had an extensive operation, one that he funded with his porn's success, one that he did completely alone, thank God. "Glad to see you finally made it back," Bayou said as he offered the man his hand. I watched Easton take it, then let it go. "I'm finally off assignment," he muttered. The moment I finished with that, I was asked to take over another agent's assignment undercover, and as you can see, he gestured to his burly beard and haggard appearance, I was a little out of my element. Which was true. We were used to seeing him shaved and in suits, not dressed as a lumberjack biker with a chip on his shoulder. "And I was driving through town when I saw the bare-bottom hot cop got engaged," he grinned, "so I had to stop by." I growled low in my throat. "God damn it, Z." 4 years later. "Daddy, turn the lights on." I did as I was asked, turning the lights on in the cruiser as we pulled up to the house. My only daughter, a ball of energy at 3 years old, squealed in glee. My wife, who was asleep in the passenger seat, groaned. I grinned as I pulled up to the garage of the house we'd built a half a year into our marriage and turned the cruiser off. Getting out, I reached into the back seat for my daughter, then quietly closed the door. I'd wake Turner up to bring her inside, but she looked comfortable where she was sleeping. And honestly, she'd have a better time taking a nap in the car where it was quiet than in the house that was full of people. Turner was 6 months pregnant with our second, and not a day went by that I didn't thank God that she was brought into my life. Patty, who was named after Turner's mother, squealed in glee the moment that she saw my mother. "Grandma!" she bellowed. My mother bent down and scooped her up before she could even make it 3 steps in her direction. My mother loved my baby, but it made my heart pang when I thought about Turner's mother never getting to meet her grandbabies, or Turner not having her mother to turn to in times of need. "There's my baby girl," I heard called. I turned to find Turner's father walking toward Turner, who looked like warmed-over shit walking into the door. Father and daughter embraced, and I saw the relief pour through Turner at seeing her father there. "I'm glad you came," she said. "Of course we'd come for you, Dodo," Bud muttered from the couch as he swigged my beer. "Plus, we're going to Disney fucking World. We can't get out of that fun shit." "Language," my mother barked. Bud grinned. "Sorry, darling." I sighed as my father walked into the room with his goddamn Mickey Mouse hat on his head. "I'm ready." Turner looked at me and smiled. This would be our 3rd trip to Disney World. The first time we'd gotten married. The second time was when Patty was a year old. The third, we were obviously fucking crazy. But it had become a family tradition to go every single year, and each of our family members had always come with us. I walked over to Turner and whispered into her ear, "I'll give you $1 to burn those mouse ears." Turner snickered and buried her face into my throat. "It'd take more than $1, baby. I think he looks cute." I snorted. "If you say so." She pulled back and looked into my eyes. "I got you some too, hot cop." I rolled my eyes. "Don't call me that." She winked and showed me her phone. "Did you do something cool at work today?" I groaned and looked at the picture of the kids hanging off me at the daycare that we'd visited to talk about safety. "I don't want to talk about it." 42,000 likes and comments only an hour after posting. She batted her eyes at me. "Good job." I growled and slammed my mouth down onto hers. "I can't believe y'all still do this to me." She laughed into my kiss. "I love you, baby." I pulled away and looked into her eyes. "I love you more, Turner." This concludes Keep It Classy by Lani Lynn Vale.